This is Audible.
Coronation, a kid sensation novel, number 5. Written by Kevin Hardman. Narrated by Michael Naramore. Chapter 1. I stood on the observation deck of a starship, staring out at the vastness of space. We had been traveling through the void for the better part of 2 weeks, and were finally nearing our destination. Kalis, my maternal grandmother Indigo's homeworld. It was a planet I had been summoned to by royal edict, although thus far no one had been able to tell me why. The deck itself was a large, semicircular room whose most dominant feature was the large observation plates set in the exterior wall, huge panes of what I had initially assumed to be glass, but later learned were actually some form of transparent metal. As usual, those members of the ship's crew present in the room had cleared out after I entered. It still felt weird to have that sort of deference shown to me, but no matter how much I pleaded to be treated no differently than anyone else, everyone still seemed to timidly kowtow to me. In fact, my requests to be treated like a normal person only served to make them more nervous. That said, I didn't have the room completely to myself. On my left stood Baron, the courier from my grandmother's planet who had come to fetch me from Earth. Tall and pale, with pointed elfin ears, like all my grandmother's people, he wore a blue-gold uniform that appeared to be an unusual blend of both cloth and metal. I wore regalia made of similar material myself, although of a much finer grade, and adorned with unique insignia specifying my status and pedigree. On my right was Slow, a massive robot constructed of pitch-black metal. Roughly humanoid in shape, he stood over 7 feet tall and had long, extendable arms that ended in 4-fingered hands capable of crushing steel. He also had the unenviable task of serving as my factotum, tutor, valet, guardian, and much more. He followed me just about everywhere, which I had initially complained about vociferously, but was told that it was standard procedure for members of the royal family to have such automatons assigned to them when abroad, for protection, if nothing else. My insistence that I didn't really need protection had fallen on deaf ears, and Slow was now my new BFF. To assuage my displeasure over having him dog my every step, I had been allowed to rename him, so his current moniker actually came from me and was far better than his original designation in my grandmother's tongue-twisting native language. With that thought, I involuntarily reached up to touch the crown sitting on my head. It was a coronet made of some unknown but precious metal, encrusted with jewels. Between it and the livery, I felt like some foppish aristocrat, and under ordinary circumstances I would never have worn anything like it. As it was, however, the crown served an additional purpose. Aside from making me look like an egotistical popinjay, it also functioned as a translation device and language learning module. For most of the trip, I'd had a small, inconspicuous device tucked into my right ear, an alien earbud of sorts, wirelessly connected to the crown I wore. Whenever someone spoke to me in my grandmother's language, the gizmo translated their words into English. At the same time, however, the crown was sending minute electrical impulses into my head, rewiring the synapses in my brain. This was intended to help me learn the lingo faster, and for the most part it was successful. But when I first heard about what it would do, I completely freaked. It took my mentor Mouse, the smartest person I knew, to talk me off the ledge and convince me to even touch the thing, let alone wear it. "You're getting all excited about nothing," Mouse had said after examining the coronet. "Oh, really?" I'd replied. "Then why don't you sign up and have a couple of gigawatts shot through your head?" "You're being childish. This thing is incapable of generating enough power to be dangerous. Besides, you already know that the human brain produces electrical impulses on its own. Electrical signals pass through synapses, the connections between brain cells, all the time." "Yeah, but those are electrical signals spawned by my body. They're homegrown, not generated by some alien doohickey." "Well, your body won't be able to tell the difference. Right now, every time an electrical impulse goes from brain cell to brain cell, the synapse between them is stimulated. Over time, The continued stimulation causes the neural pathways in your brain to become hardwired. This causes your ability to do certain things to become easier, more efficient, almost instinctive in some instances. Like driving on the right side of the road. Exactly. Once that concept becomes rooted in your brain, it's extremely difficult to modify your thoughts and behavior. So people used to driving on the right side of the road will have a hard time adjusting when they go someplace where you're supposed to drive on the left. Mouse had nodded. And it's the same with languages. Over time, your brain loses plasticity, the ability to change neural pathways and connections, so that learning to speak, say, French, becomes harder. And that's why kids can learn new languages easier than adults. Their brains aren't completely hardwired yet. Now you're starting to understand. All this crown is going to do is stimulate the appropriate synapses so that learning your grandmother's language will be faster and easier. Happy now? I don't know if happy is the right word, but I'll sleep a little better knowing that this thing won't have any crazy side effects. A sheepish look had crept onto Mouse's face at that moment. Well... What, are you telling me there are side effects? Mouse had taken a second to clear his throat, then said, There's a very small chance, percentage-wise, way less than 1%, that your powers could be affected while your neural pathways are being rerouted. Affected how? There might be some temporary instability or cessation of certain abilities. Are you kidding me? I'd screeched, completely aghast. You're saying I might lose control of my powers or lose them altogether? Look, based on the odds alone, it's unlikely to happen. And even if it did, it would only be temporary. Doesn't matter, I'd said, shaking my head. I'm not doing it. I'd pointed at the crown. I hope they kept the receipt because that thing's going back to the store unopened. Okay, now you need to listen, Mouse had said, turning deadly serious in a way that I seldom witnessed. You're taking a journey to an alien planet that is light years from home with no idea of what to expect when you get there. With the exception of perhaps your grandmother Indigo, you can't count on anyone to help you. You'll have no friends, little family, and perhaps nothing you can rely on other than yourself. You can't afford to be disadvantaged in any way, and not knowing the language is a huge handicap, an albatross that you can't have hanging around your neck. Wearing this coronet is something you need to do, and if it causes a little blip in your powers, it's just something you'll have to live with. All right, I'd said quietly, although still a little irked. I'll wear the stupid thing. Stop making it sound like you're being punished. It's more the opposite, in fact, since this will probably help the development of your abilities. I'd frowned at that. What do you mean? Well, it's pretty clear that you haven't yet manifested your full slate of powers. More to the point, a good number of your talents are tied to cerebral function. In other words, you can control them consciously. You're not walking around phased all the time or continuously invisible. It's like there's a giant on-off switch in your brain, giving you the discretion of when to use your powers. That's the result of synaptic connections, which this crown will slightly modify. So what are you saying? That when this thing starts rewiring my neural pathways, it may cause new abilities to materialize? It's not so much that it would give you new abilities. It's more like these are powers that would eventually come to the fore, but it just hastens their development. Wouldn't that be a good thing? It depends. Sometimes nature has her reasons for delaying things like this, and in your case, it's obvious. I'd shaken my head in confusion. I'm not following you. Think about it for a second. Would it really have benefited you to have your current power set as a baby? Imagine you teleported yourself out of your crib and into a swimming pool that you'd played in earlier. Or turned yourself invisible and then crawled out into traffic. Or phased yourself so that your mother couldn't feed you. Okay, I get it. Being a seemingly normal baby was Mother Nature's way of helping me survive. Indeed. Now, on the flip side, someone like your brother Paramount, with physical gifts like super strength, had his powers manifest during infancy. More like at the moment he was born, I'd corrected. Yes, The point is that being practically impervious to harm is a survival trait, so it was to his benefit to have his power set develop as soon as possible. It doesn't mean, perforce, that he got a better deal than you. It's just nature's way. So, I'd said, the main takeaway from this conversation, for me, is to wear the idiotic crown. If it has some effect on my existing abilities, that's not necessarily a bad thing, and if it causes new powers to develop, that may not be a good thing. Yeah, Mouse had acknowledged with a nod. But the way you say it, anyone would think you were being sent in front of a firing squad. And so I had ended up wearing the crown. To my great surprise, it worked as advertised. Over the course of our 2-week trip, I had become almost fluent in the Colesian language. Even better, I hadn't experienced any side effects, although, truth be told, I really hadn't had occasion to use my powers while we were in transit. At that moment, my thoughts were interrupted by Baron addressing me.
"Once again, I must apologize, Coratine,"
the courier said, addressing me by an honorific that meant sovereign, liege, commander, and about a dozen other imperial titles, although I tended to interpret them all as simply prince. In fact, I generally interpreted most of Colesian words into their Terran equivalent, or the closest approximation.
"I did not mean to threaten your life or well-being. However, my poor grasp of your dialect—"
"Enough," I said in exasperation. "You must have apologized to me 100 times by now. It's fine. You're forgiven."
"But, Prince," he began.
"No buts," I declared, cutting him off. "And so help me, if you apologize one more time, I'll banish you." Baron looked horrified, and it suddenly occurred to me that I might actually have the power to banish him, in which case my little joke was probably being taken a lot more seriously than I realized. That said, he had been apologizing almost every time he laid eyes on me because of an earlier miscommunication, and it was starting to grate. Back on Earth, I'd spent about a week having the odd sensation that I was being followed, although I couldn't find any evidence to support my suspicions. Of course, it was all proven to be true when Baron finally revealed himself. At that time, he'd also handed me a royal edict ordering me to return to my grandmother's planet immediately on pain of death. The threat of death, however, had turned out to be an exaggeration, or rather a misinterpretation. In actuality, the threat was one of eradication, and it wasn't intended to apply to my life. Instead, it was meant to convey the fact that if I didn't comply with the summons, my name would be eradicated, erased from the royal rolls. In other words, I would be stripped of my royal title and excommunicated, for lack of a better term, from that portion of my family. In short, Baron had inadvertently and unintentionally threatened my life upon our first meeting, and he had been apologizing for the misunderstanding at almost every opportunity since then. Looking at him now, I could see that my threat of banishment had struck him like a punch in the gut. At the same time, I reached out towards him empathically. Initially, I'd had trouble deciphering the alien emotions of my grandmother's people, but after a couple of weeks in close proximity to them, I'd become almost adept at it. At the moment, I felt the sincerity of Baron's apology and how much he wanted to atone for his error. "I'm sorry," I said. "I was out of line with the banishment comment." Baron inclined his head in submission.
"It is your right, my prince."
"No, it isn't," I said, shaking my head. "I just want you to stop apologizing to me. It was an honest mistake." I tried to speak in as earnest a tone as possible. My grandfather had warned me before I left Earth to be judicious in my choice of words when addressing, for lack of a better term, commoners such as Baron, as they were likely to take anything I said, such as the threat of banishment, seriously. I had initially assumed he was exaggerating, but had since come to know better. Reflecting on my grandfather's words, my thoughts naturally turned to the last time I'd seen him. It had been right before Baron and I had left the planet, when my grandfather and mother had come to see me off. For most of my 16 years, they had been the only family I'd known. My grandmother Indigo had left the planet long before I was born, and my father had only recently become a regular fixture in my life. As a result, Mom, Gramps, and I were very close, with a bond that was made all the stronger by the fact that all three of us were telepaths. Communication between telepaths is far more complex than mere verbal conversation. It is an intricate mosaic consisting not only of words, but also concepts, images, emotions, and more. Thus, telepathically saying goodbye to my mother and grandfather, who were forbidden to take the trip with me, had gone far beyond a simple farewell. It had been an acute and profound experience, emotionally intensified by the fact that I didn't know when I would see them again. If my grandmother was any type of example, I could be gone for decades. My retrospective thoughts were interrupted by Baron, once more begging my pardon for the previous misunderstanding. I frowned slightly in irritation as he spoke, already familiar with and tired of this particular song and dance. In all honesty, however, I wasn't really annoyed with the courier, but was actually bothered by another issue. For about the last half of our journey, I had been feeling an odd mental tension, a growing pressure in my brain that I couldn't really assign a name to. I didn't know if it was caused by the crown or something else, but it felt like there was a balloon inside my head that kept getting a little more inflated each day. Thankfully, it wasn't painful, but the end result was that I felt like my thoughts were being nudged aside in some way, which rankled. In fact, over the past day, I had observed myself becoming noticeably more petulant and having to consciously make an effort to be affable. "Enough," I said, cutting Baron off in the middle of his umpteenth apology. "All is forgiven, as I've said 1,000,000 times before. However, if you really want to make amends, you can finally tell me why you followed me around for a week before showing yourself." As always, when I broached the subject, a look of apprehension crossed the courier's face, and emotionally I felt a certain tension within him. I had been hounding him for an explanation since the moment we'd met, but up until now he had expertly managed to duck the question on each occasion. To be honest, I expected more of the same this time, but to my surprise, rather than excuse himself on some pretext, he gave me a very solemn stare. A moment later, the tenseness he was exuding faded, and in its place was a sense of quiet capitulation.
"As you wish, my prince," he said. "By now you know that I have served your house, your family, for much of my life, and they have my first loyalty. Their safety is my foremost concern."
"So what? You were covertly tailing me to protect me from some threat?"
"That is a close but inexact approximation of the facts," he said. "You occupy a unique position in the House Royal, one that is privileged in most respects, but also fraught with peril. For instance, there are a number of subversive factions that could make use of a royal, alive or dead, for propaganda purposes. Even among your own royal kin, there are many whose fortunes would be advanced should some accident befall you."
"I get it," I said, nodding. "Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown, and all that. So were there assassins after me on Earth or something?"
"No, Prince."
I shook my head in confusion. "Then I don't get it. If there wasn't a threat to me, why not simply reveal yourself right away?"
"My orders were to observe you first, to assess you mentally, physically, emotionally, in whatever manner or form that would allow me to make an adjudication of your ability to deal with the rigors of being highborn."
"So you were trying to figure out if I'd be able to handle the pressure of being a prince, which is likely to include threats of physical harm?"
"Correct."
"Well, what grade did I get, Professor?"
"I found you capable and competent."
"And if I had been found wanting?"
"Then I would have reported back that I could not find you."
My eyebrows went up in surprise. That was an unexpected bit of news. "So you would have just left Earth without me, in contradiction of the royal summons?"
"That was my mandate."
"And who issued that mandate?" I asked, and almost immediately the answer came to me. "Wait, don't tell me. I already know. My grandmother." Baron gave a slight nod of acknowledgement.
"The safety of her family on Earth is of paramount importance to Princess Indargo."
As always, he used the Collegian pronunciation of my grandmother's name.
"And as a servant of your house, it is of singular concern to me, even to the extent of ignoring a royal edict. Fortunately, that was not necessary."
I looked at Baron with new eyes. I could only imagine the amount of intestinal fortitude it took to defy a royal order, and I was about to comment to that effect when Slow began speaking.
"Behold, the homeworld,"
the robot boomed out in a stentorian tone. I took my attention back to the observation window where a large blue-white globe had now come into view. From space it appeared very similar to Earth, although a bit bigger, probably because the two planets had very similar atmospheres.
"It is the heart of an empire that spans 1,000 star systems,"
Slow continued.
"The cradle of civilization."
As my robot companion continued expounding on the virtues of my grandmother's people, a circular area about an inch in diameter spiraled open near the center of his chest, revealing a lightly tinted lens. A moment later, the lens came to life, projecting a holographic image into the area before me. This was Slow in teaching mode. During our journey here, he had shown me countless holograms while instructing me at length in the language, history, culture, etc. of my grandmother's people. The image he broadcast now was of an Oppidan landscape, one characterized by glimmering skyscrapers and resplendent spires stretching high into the sky. "What exactly am I looking at?" I asked. "The capital or something?"
"You gaze upon the Acropolis Select,"
Slow replied. My mouth almost dropped open in surprise. "That's the palace of the Queen? It's the size of a city."
"The Acropolis is considered a physical manifestation of our people's greatness,"
Baron chimed in,
"so naturally its scope must reflect our majesty."
"So what, as the empire grows, so does the Queen's castle?" I asked.
"Yes, the city palace is ever expanding,"
Slow replied. As he spoke, the holographic image shifted, revealing what I would describe as a construction crew busy laying the foundation for some new edifice. "I don't know if being monarch can make up for having to live in a permanent construction zone," I commented.
"Most of the architectural assembly occurs at the fringe of the Acropolis, so few residents are disturbed by the work in question,"
Baron said.
"As to the Queen, she is often away attending to matters of state. Moreover,"
Slow added,
"not all of the construction is purely functional."
The holographic image shifted, now providing a close-up of what I presumed to be specific areas within the city palace. Gardens, parks, a zoo, and much more. Places apparently meant to be aesthetically pleasing rather than merely practical.
"Impressive, is it not?"
Slow asked. I shrugged. "It's certainly large. If she were a man, I'd say the Queen was trying to compensate for something with the ongoing expansion."
"Her Majesty does no more than follow tradition," Baron said. "Countless monarchs throughout our history have added to the breadth of the Acropolis, which is centered on the spot where the first king established his dynasty."
I nodded in understanding. My lessons with Slow had touched briefly on the subject of the first king, who, as the name implied, was apparently the first ruler of my grandmother's homeworld.
"In addition," Baron continued, "the palace is also home to many of the royal family, and relations between some of them are less than congenial. Thus, the scale of the Acropolis allows for adequate space to be maintained between highborns who may be at odds with each other."
"I get it. There's a family feud between some members of the royal clan," I said, and then frowned as another thought occurred to me. "Wait a minute. Am I supposed to be staying in the Acropolis?" The notion of perpetual construction became nothing more than a nuisance compared to the possibility of being in a war zone between squabbling family members, not to mention the fact that Baron had already hinted that my life might be in danger.
"Your official residence will be your ancestral home, the House Nonpareil," Slow answered.
As he spoke, the hologram changed once more, this time showing an elegant castle on a picturesque estate. It was immense by ordinary standards, but, after seeing the Acropolis, hardly worth mentioning in terms of size.
"Even now,"
Slow went on,
"the domestics prepare a feast in your honor."
The scene changed again, this time showing a bevy of servants setting up for a banquet of some sort on one of the well-manicured lawns of the manse. Just judging from the amount of natural light present, it appeared to be around midday. "Hold on," I said, staring at the display. "Is this live?"
I am linked into various visual surveillance systems, both satellite and ground-based,"
Slow replied.
"You are witnessing actions that are contemporaneous with your observation of them."
I was on the verge of stating that a simple yes would have sufficed when something flew in front of my face, buzzing slightly. It was some sort of alien insect, an extraterrestrial version of a housefly, I suppose. I instinctively waved my hand in front of me, trying to shoo it away. I never got the opportunity to see if my attempts to make the insect flee would have been successful. I had swatted at it no more than twice when I heard a distinct crackle, accompanied by a quick flash of light. The alien bug fell to the ground in front of me, burnt to a crisp. At the same time, I detected the distinct smell of burning ozone. I looked towards Slow, where the flash had originated, and saw him lowering his hand. However, his index finger was still pointed in my direction, the tip of it shining with a voltaic spark. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Slow had zapped the insect with some type of electrical charge.
"A Garifpa,"
Baron said, staring at the dead bug and apparently identifying it for my benefit. "Is it dangerous?" I asked. "Poisonous or something?"
"No,"
Slow stated.
"but it was annoying you, Prince, and would have profaned you with its touch."
I shook my head, still a little surprised by what had happened. "Okay, well, for future reference, let's avoid zapping things simply because they might annoy me or touch me." Slow stood silently for a moment, as he often did when processing new data. Something about not zapping probably ran counter to part of his programming, most likely the instructions to protect me. After what seemed an inordinately long time, but was probably no more than 30 seconds, the robot declared,
"I will take your suggestion under advisement, my prince."
I rolled my eyes in mock frustration and turned to Baron. "It's so hard to find good help." The courier suddenly looked unsure of himself, as if he wasn't certain how to reply, or whether to reply at all. I shook my head, thinking how typical this was. No matter how often I had tried to inject a little levity into conversations during our journey, my efforts always seemed to fall on deaf ears. While there was no denying that Baron was utterly faithful and devoted in his service to my family, the man was completely humorless. For the millionth time, it occurred to me that this was going to be the worst trip ever if I couldn't find at least one person to crack a joke with. Slow discontinued the holographic display. With nothing else to look at, I turned my attention back to the observation window. From all appearances, we were about to enter the planet's atmosphere. Within an hour or so, I'd be setting foot on an alien world, one that some of my ancestors had come from, but alien nonetheless, and the thought caused me to have butterflies in my stomach. I didn't have them for long, however, as a few moments later the ship suddenly began to shake violently, as if it were having a grand mal seizure. Slow laid a steadying hand on my shoulder in an effort to help me stay on my feet. After a few seconds, the shuddering subsided. "What the hell was that?" I asked.
"Massive shock wave,"
Slow answered.
"Based on my interface with the ship's systems, it originated from an explosion near the engines."
"Can you detect the level of damage?"
Baron asked anxiously.
"This vessel is fully compromised,"
Slow declared in response.
"It can no longer safely land on Kalis or even enter the planet's atmosphere. Almost all aboard are certain to perish."
Chapter 2. I was given no time to absorb what Slow had said.
"Come, Prince!"
Baron yelled while hustling me over to the exit from the observation deck. By now, emergency lights were flashing and klaxons were sounding throughout the ship. The exit opened automatically at our approach, revealing a hallway on the other side that was starting to fill with smoke and people dashing madly about.
"We have to hurry!"
Baron yelled as Slow moved into the corridor ahead of us. "Hurry where?" I asked.
"Your quarters!"
he answered. Of course. The suite of rooms designated for my use comprised about 3,000 square feet of living space, more than a lot of homes back on Earth. More to the point, my quarters were designed to break away from the ship in an emergency. They had their own navigation, life support, propulsion, and so on. In short, my suite could serve as a ship of sorts, and this fact was one of the first things I had learned upon the commencement of our journey.
"Make way for the prince!"
Slow bellowed in a voice that reverberated off the walls. Apparently, the ship's crew wasn't moving fast enough to suit him, because just moments later I saw the robot raise his arm, electricity crackling around his hand. "No, Slow!" I screamed. "That isn't necessary!" I wrapped my companions in my power, and a second later all three of us were in my quarters. Baron staggered slightly, but stayed on his feet. He had seen me use my teleportation power before, but he had never been subjected to it. For many, teleportation can result in slight disorientation the first time they travel that way. If it did affect him, Baron hid it very well. For the record, however, teleportation is generally a fairly seamless way to travel, much in the same way that birds have an inborn ability to navigate using the stars and a planet's magnetic field. My mentor Mouse believes that teleporters have an innate ability to track and match the physical characteristics, for example speed, angular momentum, and so on, of our environment, so that teleportation is usually a smooth transition. We had popped up in my suite's living room. For my benefit, it had come furnished with the expected accoutrements, or alien variations thereof, sofa, coffee table, and so on. The only item that noticeably stood out was a weird device that looked like a cross between an oversized crab and a medieval suit of armor. Dubbed by my friend Smokescreen as a DNA Lux sequencer, it stood tucked into a corner of the room, a replica of a device on my grandmother's homeworld that was supposed to bring good fortune. We had barely appeared before Baron went into action.
"I'll initiate the separation sequence,"
he said, heading to a control panel set in the wall. "What about the crew?" I asked as Baron keyed in the proper code. "Are there enough lifeboats for them?"
"The launch bays were damaged by the explosion and ensuing shockwave," Slow said. "The lifeboats are effectively useless."
"So what's their backup plan?" I asked. My question was met with a stony silence from both Slow and Baron, who cast a sorrowful glance in my direction. At least now I understood the robot's earlier statement about everyone on board being likely to die. "No," I said flatly to their unstated response.
"Your safety is our first priority,"
Baron said.
"Also, we must disengage immediately,"
Slow added.
"I estimate that the damage from the initial blast will induce a series of subsequent explosions that will completely fragment the ship."
"I'm sorry, Highness,"
Baron said with a voice full of melancholy,
"but we can't save them."
I shook my head angrily. "No, we're not leaving anyone behind. I forbid you to separate us from the ship until I give you the green light." I didn't wait to see if my order would be obeyed or even acknowledged. Instead, I teleported back to the corridor that led to the observation deck. Smoke was still billowing into the hallway when I popped in. Combined with the emergency lights and wailing alarm, it almost gave the impression that I was at an edgy rock concert instead of a starship that was either going to explode in space or crash into the planet below. I shifted into superspeed, causing the world around me to slip into slow motion. Then, zipping through the ship, I began teleporting everyone I saw to my quarters. With time being of the essence, I didn't even bother with doors, which would only have slowed me down if I had to wait for them to open. Instead, I simply phased, passing through walls like a ghost. It took me about a minute to traverse the length and breadth of the ship. I cycled my vision over to the infrared in order to better see through the smoke. I also stretched out my empathic senses. That way, even if I missed someone visually, I would at least feel them by dint of their emotions, fear, anxiety, dread, and so on. Ultimately, I ended up teleporting every living soul I could find, about 50 people, back to my suite. I'm sure they were somewhat baffled by the sudden change in scenery, but I trusted Slow and Baron to explain things to them. I made a second jaunt through the ship, but found no one else who needed rescuing. I did, however, have one experience that was a little jolting. As I was dashing down a hallway, I involuntarily shifted back to normal speed. It only lasted about half a second, but it was enough to put me on edge as I reflected back on Mouse's warnings about the crown's side effects, and tried not to think about what would happen if I lost my powers while halfway phased through a wall. The only other noteworthy event was that I had the sad misfortune of coming across about a half-dozen bodies near an area of twisted burning metal and debris that I assumed must have been the engine room. Presumably they were people who had been standing too close when the initial explosion occurred. After that, satisfied that I had done all that I could at the moment, I teleported back to my quarters. "Now, Baron!" I shouted as soon as I appeared, startling several members of the crew who were nearby. They immediately stepped back, opening a path between me and the courier while simultaneously lowering their eyes. I took advantage of the deference they were showing me and dashed over to where Baron was finalizing the separation sequence. The entire suite shuddered as normally dormant engines suddenly roared to life, accompanied by the creak of rusty metallic clamps opening and the sibilant sound of gas being ejected through exhaust manifolds. With a bit of a jerk that caused a few crew members to squeal in fright, we began to move away from the ship. A large square of metal paneling slid aside on the wall next to the control panel, revealing an observation pane roughly 3 by 5 feet in size. Through it, I could see the stars, bright pinpoints of light on a field of sable. As our escape vessel, which is what my suite now seemed to be, changed direction, this scene gave way to a view of the planetscape of my grandmother's homeworld. There was a sudden outburst from behind me, and I realized with a start that many of the crew were cheering, happy that they were going to survive. Their euphoria, however, was short-lived as a few seconds later, my suite was rocked by what felt like giant blows from a celestial hammer. Almost everyone except Slow was knocked off their feet as we began spinning wildly like an out-of-control gyroscope. Screaming in distress, people slid crazily across the floor in ragdoll fashion, as did much of the furniture in the room. I floated up into the air, trying to stay stationary in order to gather my thoughts while everything else whirled about. I then noticed Slow moving toward me.
"Pardon me, Prince Jordago,"
the robot said, extending a hand in my direction. I suddenly realized that I was blocking the control panel, or rather blocking it every second or so as the ship continued rotating around me. Regardless, I floated aside and Slow began manipulating the controls. Slowly, the room began to stop spinning. Likewise, the crew's terrified screams started to diminish as people gingerly began coming to their feet. "What happened?" I asked as Baron, who had been tossed to the other side of the room, hurried back over to us.
"The primary ship exploded,"
the courier replied, taking over at the control panel.
"Apparently, while we were still within the blast radius."
"True,"
Slow added.
"Fortunately, I was able to stabilize us. Otherwise, we might have gone spinning uncontrollably into the planet's atmosphere."
An incredible wave of relief washed over me. "So we're safe?"
"I regret to report that such is not the case,"
Slow said.
"The force of the explosion still has us headed towards Kalis."
I shook my head, not comprehending. "Isn't that a good thing?"
"Under normal circumstances, Highness, it would be,"
Baron answered.
"In the present instance, such is not the case, as it appears that the controls have been damaged."
"What?" I asked in surprise. "How?"
"Shrapnel from the explosion,"
Slow declared.
"From what I can detect, it destroyed one of the engines, perforated the hull in various locations, and destroyed the master relay terminal. Thus, while we still have power, we lack the ability to control anything."
"Can't we make repairs?" I asked. Baron shook his head.
"There's no time. We'll be entering the planet's atmosphere in moments."
I turned to the observation pane, hoping to get a visual to go along with what I was hearing, but it was completely dark.
"It's not a true window,"
Baron said in answer to my unasked question.
"An external device is used to broadcast images to the pane for you to observe."
"Great. So we're flying blind," I said.
Technically, Prince, we are adrift,
Slow corrected.
although we are now entering the atmosphere at a less than optimal angle.
I was nonplussed. What does that mean?
It means that this vessel will burn up as we head down to the planet,
Said a voice near my shoulder. I turned to find a short, rotund man there, dressed in the uniform of one of the crewmen. After a moment, I recognized him. He was, or rather had been, captain of the ship that had brought me from Earth, and which had just exploded. What was his name? Ventral? No, Ventrua. Go on, I said to Captain Ventrua, who had apparently been listening to the conversation between me and my two companions.
If the angle of entry is too steep,
The captain said.
the friction created between a spaceship and the planet's atmosphere will be too great. It will fry the vessel to a cinder.
And that's our issue, I surmised.
Correct,
Baron said.
Ordinarily, we would have shields to combat the problem. But with the controls damaged, we can't activate them.
What about calling for help? I asked.
They'd never reach us in time.
Captain Ventrua stated plainly. Well, there must be something we can do, I said.
There's something you can do, my prince,
Baron said.
Your quarters come equipped with a spacesuit.
Forget it, I said flatly. I'm not taking off to save my own hide while everyone else here gets barbecued.
But, Highness,
Slow began. No buts, I declared. I'm not leaving. We need to think of something else, and we need to do it now. As if to endorse this statement, the angle of the floor changed slightly, with the incline modestly increasing. And although it might have only been my imagination, I thought I sensed a slight uptick in our speed, indicating that we were now caught in the planet's gravitational pull. If the others noticed these subtle changes, they didn't say anything. My hope was that they were trying to come up with a solution rather than just raggedly accepting their fate, which they seemed to have no problem doing. On my part, I was trying to figure out if any of my powers could be of any use. It didn't take long to separate the wheat from the chaff in terms of which of my abilities had the most utility under the current circumstances. Quite a few of them, such as invisibility and shapeshifting, just weren't able to provide enough benefit to get us out of our current predicament. In fact, only two seemed capable of tipping the scales in our favor: my phasing ability and teleportation. With respect to the former, I felt confident that I could phase everyone, the entire vessel in fact, so that the heat of re-entry would not harm us. However, the fact that I had lost my super speed just a short time earlier, even if for only half a second, had left me a little gun-shy. What if my powers failed in the middle of the descent? How long would it take for the heat to roast everyone inside? No, I couldn't take the chance. That left teleportation. It was instantaneous, so there was practically no risk of a catastrophic failure of my power. It would either work, or it wouldn't. The problem, however, was that I had no place to teleport us to. Teleporters typically only teleport to places where they have been, locations that they have firmly fixed in their minds. That presented a dilemma at the moment, because I had never even set foot on my grandmother's home planet. Thus, teleporting somewhere down there seemed out of the question. That left Earth, but it was light years away. Moreover, I had never teleported anyone or anything that far before, and this didn't seem like the proper time to conduct that particular experiment. I did teleport an object across dimensions once, but I had been delusional at the time and wasn't even sure how I'd accomplished it. The slope of the floor increased again, this time at a steeper angle. Also, there was no denying the fact that we were now moving a lot faster than we were before. Last but not least, the room was starting to get warm. I groaned in frustration. Right now, I was almost willing to try anything, even teleporting back to Earth. The planet below was a better bet in that it was closer, but I didn't have any images of it in my head. That thought trailed off as inspiration suddenly struck. "Slow," I said, noting that my suite was starting to tremble like it was caught in an earthquake. "Can you still access those live images you showed me before?"
Certainly, he said. The satellites and other surveillance devices are still functioning, and I can still interface with them.
I smiled inwardly. "Great! Give me a picture of something live.
Of course, Prince. What in particular would you like to see?
Anything, as long as it's live.
Perhaps another scene from the House Nonpareil.
Yes, I screamed, lowering my body temperature as the heat started to rise. Whatever, just show me something now. A second later, Slow was once again projecting an image of the banquet preparations on the lawn. From what I could see, additional progress had been made in that plates were now set on several tables along with glasses. However, I focused more on the scene, visualizing it in my mind as if I were actually there. Everybody crowd in, I yelled to no one in particular. Get close! Nobody had to be told twice. I'm not sure if they knew what I was going to do, but they were keenly aware of the fact that I was about to try something. And with the walls starting to get hotter, they didn't need much egging to move collectively toward the center of the room. I glanced around, making sure I got a lock on everyone there with my power, and at the last second, including the DNA lux sequencer, almost as an afterthought. Then, taking a last look at the holographic scene being displayed, I teleported us. Chapter 3. I learned later that my sweet-come-escape vessel got blasted out of the sky mere minutes before it was about to crash. Apparently, it had been headed for a populated area, and when no one aboard answered any hails, some official somewhere made the decision to blow it to pieces. As to those who had been aboard, I managed to teleport us safely to the grounds of my ancestral home, the House Nonpareil. In fairness, it was less than a pinpoint landing, and half of those in our little group ended up falling on their keisters. Our sudden appearance scared the dickens out of the servants there, and if not for Baron, who was known to them, they quite likely would have called security on us. In fact, Baron essentially took charge once we arrived, dismissing Slow, much to my surprise, making arrangements for a transport to come for the ship's crew and calling for a medic for me. They must have had a physician on staff because a few minutes later, a slight fellow of medium height came racing toward us from the direction of the castle, followed by a floating contraption that turned out to be some kind of mobile, all-in-one medical and surgical kit. He wore a tunic of deep purple emblazoned with a golden emblem depicting a binary star system, which I understood to be the equivalent of a caduceus symbol among my grandmother's people. The doctor headed straight for me. When he was a few feet away, he stopped and made a weird gesture with his hands that I recognized as a sign of obeisance. For a moment, I wondered how he knew who I was, and then I realized I was still wearing the crown, among other things.
Prince Jardigo, he began, I am Marbazal of the Royal League of Physicians. Will you permit me to examine you?
I hesitated only a moment before answering. Yes. Which Mabazal acknowledged with a short nod. He then turned to the side and flicked his wrist, tossing something onto an open grassy area nearby. I focused on what the doctor had thrown to the ground. It appeared to be a tiny cube of clear plastic. Without warning, it began to expand in size, seeming to unfold and swell, like an inflatable jumper at a kid's birthday party. As it grew larger, its coloring began to change, becoming darker, as if the material it was made of was polarized in some way. When it was roughly 10 by 10 feet in size, as well as height, the cube ceased expanding. By this time, its growth spurt had caused one side of the cube to almost reach the spot where the doctor and I were standing. Out of curiosity, I reached out to touch it. To my surprise, it felt a lot harder than I would have suspected after watching it unfold, almost like steel. At the same time, as if triggered by the contact, an opening suddenly appeared in what had been the smooth and seamless face of the cube. Not quite sure what to make of all this, I turned to Mabazal, one eyebrow raised. He stared at me expectantly for a moment, then held up a hand in my direction in which he gripped an unusual octagonal device that seemed to be nothing more than a thin piece of metal with various diodes dotting the surface on one side. With his other hand, he gestured for me to enter the cube, saying,
If you would be so kind, Prince.
I assumed that the object Mabazal held was some kind of medical scanner, and with that observation came sudden insight as to the purpose of the cube. It was to provide me with privacy while the doctor checked me out.
We were still outside, where numerous servants, among others, were still bustling about. Thus, it seemed safe to go inside, but I glanced at Baron for reassurance. The courier gave a brief nod in response to my inquisitive look, and I was just about to enter the cube when I noticed the ship's crew over Baron's shoulder. "No, them first," I said, nodding in the direction of the crew. Mabazal blinked, and a blank look came across his face, as if he hadn't understood what I'd said.
"Pardon, my prince?"
"The crew," I said. "Attend to them first." Apparently treating commoners was close to verboten among royal physicians, because Mabazal didn't seem to care for my last statement. In fact, he looked aghast, as if I'd just asked him to French kiss a king cobra.
"My apologies, Highness," he began. "But my charge is only to treat members of the royal—"
"I don't care," I declared, somewhat forcefully. "These people got injured while in service to me. I want them taken care of." Mabazal opened his mouth as if to continue protesting, but something in my face obviously conveyed to him that I would brook no further argument on the subject. With eyes downcast, he stepped away from me and toward the crew, with the mobile medical kit following him. For a moment I wondered if I'd been too curt with him, and pondered if my brusque attitude was the result of the mental balloon continuing to expand in my brain. I turned to put the question to Baron and caught him giving me an appraising glance. Emotionally, I felt him emanating admiration and esteem. Apparently, he approved of the way I'd handled the good doctor. Baron excused himself, leaving in order to address an issue of some sort, so I turned my attention back to Mabazal, who was now tending to the ship's crew. He treated them like a leper colony, acting almost as if he were afraid to touch them, but treat them he did. First, he'd release the little octagonal disc which would float above the head of each crewman, apparently checking for injury and ailments. When it was finished, it would float back to the doctor's hand. The mobile medical contraption would then produce whatever was needed to treat the patient, a pill, a syringe full of medicine, and so on. I later learned that the disc simultaneously transferred data scanned from the patient to the mobile medic, which then came up with a diagnosis and prescribed a remedy. The doctor was basically just there to perform the ministerial task of administering treatment, although technically he was supposed to confirm the diagnosis. I had been watching Mabazal in action for a few minutes when a familiar voice sounded a few feet to the side of me.
"Thank you,"
said Captain Ventrua, inclining his head towards Mabazal.
"On behalf of myself and my crew."
I gave him a cheerful nod. "It's the least I could do."
"It's more than could have been expected," he replied. "There are few among the highborn who would allow their royal physician to treat plebeians, let alone insist on it. Fewer still would have wasted a thought on saving us from a crashing ship."
I shrugged. It's what I've been trained to do back on my world.
"Regardless, we are in your debt,"
the captain said. There was a certain weight to his words and a solemnity in his voice that made me realize this wasn't just idle talk. I was about to comment on it when Mabazal showed up.
"As commanded, I have treated the injured among the crewmen,"
the physician said. He then gestured towards the cube once more.
"Now, with your permission, Prince?"
I nodded and then stepped inside the cube, followed by Mabazal and the mobile medic. The door vanished after they entered, leaving the wall bare and smooth once more. The interior was illuminated by a light source I couldn't identify. It was as if the cube's interior surfaces were luminescent themselves. Also, while opaque on the outside, from the inside I could still see through the walls of the cube like a two-way mirror. Mabazal went to work almost immediately after we stepped inside. A few seconds later, the octagonal disc was hovering above my head, scanning me. In all honesty, this was undiscovered country for me in a certain sense. I could count on one hand the number of times I'd been to a hospital or been treated by a doctor. Back on Earth, there had been a pretty good reason for being circumspect in that regard. Being part alien, I was wary of ending up on a lab table, getting dissected without the benefit of anesthetic. Here among my grandmother's people, I assumed that my status afforded me some level of protection. At least I hoped it did. Plus, with the crown apparently affecting my powers and the odd bubble in my brain, I thought it wouldn't hurt to get a clean bill of health. From my perspective, the disc seemed to linger over me for a significant period of time, although it was probably no more than a few minutes. During that time, through the transparent walls, I saw Baron return to where he'd left me. Captain Ventrua had nonchalantly stepped back when Mabazal returned from examining the crew, and then slipped away so unobtrusively that I almost hadn't noticed when he'd left. The courier stared at the cube, clearly deducing that I was inside. Judging from the way his eyes darted about, it was plainly evident that he couldn't see into the interior. I shot Baron a telepathic message telling him it was okay to come inside. He hesitated slightly, as if unsure, and then extended his hand toward one of the cube walls. A door appeared, and a moment later the courier joined us, just as the disc was floating back to the doctor's hand. Based on what I had previously observed, I now expected the mobile unit to supply Mabazal with some sort of medicament to administer, even though I felt fine. Once in Mabazal's possession, however, the scanner let out a trio of small, sharp chirps, and then projected into the air above it a holographic image of numerous strange symbols inside a rectangle. Mabazal stared at the symbols intently, and a moment later they began scrolling up on the holographic display like a teleprompter. It only took me a second to figure out that this was some type of medical chart showcasing information about the state of my health. From the way Mabazal studied the information, accompanied by occasional grunts of interest, or surprise, it wasn't clear whether there was a problem or not. After about a minute, I began to grow a little concerned. Maybe I wasn't as healthy as I felt. "What's the verdict?" I finally asked.
What?
Mabazal asked, my question seemingly catching him off guard. Apparently, he had become so engrossed in the display that he'd forgotten that he had an actual patient present. That said, he recovered quickly. The physician took a moment to clear his throat before speaking.
My apologies. From what I can tell, there are numerous genetic markers which are indicative not only of Collegian heredity, but also high lineage and exalted pedigree.
I frowned, slightly confused. Meaning? One corner of Baron's mouth tilted up into a slight smile.
Meaning that you are what you purport to be, a member of the royal house.
I grunted in annoyance. I hadn't realized it was up for debate. Although neither of the two men chose to comment on my statement, I picked up feelings of stress and anxiety, particularly from the doctor. Apparently, he was concerned that he had vexed me in some way. I let out a long sigh and then, hoping to put him at ease, said, "I'm sorry, Mabazal. Please continue."
Of course, Prince, the physician replied, relief flooding through him. In addition to Collegian traits, there is also sufficient evidence in your anatomical structure to identify your Terran origins.
Wait, I said, brow crinkling in thought. You're familiar with human anatomy?
Of course, Mabazal announced matter-of-factly. We studied the people of Earth centuries ago and have a complete understanding of them biologically.
So your expertise extends to both Collegians and Earthlings, I said deductively. Well, bearing in mind that you haven't called for a crash cart, is it safe to assume that there's nothing wrong with me? The physician hesitated for a moment and then said,
I don't know.
I'm sure the incredulity showed on my face, and I certainly didn't try to keep it out of my voice as I thundered, "What do you mean you don't know?" Mabazal winced slightly at my tone, but responded in a steady voice.
Frankly speaking, I'm not qualified to answer the question, he said. I'm not sure anyone is.
I shook my head in disbelief. You're going to have to explain that.
Your physiology is singular, to say the least, the physician said. The synthesis of Collegian genes and Terran DNA has resulted in an amalgam that diverges in significant ways from either autochthonous species.
Such as? I asked.
For starters, Mabazal answered, you have organs and systems that I can't discern the purpose of. I don't know if their functions help or hinder, if they make you sick or make you well, if they shorten your lifespan or lengthen it.
In other words, I concluded, you don't know if I'm going to drop dead in the next 10 seconds or live forever.
In essence, yes, the doctor said with a nod. I have no standard or baseline to serve as an exemplar. That being the case, I can't even determine what is rare or common with respect to this type of hybridization.
Amalgam? Hybridization? I was really starting to dislike the way this guy kept referring to me in the abstract, and it took quite an amount of effort to keep a civil tongue in my head.
Forgive me, Baron interjected. But are you saying that should he require medical attention, you wouldn't be able to treat Prince Jodigo?
I could treat him, the doctor countered. I simply don't know if I could treat him effectively, because, in this case, I simply don't know what constitutes the norm.
So what you're really saying is that you're useless, I concluded. At least when it comes to me.
I wouldn't characterize it in that manner, Mabazol said, frowning. However, the entire discussion becomes moot if we could establish benchmark criteria for what constitutes your normal physical condition, Prince.
What would that entail?
Baron asked.
Extensive observation of Prince Jodigo to begin with, the doctor answered.
Alarm bells started going off in my brain. You mean like a study? Mabazol nodded.
Very much so.
Forget it, I said flatly. I wouldn't even truck with human physicians, whom I'd be much more comfortable with back on Earth. There was no way I was letting some alien sawbones get his hands on me for a prolonged period of time.
Please, my prince,
Baron said pleadingly, exuding uncertainty and concern.
I beg you to reconsider.
It didn't take a genius to figure out the source of the courier's unease. He was worried that, should I be injured, no one would know how to treat me. Baron, you are to be commended for your sentiments, I said. Nevertheless, this is something I can't agree to. Still broadcasting mild misgivings, the courier nodded in acquiescence.
As you wish.
I turned to Mabazol. Are we done?
If you will indulge me once more, my prince, the doctor replied, after taking a few seconds to mull things over. While I can't treat you with respect to those things I don't understand, I can certainly address issues that are plainly problematic and primarily cosmetic.
I shook my head, nonplussed. I'm not sure I follow you. The doctor looked a little nervous, as if afraid to speak. He glanced at Baron imploringly.
Your ears, the courier said. He's speaking of your ears, Highness.
For a second, I wasn't sure what he was talking about, and then I remembered that my ears were rounded, not pointed and elfin like the Collegians. My mother had ears like them, part of her heritage from my alien grandmother, so I was used to seeing ears like theirs and found nothing unusual or unsettling about it. The reverse, of course, was far from true. During the early part of our journey from Earth, I would occasionally catch members of Captain Ventrua's crew giving me an odd look. Baron later confirmed that it was because of my ears. He basically said I looked like I had been disfigured. Eventually, the crew seemed to adjust to my strange appearance. The stares dwindled, and I pretty much forgot about it. Until now. I appreciate the offer, Doc, I said, but no thanks.
In that case, the doctor said, unless you have some specific ailment you'd like me to address, I'm going to assume you are fine.
Well, I said, I do have one issue. I then proceeded to tell him about the mental balloon that was expanding in my brain.
Is it causing you pain?
Mabazol asked when I finished. I shook my head in the negative.
Then, as before, I'm going to posit that you are in good health.
Chapter 4. 2 minutes after Mabazol pronounced me fit, I was on my way to the house Nonpareil, marching towards the castle with Baron beside me. As the name suggested, it was a stately edifice, with an external appearance that suggested more than a hint of age, elegance, and opulence. In terms of size, it was larger than the ritzy mansion my father, Alpha Prime, owned back on Earth, which was saying quite a lot. As we approached, the entrance, comprised of two massive doors, was swung open by liveried servants. Stepping across the threshold, we found ourselves in a foyer that opened up into an immense hall that was reminiscent of a grand cathedral, with high sloping arches and towering stone pillars. A bevy of individuals, presumably part of the household staff, hustled to and fro, focused on carrying out their daily duties. And waiting for us just a few feet away was Slow. "So this is where you disappeared to," I said to the robot.
I was required to make my report,
Slow replied. My brow wrinkled at his comment. Presumably he meant reporting to my grandmother, but before I could ask the question, Baron spoke.
"Please forgive me, Prince, but we must part ways here,"
he said. "You're leaving?" I asked, somewhat dolefully. Not counting the robotic Slow, Baron was literally the only friend I had within light years.
"My charge was to see you safely within these walls," the courier explained. "Other matters now call for my attention, but I will rejoin you as soon as opportunity permits."
"Please do," I said sincerely. Baron inclined his head in acknowledgement.
"Until then, I leave you in Slow's capable hands."
With that, he walked away, heading to a nearby corridor. I briefly wondered what duties were calling him away, but had my thoughts interrupted by Slow.
Do you require a respite, Highness?
The robot inquired.
Your quarters have been—
Waving a hand, I cut him off. "I'm fine. I think I just want to see my grandmother."
Certainly,
Slow said.
But first, we should have your attendance
"I told you before, no attendance," I declared, referencing a conversation we'd had on the starship that had brought me to Kalis. I had made it clear early in the voyage that I didn't want or need servants waiting on me. It made me feel weird. Apparently it was a statement that needed repeating.
But,
the robot began, still trying to argue its position. "No buts," I said. "I'm fine doing things on my own. Now just take me to my grandmother." Slow seemed to take a moment for reflection, then stated,
Very well. Please, follow me.
Without waiting to see if I would comply, the robot then turned and began moving through the hall at a moderately rapid clip, making for a neighboring passageway. I didn't have to shift into super speed, but had to move at a faster than normal pace in order to keep up. Had he been human, I would have sworn he was upset with me. The path we took cut through numerous rooms and corridors, and in almost no time I was having trouble remembering the route we'd taken from the entrance. Just to engage Slow, I pointed to what appeared to be a mural, a seascape of some sort, on the wall of a room we were passing through, and asked about it.
Ah,
said the robot.
That is a vista painted by one of your ancestors, who in her day was an acclaimed artist.
My companion then launched into a detailed overview of the mural and its creator while I stood there, nodding mutely at appropriate junctures. After that, Slow slipped into teaching mode, moving through various areas of the castle at a more leisurely pace as he pointed out numerous articles of interest and detailing their histories. I paid only cursory attention to what he was saying for the most part, although I couldn't help but note that many of the items he singled out were incredibly valuable. However, it wasn't an ostentatious or conspicuous display of wealth. Instead, I found the interior of the House Nonpareil to be tastefully luxurious without being overbearing. We were nearing our destination, a bulky set of ornate doors that appeared to be hand-carved from some exotic wood, when I noticed something familiar. We were passing through a drawing room at the time, with a large set of windows that overlooked the area where the outdoor banquet was being prepared for me. There, in an alcove next to one of the windows, was the DNA Lux sequencer. I was so surprised I simply stopped in my tracks. Frankly speaking, I hadn't even thought about the thing since teleporting down to the planet. Moreover, as conspicuous as it was, I couldn't even recall seeing what had happened to it after we arrived. Yet somehow it had gained entry to the castle and found a niche in which to park itself.
The Bayobona Onufrot,
Slows said, calling the device by what I understood to be its formal name. It had taken the robot a second to realize that I was no longer walking beside him, at which point he had doubled back. "Did someone bring it inside?" I asked. I didn't even notice.
"It is the Beobona Onufrot,"
the robot repeated, as if that explained everything.
"Its movements, not to mention its intent, are not always discernible."
"You speak as if it's alive," I said. Slow merely turned and resumed advancing toward the doors that marked the end of our trek. I followed quickly in his wake, leaving behind for now my questions about the Beobona, which, now that I thought about it, struck me as a much more palatable name. Slow came to a halt a few feet from the doors, and then announced,
"The Princess Indargo is inside, practicing the Sivstrom with her cousin."
I frowned, focusing on the term Slow had used. If I understood correctly, it referred to some sort of training or exercise. "Are you saying she's busy?" I asked testily. "If that's the case, why'd we waste time coming here?" I was feeling flustered, more so than I should have been. On some level, I realized that the agitation was in large part caused by the odd mental balloon continuing to inflate, but I didn't care. I simply felt the need to vent, and Slow was the closest thing at hand. Fortunately, he didn't seem to note my frustration.
"We are early,"
Slow said.
"Teleporting us directly to the House Non-Purell shaved significant time off our itinerary. Thus, we have arrived before we were expected, and at a time when your grandmother is otherwise engaged. Nevertheless, you may enter."
I raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you sure? You said just a moment ago she was preoccupied with this Sivstrom thing."
"Yes,"
he replied.
"However, your grandmother left instructions that you should join her at your earliest convenience, regardless of what other business she might be attending to."
"Oh," I muttered sheepishly. It seemed that coming here hadn't been a complete waste of time after all. Apparently, I owed Slow an apology. I stared at the doors, working up the courage to go inside. Needless to say, I was nervous. I'd heard stories of my grandmother my entire life, but she'd taken on this kind of ethereal quality in my mind, as if she wasn't quite real. In truth, I guess I hadn't ever really expected to meet her. And now it was happening. "Come on," I said to myself. "This is what you crossed the depths of space for. This is why you left your family, your planet." I took a deep breath and then opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 5. I closed the door behind me as quietly as possible. The room, which was about 30 by 30 feet in size, had only 2 occupants, both of whom were Collegian women. They stood facing each other, maybe 4 yards apart, near the center of the room. Both seemed to be concentrating intently, and an odd mental energy, taut and constrictive, filled the air. I knew almost immediately what was happening. They were telepathically sparring, battling with each other on an extrasensory level. It was something that I had much experience with, as my grandfather had spent many long hours doing the same with me as my mental powers developed. I stayed near the doors so as not to interfere, and took a moment to size up the combatants. One of the women currently had her back to me. I couldn't see her face, of course, but I had an angular view of her profile, which indicated that she was young. Lithe and graceful, she also had long dark hair that was pulled back into a ponytail. I had a more direct view of the other woman. She was older, with white hair done up in a matronly bun atop her head. Her face was only mildly wrinkled, but exhibited a stern, no-nonsense expression. Her bleak, humorless eyes flicked slightly in my direction for a moment, flashing red, clearly indicating anger or irritation, before fixating on the other woman again. Even without using my empathic abilities, I picked up a vibe of cold formality from her. This, then, was apparently my grandmother. All in all, I had to admit to being somewhat disappointed. Physically, she bore little likeness to the woman I had seen in the photos my grandfather kept of his cherished wife, although I admittedly could see a family resemblance to my mother in the cheeks and jawline. But that's not uncommon. As people get older, their appearance can change dramatically. That, however, was not what bothered me. No, what left me disenchanted was that, from what I could sense of her personality, she was a far cry from the lively, animated woman I'd heard about my entire life. It wasn't clear how much longer the two women would be locking horns, so I took a few moments to gaze around the room. It was an interior space with no windows to speak of. A massive rug, embroidered with some kind of floral motif, rested in the center of the room and took up much of the floor space. Several couches and chairs were littered throughout the place as well, along with a number of triangular-shaped tables. There were a number of odd items that I couldn't positively classify as either art, decorations, or furniture, or possibly something else. To be honest, I couldn't quite figure out the room's intended purpose, but then again, it was designed by and for an alien culture. After about a minute, the tension I'd felt in the air seemed to dissolve. Moreover, the two women seemed to visibly relax, indicating that the Sivstrom was over. My grandmother glanced at me with something akin to a scowl, but said nothing. It was a lukewarm reception at best. Nevertheless, I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. After all, the woman had been separated from immediate family for decades. I began walking in her direction, grinning cheerfully and at the same time reaching out to give her a telepathic hug. A moment later, I was hit with a mental backlash so powerful that I almost staggered, like someone had hit me on the noggin with a mallet. I put a hand to my temple and shook my head slightly to clear my thoughts, but I had an intuitive understanding of what had just happened. My grandmother had telepathically walloped me, giving me the mental equivalent of a backslap, which was made all the worse by the fact that it had been completely unexpected. Emotionally, fury and indignation were surging from my grandmother in tidal waves, and she looked at me as though I were a giant mutated tick that had tried to latch onto her neck. Hesitant to reach out to her again, I stood there, trying to get a sense of exactly what I'd done wrong. At that moment, I empathically detected a high level of mirth and, now that I was paying attention, could hear a long stream of feminine giggling. I looked toward the young woman who had turned to face me and now had a hand up to her mouth to hide what was nigh hysterical laughter. Because of her hand, I still couldn't get a good look at her, but something about her seemed incredibly familiar. A few seconds later, the young woman dropped her hand, at which point I received my second shock of the past few minutes. She was still laughing merrily, but her face... I'd seen it thousands of times over the years, in photos with my grandfather, in news articles with the Alpha League superhero team, in snapshots with my mother when she was an infant. In fact, she bore a remarkable resemblance to my mother. They weren't likely to be mistaken as twins, but they could certainly pass for sisters. But it couldn't be. Could it? Finally exerting control over herself, but still grinning, the young woman turned to the old lady and, gesturing in my direction, said, "Dear Cousin Fessinin, please allow me to present my thrice child, Prince Jordigo." Chapter 6. Although surprised, it was with no small amount of relief that I realized that it was the young woman, not the mean-spirited old shrew, who was actually my grandmother. On her part, Fessinin, who it turns out was more like my grandmother's fourth cousin, seemed disturbed that the familial relationship was not more distant. Her response to Indigo's introduction of me was a soft grunt of acknowledgement, and then she bade my grandmother a hasty goodbye and left. As the door closed behind Fessinin, I glanced around diffidently, essentially avoiding eye contact with my grandmother, who I could sense was still smiling. After the reaction I'd gotten from her cousin, I wasn't quite sure what to expect, or what was expected of me. "Well, don't just stand there," Indigo said after a few seconds, her voice still full of merriment. "Come give me a hug." I shambled forward as she simultaneously moved towards me with arms outstretched. Timidly, I put my arms around her as she embraced me at the same time. It was awkward only for a moment, and then it just felt natural. A grandparent and grandchild sharing a touching moment. That said, her hug was fierce, showing an unexpected strength that belied her appearance. At the same time, I felt a spate of cogent love and towering affection flowing from my grandmother like a deluge. I realized then that she wasn't just hugging me in this moment. She was also hugging my grandfather through the decades of her absence, and my mother, whom she never truly got to nurture. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, although it seemed much longer, and then my grandmother gave me a peck on the cheek and took a step back. "Now," she said, holding me at arm's length, "let me have a look at you." I stood still as she looked me up and down. Her eyes darted about my face, seeming to study everything. My eyes, nose, chin, lips. "I see much of your grandfather in you," she finally said. I gave her a bright smile. "Thank you." "Your father is well," she added, to which I replied with only an affirmative grunt. "And me?" Indigo asked. "Am I what you expected?" "Clearly not," I answered, "since I confused you with sweet, adorable Fessenden." That caused another peal of laughter to ring out from my grandmother. "Yes, we are not quite as affectionate as the people of Earth, but even among Calesians, Fessenden is known as something of a—" She tilted her head to the side for a moment, searching for the right phrase. "Cold fish." I laughed, as her use of the idiom was spot on, in my opinion. "Also," she went on, "it seems that no one told you about Calesian lifespans. We live about 5 times as long as Earthlings." I nodded. That certainly explained a lot, such as why my own mother looked far younger than her actual age. "Wait a minute," I said, eyes narrowing. "Did Gramps know that?" "Gramps?" she repeated, looking a little confused. Then understanding dawned on her. "Oh, you mean John? Yes, he knew that I would age far slower than he would, but it didn't matter to us." "No?" I asked, surprised. "Then what—" She laughed, cutting me off. "I know you must have questions, and I promise to answer them all. But first, I think you have something for me." I frowned. I had no idea what she was talking about, so I waited for her to explain. Instead, she gently raised a hand to my temple, then closed her eyes. Telepathically, I felt her reaching inside my mind, gently searching for something. Mildly wary, I lowered my mental defenses, letting her in. After that, it took her scant seconds to find what she was looking for. The mental balloon that had been expanding in my brain. Like a skilled surgeon, she gently excised it from my mind. At the same time, I felt the pressure that had been building up in my head dissipate, and I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. I understood then what the balloon was, an encapsulated message, presumably from my grandfather. He had used me to convey a communique to her across space. Eyes still closed, my grandmother seemed to sway for a moment. I reached over and grabbed her arm to steady her. "Thank you," she said, her eyes flickering open briefly. Looking around the room, I spied a couch that looked comfortable and began guiding her towards it. Once we reached it, she didn't need much urging to take a seat. Pulling up a nearby chair, I sat down in front of her, ready to catch her should she start to fall. My grandmother simply sat there, eyes still shuttered. For the next 30 minutes, I was privy to an odd showcase of affectivity, as Indigo seemed to flit through a gamut of emotions, occasionally laughing, sometimes crying, frowning in displeasure one moment, gasping in surprise the next. I understood what was happening. Gramps hadn't merely used me to ferry a simple missive to his long-absent wife. His message had contained decades of memories, thoughts, and feelings in a compressed form, which were now washing over my grandmother like a deluge. After about half an hour, the emotional roller coaster my grandmother was on slowly ground to a halt as she came back to herself. Still, she sat there quietly for several minutes afterwards, staring into space and wiping away a few last tears. Once or twice I saw her eyes flash a soft violet, indicating sadness or melancholy. I simply sat there quietly, waiting until she felt ready to speak again. At long last, she drew in a deep breath, and then let it out slowly as she turned towards me.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, wiping away a final tear.
"I should have more control than that."
"It's okay," I said. "There's no shame in crying after what you just experienced."
"No,"
she said, shaking her head.
"It's not the tears. I'm fine with crying. It's my eyes. I shouldn't let them display my emotions so blatantly."
I nodded in understanding. The eyes of Calicians change color to reflect their mood. However, most are able to suppress the effect. In fact, until my encounter with Fessenden, I had practically forgotten that it was a feature of their biology because I had so seldom seen it happen since leaving Earth. "So how long does it take to learn to control that ability?" I asked.
"What, our eyes? Most Calicians learn to do it at a very early age, especially members of the royal house. It's of little benefit to have others constantly able to read you because of an involuntary display of emotion."
"But Mom isn't able to do it."
"Because there was no one there to teach her. And it's one of the things that saddens me."
She suddenly looked both downcast and pensive.
"I wasn't there for her, my little Geneva. There's so much that I've missed."
I reached out and gently placed my hand on hers. "It's okay. Mom doesn't hold anything against you or blame you in any way."
"I know. She told me."
I sat straight up, taken completely by surprise. "She told you? How?" I stopped before I could complete the question, the answer coming to me almost unbidden. "The message in my head," I concluded. "It wasn't just from Gramps. Mom stuck something in there too." Indigo smiled.
"Very good. You have impressive instincts."
"I don't understand," I said, shaking my head. "Why didn't Mom and Gramps just tell me what they were doing?"
"Probably because there were things in their messages of a very personal nature. Things only meant to be shared between husband and wife, between mother and daughter."
"But I wouldn't have looked," I insisted.
"Of course not,"
Indigo agreed.
"At least not intentionally."
I concentrated, trying to make sense of my grandmother's words. "Are you saying that somehow I could have unintentionally gained access to the messages meant for you?"
"You have a strong mind and powerful telepathic abilities,"
Indigo said, giving me a frank stare.
"Had you known about them, you could possibly have subconsciously pecked at the memory capsules until they revealed their contents. As it was, you had already worn the mental covering on them thin."
"Not intentionally," I stressed. "I was just trying to figure out what this odd sensation was in my head."
"Well, no harm done,"
she said with a smile. "How do you even know they were there?" I asked. As before, the answer came to me almost intuitively. "Of course, you guys have done this before." Indigo laughed.
"Yes, me and your grandfather, but obviously not in a long time. Apparently, it's a skill your mother picked up as well."
She left the rest unstated, but I knew the question she wanted to ask. Why wasn't this something I knew how to do as well? Or maybe she already knew the answer and was simply being politic. In truth, while I am a telepath, there are limits to what I can do on that front. Specifically, while I can scan surface thoughts easily, I can't plumb the depths of another person's brain. That being the case, it rules out the ability to plant a mental memory capsule deeply in someone else's mind.
"John did well with my little Geneva,"
Indigo said, interrupting my thoughts.
"You too. I so wish I could have been a part of things."
There was silence for a moment, and then I asked the question that 3 generations of my family, my grandfather, my mother, and me, wanted the answer to. "Why did you leave?" Indigo lowered her eyes and let out a long sigh before stating plainly,
My mother died.
Chapter 7. I'm sure the shock must have shown on my face, and I found myself starting to stammer through an apology and offer my condolences.
It's okay, my grandmother said, gently patting me on the wrist. It was a long time ago.
What happened? I asked.
There was an explosion. It wasn't clear whether it was an accident or intentional. Regardless, my mother's people were livid and considered it an act of war.
Hold on, I said, plainly confused. Your mother's people? Your mother wasn't Calician? Indigo seemed to ponder this for a moment, which struck me as odd, because it seemed like a rather straightforward question, much along the lines of, do you own a dog? There's nothing tricky about it. Either you do or you don't.
My grandmother intoned. I suppose the answer to your question is both yes and no.
I shook my head, nonplussed. I'm not sure I understand.
We Calicians are a mighty people, but we are far from being the only interstellar empire. One of those that rivals us in both power and scope is my mother's people, the Fleodin, who hail from a distant star system but happen to be genetically identical to Calicians.
Genetically identical? How is that possible?
We believe their society to have arisen from one of our long-lost colonies in the far past. On their part, my mother's people believe the same of us. As a result, there have been several reunification wars, and every few generations some new skirmish seems to break out.
I suppose a peace treaty is out of the question.
Going back to the first reunification war, both sides have eventually sought peace with respect to almost every conflict, but through intermarriage rather than a formal document.
What? I uttered, slightly taken aback. That seems a little medieval. Indigo smiled.
Much as in Earth culture, it has proven effective on multiple occasions.
I still had trouble believing that this was the best way for warring opponents from technologically advanced cultures to achieve peace. How exactly does it work?
A high-ranking female from one side is allowed to choose a husband from the other. We typically alternate which empire the woman comes from, and she is normally expected to make her decision within a year, as measured by her home culture. After the marriage, she lives in the empire from which her spouse hails.
And so your mother came to Kalis, chose your father as a spouse, and settled into domestic bliss.
Not exactly, my grandmother said with a giggle. Initially, my father wasn't interested in her in the slightest, even though such peace brides, as they are called, are much coveted.
Why is that?
Because they are usually very beautiful, come from powerful families, and bring a rich dowry, not to mention useful connections and contacts within the Fleodin domain.
So what happened? Did she eventually win your father over?
Not prior to the marriage, no. But the law gave her the right to choose her husband, so he had no choice, although her selection was a bit of a shock. Because she was from the Fleodin's ruling clan, it was highly expected that she would choose an eligible male from the Queen's immediate family. When she announced my father as her betrothed, there were many who viewed it as a personal slight. There were rumors that some of the offended swore revenge.
Which is why you think her death may not have been an accident. Indigo shrugged.
There were numerous reasons why someone could have wanted her eliminated. The death of a peace bride by anything other than natural causes can start a war, and there are many who see wide-scale conflict as a way to advance their own economic, political, or personal agendas.
Her eyes weren't flashing any telltale colors, but my empathic senses told me this was not a subject my grandmother cared much for. Still, I had questions, and she had invited me to ask them. So, I said, choosing my words carefully, you came back for your mother's funeral? She shook her head.
Not per se. I was actually ordered back to broker peace.
Ordered?
Yes, by royal edict. As I mentioned, my mother's family rules the Fleodin domain. Her death was viewed by them as an act of aggression, and they began preparing for all-out war. As her daughter,
I was asked to reason with my Fleuden relatives and convince them that armed conflict was not the solution.
I take it you were successful?
Yes. I eventually got the Fleudens to stand down. Afterwards, I made plans to return to Earth, but was delayed by an attempt on my life.
What? I screeched, the shock plainly evident on my face. Someone tried to kill you? She nodded.
More than once, I'm afraid. More to the point, my Fleuden relatives found out and made it clear that if anything happened to me, regardless of the circumstances, full-blown war would be inevitable. They had already lost my mother. They were not going to stand idly by if they lost me as well.
So what happened?
It was felt that allowing me to return to Earth was too risky. Trying to protect me so far away from Kalis offered unique challenges, not to mention the fact that being part of the Alpha League meant that I was regularly putting myself in harm's way. I was ordered to remain on Kalis indefinitely.
So you're a prisoner here, on the homeworld?
Not exactly. Returning to Earth is completely out of the question, but with special permission, I can travel anywhere within the Calesian Empire.
That's still being in prison, I countered. It's just a larger cell. My grandmother let out a long sigh.
You have to understand. I was the only thing standing between peace and interstellar war. Despite decades without conflict, I probably still am.
I frowned, trying to absorb everything Indigo was saying. I'm sorry, but this is the first time I'm hearing all this stuff, and it's a lot to digest. All Gramps ever said was that there was an emergency back home that required your presence. He never gave me the details.
That's because he didn't know,
my grandmother stated.
Like you, all I got was the order to return to Kalis. I could glean that there was some kind of emergency, but I didn't learn any specifics until I arrived here.
That brings up a good point, I said, subtly changing the subject. Why exactly was I sent for? My grandmother pursed her lips for a moment and then said,
The answer's a little complicated. First, though, how much do you know about the Calesian royal house and succession to the throne?
My knowledge of the royal house was limited to a 2-week crash course that I'd been given under the tutelage of Slow during our journey from Earth. That said, I like to think that Slow had been a knowledgeable instructor, and I had been an apt pupil. The royal house of Kalis was actually split into 10 different lines, each descended from one of the 10 children of an ancient monarch known as Plavacray the Glorious. Truth be told, he'd actually had about 1 million epithets. Plavacray the Great, Plavacray the Wise, Plavacray the Brave, and so on. My family claimed descent from the 3rd royal matrilineal branch, Plavacray's 3rd daughter. Plavacray himself had been the heir, though not the son, of the much-revered 1st king of Kalis. Historians believed the two were definitely related in some way, although the exact nature of the relationship was unknown. This had started a tradition whereby the Calesian throne was no longer inheritable. Instead, the reigning monarch was given the discretion of naming his or her successor. The intent was that sovereignty, rather than being determined by fate and the randomness of one's birth, be based on an individual's actual ability to govern. In practice, however, it was not unusual for a sitting king or queen to choose as their successor one of their own children, grandchildren, or so forth. To curb this nepotism and its effects, the law stated that no more than 3 consecutive monarchs could come from the same line of the royal house. To further complicate matters, inheritance within the 10 royal branches was based on a type of cognatic primogeniture. Males received preference, with females inheriting titles and such only when no eligible males remained. Thus, if the ranking patriarch of, say, the 1st royal patrilineal branch died, his eldest son would inherit his title and position. If he had no sons or direct male heirs, then his eldest daughter would succeed him, and so on. I explained all of this to my grandmother, hoping that I hadn't misstated anything. I could have shared it with her more easily via telepathy, but she had nixed the idea. Apparently, some of the memories from Gramps and Mom were still lingering, so I could understand her not wanting another person running around in her head. She nodded sagaciously as I finished my narrative.
Very good, she said. You have an excellent grasp of the basic facts. Thanks, I said, but I still don't understand how this relates to my having to come here.
I can explain, but I need to give you some background so you can understand the context.
Please do. My grandmother nodded, looking wistful for a moment, as if she didn't know where to begin. Then a look of resolve came over her face.
The current monarch, Queen Dornotia, has ruled for about 300 of your years, she said. It is one of the longest reigns in recent memory, probably buttressed by the fact that she came to the throne at a young age. However, despite being in fine physical condition and quite likely having decades of good health ahead of her, she's being pressured to select a successor.
Pressured? I asked, surprised. What do you mean pressured? Who pressures a queen?
On Earth, the most powerful person on the planet politically is your country's president. However, even he generally needs the support of allies to achieve his goals. The same is true of the Queen of Caelus.
I get it, I said, nodding. Being queen does not mean being all-powerful.
Indeed. And even if she were, the Empire is far too vast for Queen Dornotia to do everything herself. She'd be swamped by minutiae, with almost no time to handle issues of real import. Thus, in theory, she generally relies on two groups, the Mektun and the Mipluri, to help her run the Empire.
This made sense to me. Back home, the CEOs of large corporations typically had entire rosters of senior executives helping them manage things, a chief operating officer, chief financial officer, etc. I muttered softly, concentrating on what I'd just heard. You said in theory.
Very perceptive,
my grandmother said with a smile, and I could sense that she was pleased by my observation.
By way of explanation, the Mektun is a group of 100 individuals, 10 from each royal line, who are ostensibly tasked with managing the day-to-day operations of the Empire. They oversee everything from interstellar shipping lanes to constructing museums to arming the military.
So the Queen's delegated authority for most of the routine stuff, I summed up. That's standard government procedure.
True, but in this case, there's an additional wrinkle. Membership in the Mektun is hereditary.
Huh? My grandmother hesitated for a moment, obviously pondering how best to continue.
As you already know, the royal family is quite extensive and contains numerous factions. Moreover, even within each of the 10 royal lines, there are various cliques and clans, many of which have their own individual aims. Since the Mektun was formed, the posts comprising it have generally been occupied by representatives, usually the leaders, of the 10 most powerful blocks within each royal line. Said positions are then handed down from father to son, although occasionally a daughter is the most eligible heir.
So we're back to having nepotism in play.
Yes, and it has not always worked out to our benefit. In fact, it has occasionally resulted in outright chaos.
I can imagine, I said. Simply being born into the royal family didn't necessarily mean you had the requisite knowledge, expertise, or skill to run a major portion of the government. What about the Mipluri? Are those inherited posts as well? Indigo shook her head.
Not exactly. The Mipluri make up the Calician Council, officially the Queen's closest advisors. There are 10 of them, and they are selected from the Mektun.
Who makes the selections?
The Mektun themselves, via ballot. In theory, they are supposed to select the 10 most capable of soundly advising the ruling monarch.
Let me guess. Each royal line elects one of its own to the council.
Again, you've shown a sound grasp of the politics of the situation, she said.
Then, giving me a wink, she added,
Are you sure you're not a politician back on Earth?
I laughed. No, but this isn't a far cry from the situation there, with the children of politicians often aspiring to the positions their parents held, whether competent or not.
The Queen, fortunately, does not suffer fools lightly, Indigo says. She has, particularly in recent years, removed key responsibilities from many of the Mektun who are known to be inept.
She fired them? I uttered, unable to hide my surprise.
Technically, no. From a political standpoint, that would not have been prudent. But stripping them of authority and control essentially amounted to the same thing.
So some of the Mektoon are basically just figureheads.
Yes, roughly half, if you want the truth. This, in turn, has significantly increased the workload of the 50% who are actually qualified, including my father.
What? I said, caught off guard. Your father's alive? A look of incredulity came across my grandmother's face.
Of course he's alive, she said fiercely. Why would you think he wasn't?
I shrugged. I don't know. I guess when you talked about him before, it all sounded so past tense that I just assumed he was no longer with us.
Well, I'll have you know that he's alive and in excellent health. In addition, you'll be pleased to know that he's also one of the Mektoon and the Mipluri. Finally, he's part of the reason that you were sent for.
How's that? She sighed pensively, almost with regret.
Queen Dornotia is the third consecutive monarch from the first royal patrilineal branch. Thus, she must choose someone from one of the other royal lines as the next ruler. My father, Prince Norbeo, is the odds-on favorite to succeed her.
Chapter 8. One would think that the idea of your father becoming king, especially of an interstellar empire, would be good news. Indigo, however, acted as though it were the worst thing that could possibly happen.
You have to understand, she said, trying to explain. My father currently heads the most powerful coalition within our line of the royal family, as did his father before him, his father before him, and so on. More than that, the third matrilineal has always been, for the most part, one of the two most powerful royal lines, the other typically being the line that the sitting sovereign hails from at the time.
That makes sense, I said. The current ruler is expected to have a lot of juice, which would naturally boost the fortunes of whatever branch they're part of. I still don't see how any of this creates a problem with your father becoming king.
Historically, our line of the family has produced the fewest rulers of the empire. This might seem like a failing to some, but was done by design. We have intentionally eschewed the monarchy, preferring to be king-makers rather than kings.
What do you mean? I thought the current king or queen got to pick their successor.
That's generally true, but they still need a certain amount of support from the royal branches for their candidate of choice. Although it rarely happens, there have been occasions in the past when a monarch had to discard their first choice of successor because they couldn't obtain adequate backing.
And that's where we come in. We're power brokers.
Yes, and very successful ones, I might add. In the past 10 millennia, no royal has ascended the throne without our support. At present, only the Queen rivals us in terms of influence.
So basically becoming king isn't going to do that much more for our family's fortunes because we're already at or near the apex in that regard. She nodded.
More to the point, it is a position that comes with infinitely more headaches and constant pressure. For instance, with an empire the size of Kalis's, there's always an emergency somewhere. So, on practically a daily basis, you're forced to deal with crisis after crisis, sometimes several simultaneously.
It sounded like a pretty stressful day job, but I kept that opinion to myself. Well, why doesn't he just decline if he's selected? From what you've told me, it's not like he needs the money.
Believe me, he'd like to, but he may not have much choice. All of the other likely candidates are either complete idiots or ambitious despots in waiting. So it's either step forward or see the empire make a hideous turn for the worse.
In that case, maybe it's an opportunity to make some useful changes and positive reforms, like clearing all the dead wood out of the Mektoon and the Mipluri.
He's already been doing that. It was at his insistence and with his support that the Queen began her campaign of removing authority from those Mektoon ill-suited to have it. In fact, it is well known that my father is likely to raise the stakes by making positions in the Mektoon merit-based rather than hereditary.
I raised an eyebrow at this. That's a rather bold agenda. His popularity in the polls is likely to take a nosedive after that.
It's already taking a toll. For quite a few royals, being part of the Mektoon is the bedrock of their influence, particularly among allies and associates. They're vehemently opposed to any changes to the current status quo. Ergo, They're not standing idly by, waiting to see if my father will actually shred their power base should he gain the throne. They're taking action now.
What type of action?
They've proposed a new law, which would prevent anyone with less than 50% Calician blood from holding any position of authority, including hereditary positions in the Empire.
I blinked, astonished, as I tried to process what this meant. So what you're saying is that someone like me would be prevented from inheriting anything under this new mandate?
At the moment, you are the only royal who is less than 1/2 Calician, so this proposal isn't just in reference to someone like you. It is aimed specifically at you.
What about my mother?
Because the Phleodin are believed to have originated from the homeworld, I am genetically considered to be 100% Calician. That means your mother would meet the 50% threshold. You, on the other hand, would not. That makes it blatantly clear that you are the target in this instance.
But why? Up until about 2 weeks ago, I knew almost nothing about Kalis, aside from the fact that you were from there and it was your homeworld. Why try to strip me of an inheritance I didn't know or care about?
First, I should state that you would still be able to inherit wealth, as well as some family titles. It is the hereditary positions, among other things, that would be forbidden to you under the proposed statute. Second, this was less about you and more about controlling my father.
How so?
In essence, he's been given a choice. If he agrees to discard all plans of making the Mectun a meritocracy, a vote on the new proposal will be held in abeyance. If he refuses, his adversaries will make it law, effective immediately.
Great, I said sarcastically. I'm a pawn in an intergalactic chess game. My grandmother, looking incredibly serious, leaned forward and looked me in the eye.
Understand something. This is an attack on our immediate family. It's an attempt not just to curb our power and influence, but to eliminate it completely over time. Moreover, it has a broad swath of support from a large percentage of royals, including many within the third matrilineal, as almost all of them see the changes my father would implement as a threat.
So what's he going to do? I asked softly, afraid of what the answer might be. My grandmother leaned back, a cocksure grin on her face.
He's already done it.
I frowned. Done what?
The unexpected. Upon receiving the threat, since that's actually what it was, your great-grandfather immediately and irrevocably abdicated all of his hereditary positions.
I simply stared at her as the implications of what she'd just said threatened to overload my brain. But if he abdicated, that would mean...
Yes. Since he essentially renounced them, my father's hereditary positions are automatically assumed by his heir apparent. In this case, his closest male descendant. Furthermore, because he stepped down before the proposed ban against you became law, it has no effect. In short, you, Prince Jardago, are now, at least nominally, a member of the Mectun.
Chapter 9. To say I was shocked would have been a mild understatement of fact, but the irony of the situation actually made me laugh. I'd been grandfathered, or rather great-grandfathered, so to speak, with respect to the proposed law. Prince Norbeo was really a wily old devil, and I said as much to my grandmother.
Yes,
she agreed.
But politics is in his blood. These things are second nature to him.
Will I get to meet him? I asked.
Not in person. As I mentioned, he's carrying perhaps twice the workload he should due to incompetence among his fellow Mectun. At the moment, he's away from Kalis, negotiating a trade alliance in a distant star system.
Wait a minute, I said, frowning. I thought he abdicated his position.
He did, but until you are installed, he's serving for you by proxy, which is allowed. In addition, he's still a member of the Mipluri.
Okay, so when does this installation occur? A distasteful look came across my grandmother's face.
Now we come to the heart of the matter. The reason you are here.
She hesitated for a moment, clearly not liking this topic. Go on, I said, encouraging her. Indigo let out a deep breath.
My father's adversaries don't like being outwitted. They've demanded that you be subjected to a praxitis, a test to determine if you have the requisite qualities to be part of the Mektun.
Hold on, I said, feeling a little agitated. A few minutes ago you said my position in the Mektun was hereditary. Now I have to be tested to see if I fit in?
Use of a praxitis is rare, to be honest, but not without precedent. In the past, it has been requested with respect to persons whose fealty was subject to question, and in this case...
She trailed off, but I could see where she was going. I'm from Earth, so there's doubt as to whether my first loyalty would be to Kalis.
So you understand?
There are some people back home who have the same notion, only in reverse, I said in reflection. My alien DNA makes them wonder about my allegiance to Earth. Frankly speaking, I'm starting to feel like a man without a country.
Don't,
my grandmother said.
You always have a place here, regardless of what people say or what laws get passed. You are my thrice child, my Shibo.
She used a term that I had a little trouble translating, but which I loosely interpreted as meaning beloved and adored male progeny. Thanks, I muttered softly, smiling. At least now I know why I'm here. So when is this praxitis supposed to take place?
In the evening, 2 days from now, at the Acropolis Select. Unfortunately, we don't know yet what the praxitis will consist of, but the Queen herself will test you in the presence of certain royals, and make the pronouncement as to the results immediately thereafter.
No pressure there, I muttered.
I'm not worried,
my grandmother said.
I have the utmost faith in you.
I appreciate the support, but you're expected to say those things. After all, I'm your grandson, albeit one you just met for the first time today.
You forget,
she said, tapping her temple with a forefinger.
I have years of memories related to you. I know you almost as well as your mother and grandfather.
So that means that you're well aware of my powers?
Yes, but I've been receiving reports of them for some time now, and since issuance of the edict summoning you here, others have learned of your abilities as well.
I frowned. For some reason that bothered me, although I'd have been hard-pressed to explain why. Is that going to be a problem?
It shouldn't be. But I must tell you that powers such as yours and your fellows on Earth are not as common among Calicians.
They're not?
Only a very small percentage of the population has them. The most prevalent ability is telepathy, such as I have. However, not many are at my level, which is why I'm forced to train with Fessinin, despite her disagreeable personality. She's one of the few capable of truly giving me a challenge.
That's interesting. I was under the impression that most Calicians were telepaths.
Not at all. However, most are trained in how to keep their thoughts private and are adept at warding off mental attacks.
Good to know, I said. So what happens now?
Now, she said, we need to get ready for the banquet we've prepared in your honor. We have a few hours yet, but the time will be upon us before you know it.
I fought to keep from rolling my eyes. If we're putting all our cards on the table, I have to say that I don't really need all the pomp and circumstance.
I understand,
Indigo said sincerely.
But in this case, the banquet is a must.
I was tempted to ask why, but caught myself. My grandmother was trying to do something nice for me, to welcome me. It would be bad form and probably leave a poor first impression if I discounted her efforts. I decided to stay silent on the subject.
Well, I should let you go and get some rest,
my grandmother said, rising.
You've obviously had a rough day thus far. So, if there's nothing more you need to ask me, I'll have you shown to your chambers.
There is one other question that I have, I said, coming to my feet as well. What should I call you? Chapter 10. It turned out that Indigo was partial to having me refer to her as Shanine, which was a Calician term of affection for an older female relative. Personally, I had always envisioned calling my grandmother Nana, but after meeting her, it didn't seem suitable. Following our chat, she turned me back over to Slow, who led me to my chambers while continuing to detail the history of the house nonpareil and its contents. Upon reaching my quarters, Slow took up a post outside and stated that I should enter. Inside, I found a small army of servants waiting for me. I ordered them all out, practically slamming the door behind them. Once they were gone, I shifted into super speed and zipped through the place in order to get an idea of where everything was. Much like my quarters on the starship, I'd once again been given a large suite of rooms, luxuriously furnished for my comfort. Some of the rooms I recognized and could identify, such as the kitchen and game room. But there were at least 2 areas, both full of odd pieces of furniture, that I couldn't make heads or tails of. Rather than dwell on them, I headed to the bedroom, where I took the crown off my head and tossed it, along with the earbud, onto a nearby work desk. Then I stretched out on a bed large enough to accommodate a basketball team and stared at the ceiling. I let out a long, ragged breath, suddenly feeling incredibly tired. Not only had it been a long day, but this felt like the first time since leaving Earth that I'd had a moment to myself. Of course, that may have been a side effect of carrying around 2 sets of memories other than my own, but who knows? It felt great just to lie there without the pressure of having to be regal weighing on me. Eyelids feeling heavy, I blinked and then yawned as, for the first time in what seemed like forever, my thoughts turned to Earth. My friends, my family, my girlfriend, Electra. I was having a dream that I was flying through the air, soaring majestically, when I heard the sound of someone insistently calling my name.
Prince Jodigo! Prince Jodigo!
Hearing anxiety in their voice, I came wide awake and sat up. I was still in my bedroom in the house nonpareil, apparently having fallen asleep earlier. A female servant stood nearby, looking nervous. Apparently, she had been the person calling out to me.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Prince, she said, but you have an urgent communique.
Where? I said, stifling a yawn. Where is it? She pointed to the desktop where I had tossed my crown earlier. I stood and walked over to it. Now that I was paying closer attention to it, I could see that it was covered with a number of devices. A cube with a flashing light, a rectangular contraption with numerous dials, something that looked like an exceptionally thin flat-screen monitor, and more. Taken together, it looked like some kind of advanced ham radio set. I glanced at the various items, looking for some kind of clue as to what I should do next. After a few seconds, I gave up and looked at the servant pleadingly. It took her a moment to note my confusion. Then, with a slight grin, she tapped the cube with the flashing light and then swiftly departed. The door had barely closed behind her before the cube began broadcasting a holographic image of a Calician male. Assuming the projection was to scale, he appeared to be about my height, was well-groomed, and dressed in what appeared to be a full-length robe of some sort. He was handsome, with dark hair that was just beginning to lighten in certain spots, and gave the overall impression of being middle-aged, but with Calicians, who knew? If he were human, I would have pegged him as being in his mid to late 40s. Neither of us said anything for a moment, but I noticed him giving me a thorough once-over, just as I had done to him. I wasn't sure who this was or what he wanted, but it was allegedly an urgent message, so I waited to hear what he had to say.
Well,
my holographic visitor finally said.
Don't they teach you how to speak on that planet that you're from?
Hello, I muttered, uncertain of what else I should say. A look of exasperation came over the man's face.
That's it? Hello? I give up a slew of titles and positions, and hello is all I can get.
Oh, snap. This was Prince Norbeo, my great-grandfather. I began stammering out a stilted apology, begging that he excuse my lapse in manners, and then noticed that he was smiling gleefully. I couldn't read him empathically since he wasn't really present, but it became clear to me that he'd only been feigning annoyance. He'd just been yanking my chain. Simultaneously, we both started laughing. From that point, we launched into a lively conversation that spanned a number of topics, from my grandmother's antics as a child to my life on Earth. We generally kept away from weighty matters, such as why I was brought to Kalis, and it turned out that Prince Norbeo had a lively sense of humor. He cracked several jokes as we talked, a number of which went over my head. You had to be truly familiar with Calician culture to get them. But a couple of which I actually understood and found to be hilarious. Based on the things Indigo had said, I thought he'd be a particularly sober and somber individual. But it became obvious early on that he didn't take himself too seriously, and I loved him for it. Apparently, the servant saying that his message was urgent was simply a matter of form. As far as the staff were concerned, all of Prince Norbeo's communications were urgent. Only twice did the discussion turn solemn. The first being when we somehow got on the topic of his late wife. It had indeed been something of a forced marriage, but in time he had grown to love her.
"Being young and carefree," he said, "I'd had no intention of getting married at the time. Afterwards, I often asked her why she chose me, and she always said the same thing, that she could see that I had a bright future ahead of me, brighter than any of my peers at that juncture, and eventually I'd learn to love her. She was right on both counts, although the second of those predictions came true before the first."
The second time that serious issues came to the fore was right before we ended our conversation.
"Don't worry about the Prexitus,"
Prince Norbeo said.
"I have every confidence in you. You have the blood of the House Nonpareil in your veins, after all. But regardless of what happens, I'm proud of you and everything you've accomplished thus far."
Shortly thereafter, our chat concluded, and the hologram winked out. Apparently it was the wee hours wherever Prince Norbeo was, and he had a long day of negotiations to look forward to. I hadn't known what to expect, but I had to admit that I had thoroughly enjoyed talking to my great-grandfather. Checking the time, I saw that the banquet was due to start soon, so I headed to the connecting bathroom for a shower. I managed to be quick and thorough with my shower and grooming without needing to shift into super speed. Donning a bathrobe, I came back into the bedroom to find that someone had laid out a new set of finery for me to wear. Although I had dismissed them earlier, the servants were clearly keeping tabs on me in some way. I just hoped there weren't any cameras in my suite, but it seemed unlikely. I dressed quickly, finding that the clothes fit as if tailor-made, which they probably were. As I prepared to leave, I remembered my crown. It was still on the table where I'd left it. As I put it on, it occurred to me that I'd had the entire conversation with my great-grandfather without wearing it. Apparently, I had unwittingly confirmed my own opinion that I was fluent in the Calician language, although admittedly there were still a number of phrases and nuances that I didn't thoroughly understand. When I exited my quarters, I found Slow exactly where I left him outside my door.
"Come, Prince,"
the robot said, already in motion.
"The banquet begins."
Chapter 11. Slow only escorted me so far as the double doors that I had come through earlier with Baron. At that juncture, he bade me good day and left to attend to other matters. From there, however, I was unlikely to get lost. Once again, the doors were opened by servants, and I stepped outside. The grounds appeared almost exactly as they had before, except now there were throngs of people milling about. Those present seemed to fall into either one of two categories, servants or royals, and the class distinction was readily apparent. The former were easy to identify, as they all seemed to wear similar attire and bustled about in a subservient manner. The latter were bedecked in the finest clothes, expensive jewelry, and occasionally a coronet of some sort. No one seemed to have taken note of me yet, which was fine as far as I was concerned. It gave me a moment to think. On Earth, I would have just sauntered down among the guests and begun to mix and mingle. Here, I didn't know if there was some type of protocol to be followed. After all, I'd already had my hand slapped once today for approaching someone, Fessinin, in a way that was apparently inappropriate. I was hesitant to make a similar faux pas at an event where I was the guest of honor. Fortunately, I was saved from possibly making a fool of myself by my grandmother, who suddenly appeared at my side out of nowhere.
"So, Shibo, you finally made it,"
she said, looping her arm into mine.
"Come, let's meet our guests."
For the next hour, Indigo shepherded me to and fro, introducing me to a host of individuals, most of whom had appellations and titles I was unlikely to ever properly remember. Part of the problem was that quite a few of them seemed to have the same name. For instance, I met at least a half-dozen princes named Plavacre and several women called Dornotia. I even thought my grandmother introduced one of those present as another Prince Jodigo, but felt certain I must have misheard or misunderstood. Almost everyone I met was generally cordial, but on an emotional level, many of them exuded a strange dichotomy, acute interest mingled with cool detachment, like someone eager to see a popular Broadway show, not because of the subject matter, but just so he can discuss it around the water cooler the next day. I couldn't quite put my finger on exactly what it was until my grandmother sought to present me to a woman, a princess of the second patrilineal line named Sedna, who evidently had no filter between her mouth and her brain.
"Gazin me sent,"
the woman had practically shouted, cursing mildly in Calician.
"He really is de Funcon."
I recognized the last word, which loosely translated as crossbreed, and with her statement came understanding. There was a circus in town, and I was the star attraction. To many Calicians, I was a freak, and some of them were only here for the sideshow. Indigo had ignored Sedna's outburst and calmly introduced me, but internally I could feel her seething and wishing she could catch this lady alone in a dark alley. Telepathically, I sent her a cartoonish image of a dazed Sedna sporting a black eye and with a halo of birds circling her head. I wasn't sure if my grandmother was familiar enough with Terran culture to get the reference, but the answer became clear when she immediately snorted with laughter, causing a few guests to give her odd looks.
"You have your great-grandfather's sense of humor,"
she said telepathically, giving me a mental wink before continuing with the introductions, which thankfully came to an end shortly thereafter. By the time I finished making the acquaintance of our guests, a servant announced in stentorian tones that it was time to eat. And a good thing, too, because I was famished. In fact, I had tweaked my biological systems just a short time earlier in order to suppress hunger pangs. Everyone began making their way to where the meal would be served, 5 elongated banquet tables arranged perpendicular to each other. Just eyeballing the setup, it appeared that each table could seat about 60 people, 30 to a side. Indigo escorted me to a seat at the end of the center table, a place obviously meant for the guest of honor. She then took the chair immediately to my left. As we sat down, the place to my right was taken by someone I had met earlier, a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. He was clean-cut and stylishly dressed, with a dazzling smile that I'm sure drove all the girls wild. I struggled momentarily to recall his name. "Prince Plavacre, isn't it?" I asked hesitantly.
"Yes, but I go by Vikra,"
he said, chuckling in a hearty tone that matched his smile.
Good guess, by the way. Probably 1 out of every 10 Calician males is named after Plavacre the Great.
So if I forget some guy's name, I've got a pretty good chance of getting it right if I just call him Plavacre. Vikra laughed.
Yes, but among the royals, most of us go by some other moniker. It's just too confusing otherwise.
So Vikra is a shortened form of Plavacre, a nickname?
One of them. There's probably about 20 of them altogether.
I guess you need them when so many people are named after the same guy.
So it would seem. In that respect, you should feel thankful that your own name has waned somewhat in popularity.
Huh? I muttered in surprise. Jodigo was a popular name? Vikra gave me a look of surprise.
Didn't anyone tell you? Jodigo is the given name of the first king, the predecessor of Plavacre the Great.
No, I said, shaking my head. I never heard.
Well, most of us royals are the namesake of some great king or queen in the past. Where did you imagine your name came from?
I don't know, I said, shrugging. I guess I just thought. I trailed off, glancing at my grandmother, but she was engaged in conversation with the woman to her left.
Well, Vikra said, regardless of your formal name's popularity, I hear that you have a nickname as well.
What? I said, my thoughts having drifted slightly.
Youth fascination?
He said. I stared at him for a moment, totally lost. And then it hit me. Not quite, I said, snickering slightly. It's actually kid sensation. Vikra said, frowning. There may have been something lost in translation because the distinction seemed lost on him. He seemed on the verge of commenting further, but was interrupted when servants began placing dishes of food before us. At that juncture, the conversation changed, with Vikra and I discussing a wide range of topics as we ate, including Kalician history, the royal lines, and sports. Yes, Kalis has them, among other things. I found him to be fun and witty, aristocratic without being arrogant, and thought to myself that perhaps I had made my first real friend here, outside of Baron. The meal itself consisted of about a dozen courses, almost all of which presented me with cuisine that left me mystified. By way of example, there was something like a soup course, except the liquid gelled when you put it in your mouth. Another course was comprised of what appeared to be a dish of uncooked rice, each grain of which seemed to have a liquid center. The other parts of the meal were, for the most part, just as odd. In terms of taste, the food ran the gamut. About half of what was served was incredibly bland. I'd have traded my crown for a salt shaker. 2 items tasted as though they'd been marinated in pepper spray, and there was one where I had to immediately suppress my gag reflex. About the only thing that tickled my fancy was a serving of some type of rare fish that was perfectly seasoned and melt-in-your-mouth delicious. It was probably during the middle of the meal that my grandmother reached out to me telepathically to ask how things were going. "Everything's great, Janine," I replied. "Thanks for arranging this."
No problem, she said. What do you think of Vikra?
"He's fun. I like him."
I'm glad to hear it. I intentionally placed him next to you, hoping you could be friends. He is a bit older than you in years, but from the Kalician perspective, he is still considered an adolescent.
So basically he's the equivalent of a teen here, which makes us peers.
In essence,
she said almost absently as she glanced around. Following her gaze, I took note of something that I had paid little attention to previously. Roughly half the places at the banquet tables were empty. For instance, there was no one sitting in the next 2 chairs to the right of Vikra. "We sure do have a lot of dead space," I said. Did a lot of people already have plans, or were there just a bunch of last-minute cancellations? Indigo mentally sighed.
Remember when I said the banquet was important? That was because it isn't just a meal. This is a head count.
A head count? I repeated. Of what?
Our allies, she replied. It was our hope that with enough support we'd be able to overturn this mandate that you be subjected to the Praexitus. For once, however, the fabled influence of the House Nonpareil falls short.
So those present are the only allies we have in any political fight going forward?
Actually, it's even less than that. I'd estimate about 1/3 of those present, maybe even half, are only here to gaze upon you with their own eyes and satisfy their morbid curiosity regarding the Defuncon.
So what do we do now?
Nothing. But we left places for our false friends at the banquet tables intentionally, she said, and a surprisingly fierce look came into her eyes. There will come a reckoning, and we want all to know that we are well aware of who was and was not in our corner.
As she spoke, I picked up a vibe of deathly earnestness from her that was almost religious in its fervor and intensity. I suddenly felt very sorry for these no-shows, whoever they were. Skipping this event was going to be one of the major regrets of their lives. Chapter 12. Although still feeling my grandmother's ire empathically, I turned my thoughts away from the politics of the banquet and back towards the fair itself. We seemed to be nearing the end of the meal, and that's when one of the servants placed a clear hourglass-shaped bottle containing a dark liquid in front of me. Vikra looked at the bottle in frank admiration. Impressive. What is it? I asked.
Yolathan,
my grandmother chimed in.
A special type of wine.
More than that,
Vikra said.
The fruit it comes from is only found on one planet in the entire Calician Empire, and it ferments for a full century.
Wow, I said, suitably impressed. Sounds expensive.
It is,
Indigo confirmed.
which is why you're the only one getting a bottle, but you're worth it.
I stared at the bottle, slightly nervous. Back home, Mom and Gramps had occasionally let me have a glass of wine or champagne on certain occasions, like New Year's, but I'd never had anything alcoholic outside their presence. That said, I had to assume that my grandmother had just as much authority as those two, and she seemed to have given her blessing. With a mental shrug, I took the bottle and poured a healthy portion of its contents into a nearby glass. The wine was a deep purple in color, and when I put my nose to the glass, had a light, fragrant smell. "Bottoms up," I said to no one in particular, and then drained the glass. Almost immediately, I could sense that something was wrong. I hadn't expected the Yolathan to taste like earth wine, but this was a far cry from anything I had anticipated. Rather than something consumable, it felt as though someone had poured a gallon of napalm down my throat and then stuck a lit fuse in my mouth. I turned to the side and retched violently, coming close, I'm sure, to getting something on Vikra's shoes. Vikra himself scrambled hastily out of the way. Legs wobbling, I tried to stand up, but felt myself swaying once I got to my feet. Placing both hands on the table to steady myself, I stood there, trying to think as mind-numbing agony spread through my body like wildfire. Turning almost all my senses inward, I tried to stay calm and figure out what was happening to me. The task was made more onerous by the fact that I felt like I was burning up from the inside out. Every nerve ending was being mauled and tortured. In addition, my breath started coming in short gasps, while my heart was pounding in my chest faster than a hummingbird's wings. I heard my grandmother shouting my name, but I blocked her out as I concentrated on shutting down pain receptacles and rerouting electrical impulses that normally would be sending signals to my brain that my body was in torment. A moment later, the agony ceased, but I was still deep in the danger zone. I had merely blocked the pain, not stopped whatever was happening. As if to confirm this, I suddenly had trouble catching my breath, but it only took a second to realize what the problem was. My lungs had seized up. Using my shape-shifting ability, I began expanding my lungs and then contracting them rhythmically, trying to force them to continue moving air into my body. I can't swear that it worked, but it felt as though I could breathe again, albeit shallowly. Just then, my heart gave a final flutter and simply stopped beating. Almost crazy with panic, I telekinetically reached inside my chest and began squeezing it, gently but firmly, about once per second. I didn't have time to figure out whether this was enough to keep my circulatory system functioning, because a moment later everything else seemingly shut down. My kidneys stopped functioning, my liver failed, my stomach seemed to fill with battery acid. Almost every organ seemed to simply throw in the towel simultaneously. It was too much for me to keep up with. I couldn't keep everything going. Moreover, darkness began to creep into the edge of my vision, a telltale sign that I was starting to black out, but there was nothing I could do about it. My eyes fluttered and I felt myself toppling over, noting as I did that my crown came off and went rolling away. A moment later, I hit the ground hard enough to rattle my teeth, and somewhere in the dark recesses of my brain, I was a little annoyed that no one had bothered to catch me. I couldn't see her, even though my eyes were open, but I could hear my grandmother incessantly screaming for a doctor and begging for me to hold on. Truth be told, however, I was having trouble just hanging on to coherent thoughts. My mind was all over the place, thinking about my girlfriend, the last blockbuster movie I saw. Where the heck was my crown? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? Like all my other organs, my brain was apparently shutting down. With a Herculean effort, I put all my remaining energy into focusing on Indigo and what she was saying, but it was incredibly difficult. Even worse, her voice began to sound more distant and get farther away by the second, as if she were on a train and shouting goodbye to me as it slowly pulled out of the station. I tried to speak, but only seemed capable of making mumbling sounds. Clearly, I was fading fast. I couldn't be sure, but it felt as though something light and wet landed on my cheek,
like a light sprinkling of rain. Indigo's tears, I said to myself, and it suddenly occurred to me that those 2 words would make a fantastic song title, or be a great name for a book. With that, I felt the tiny spark that was the remainder of my life force starting to wink out. The last thing I remember was an explosive sound accompanied by a weird musical tinkling, like a grenade going off in a glassworks factory, followed by the ground shaking as though a T-Rex had decided to crash the party. Chapter 13. To my great surprise, I woke up alive. I was parched, with a throat that felt dry and itchy, a booming migraine, and an overall ache that was bone deep, but alive nonetheless. I was in my bed in the house nonpareil, tucked in as though nothing had happened. My grandmother was seated on the bed next to me, holding my right hand. Eyes puffy and red, it was pretty evident that she had been crying heavily. That said, she perked up noticeably when it became evident that I was awake. I gave her hand a gentle squeeze and was rewarded with a smile from her. I was initially tempted to clamp down on nerve endings and such in order to get rid of the pain and discomfort. It was what I normally did whenever I got injured, which was rare. At the moment, however, those little hurts and pangs made me feel alive, and I relished the sensations in an odd way. That being the case, I decided to just suffer through for the moment. A noise above me made me look up. Directly over me, several feet in the air, was Mabazol's scanner. For the first time, I looked to the other side of the bed, opposite of where my grandmother was sitting, and saw the physician standing there. Throat still dry, I swallowed and then made a concerted effort to speak. "Dr. Useless, I presume?" My grandmother giggled slightly and then leaned over to give me a hug while Mabazol made a sound similar to a harumph.
"Apparently, he's fine," the physician said as the scanner floated back to his hand. "I retract my earlier prognosis."
"What prognosis?" I asked weakly.
Just before you came to, Indigo said, Mabazol was saying that you appeared to be in some type of coma, but all your readings were back to normal.
"Not normal, Highness," the doctor corrected. "They were simply in line with what I observed during my initial examination. As I previously told Prince Jarnago, I've no idea what constitutes the norm for him."
Regardless,
my grandmother said, continuing,
he wasn't sure if you'd wake up tomorrow, next week, or next year, if you woke up at all.
"Well, I hope awakening now doesn't disrupt the good doctor's timetable for my recovery," I wheezed, sitting up. "By the way, what happened to me?"
"Yolathan poisoning,"
Mabazol responded. "What? The wine?" I managed to croak out. "It was poisoned?"
Not exactly, Indigo replied. The Yolathan fruit is, in its natural form, one of the most lethal toxins in existence.
My eyes went wide. "And people drink wine made from it?"
The wine is considered something akin to ambrosia,
my grandmother added.
Moreover, if allowed to ferment for an appropriate period of time, it loses its toxicity.
I thought back for a moment, to just before I drank the wine. Vikra said it ferments for 100 years or so.
"Yes," Mabazol agreed. "But if imbibed before complete fermentation, the result is death, typically within minutes, if not seconds."
"I take it that's what happened to me?" I asked. "The wine didn't properly ferment?" Indigo and Mabazol exchanged a glance, and then the latter stated,
"It's not exactly clear."
"Well, what is clear is that you saved me, so thanks," I said. "Maybe you aren't so useless after all." The physician cleared his throat.
"While I'd love to take credit, I can't in this instance. I didn't save you. In fact, by all accounts, you should be dead."
"Oh?" I said.
"I checked all the logs, all the historical records, all the archives," Mabazol said emphatically. "I found no other instance of anyone ever surviving Yolathan poisoning."
I shrugged. "Well, you said it yourself before. Anatomically, I don't fit the mold. Maybe the poison was neutralized by one of my mysterious organs."
Unlikely, the physician replied flatly. Even a drop of Yolothan is invariably fatal, and you drank an entire glass. Simply put, your survival is beyond a mystery. It defies all logic, medicine, and science.
There has to be some explanation, I said.
Perhaps, Mabazol said, but the princess is probably better able to provide it.
I turned towards Indigo, but she was looking at Mabazol, to whom she said,
"Thank you, Doctor. Would you please excuse us?"
Certainly,
Mabazol said, inclining his head.
But first.
To his credit, the physician must have realized that I had some level of discomfort. From somewhere nearby, probably the mobile health unit, he produced a stoppered vial of yellow liquid, which he handed to me. I glanced at my grandmother. Having just been poisoned, I wasn't in any great hurry to chug down an ampule full of unknown swill. Indigo gave me a sincere nod, after which I pulled out the stopper and drained the contents of the vial. I began to feel the effects right away as, a moment later, my thirst started to subside and the migraine receded in intensity. Within seconds, I was feeling like my old, pain-free self. Mabazol took the now empty vial from me. Then, with a slight bow, he exited the room. The door had barely closed behind him before my grandmother, wringing her hands, said,
"This is all my fault."
"Huh?" I said. "What do you mean?"
"The wine. Serving it to you was my idea."
"Okay," I said, trying to understand the significance of what she was saying.
Yolothan wine isn't just a rare, expensive vintage. A willingness to drink it says something about a person's character.
Now things were becoming clear to me. I get it. This is the Calician version of eating blowfish.
Quite so, and with you. We felt the need to make a bold statement, especially with many of our allies seeming to desert us.
So what went wrong?
I'm not sure. All Yolothan wine is carefully labeled and tracked from the moment the fruit is pressed. I checked the timestamp on your bottle, and it was well past the fermentation date. Moreover, in the 12 hours since you became ill, we had all other bottles from that batch tested. None were toxic.
So there's no real answer as to what exactly happened?
Unfortunately, no.
And I've really been out for 12 hours?
Yes.
It was a good chunk of time, which meant it was now the wee hours of the following day. But clearly, it could have been a lot worse. So if Mabazol didn't save me, how exactly did I survive? I asked. Rather than answer, my grandmother gestured to a corner of the room. Looking in the direction indicated, I saw what I should have expected.
"The Bayobona,"
I said, referring to the DNA Lux sequencer.
"Yes, you were on the ground near death when it crashed through one of the castle windows and came pounding across the lawn towards us."
I nodded, thinking how that explained the sounds I'd heard when I felt I was near death.
"I think it severely spooked the guests,"
my grandmother continued.
"Half of them were screaming in terror and rushing to get away, even though it came nowhere near them. It would have been comical if the situation weren't so serious."
Let me guess, it opened its chest cavity and shined a blue light on me. Indigo gave me a surprised look.
"You've seen it before. What it can do?"
This isn't the first time it's come to my rescue, I said, remembering a previous occasion when the device had saved me. My grandmother seemed to consider this for a moment.
"In all honesty, I didn't know it had made the journey back with you. I simply assumed it was still on Earth."
Should I have left it? I asked. My grandmother gave a shrill little laugh.
"Don't fool yourself. The Bayobona does what it wills. If it's here on Kalis, it's because it wants to be."
I laughed. You talk about it the same way Slow does, as if it's alive. It wasn't clear whether my grandmother had heard me. Rather than respond, she walked over to the Bayobona and then held out a hand towards it. To my surprise, its chest cavity spiraled open, and Indigo reached inside. I remembered then that the original Bayobona, again my grandmother's was a replica, was supposed to house some ancient relic, a gem of tremendous power. When Indigo withdrew her hand a moment later, she was holding a crystal that manifested a soft blue light. Scrambling out of bed, I stepped quickly over to my grandmother, who was still staring at the object she held. The crystal was about a foot long and perhaps 2 inches in diameter. It was mostly cylindrical in shape, although at one end it took on a conical design that tapered to a fine point. The other end of it, ostensibly the base, seemed to be flat, giving the impression that you could stand it up on a horizontal surface.
"Do you know what this is?"
she asked, holding the glowing gem out to me. I nodded as I took it, and then explained what I knew about the crystal that the original device was supposed to contain, as well as how it was used. As I understand it, members of the royal family would bring newborns before it, I said. The Beobona would then shine its light on them, which was supposed to bring good fortune as well as cure disease and ailments.
"Yes,"
Indigo said.
"to be blessed by the Beobona was an indicator of a long and happy life."
So how does that relate to the replica that we have? I asked, noting that the flat part of the crystal wasn't really flat at all. It was a little rough and uneven, like a portion of it had broken off.
"The Beobona ornithrote is a venerable artifact that traces its origin back to the time of the first king,"
Indigo said.
"Yet, in all of history, you and I are probably the only 2 people to have ever held its heart, the Beobona jewel, the source of its power."
Wait a minute, I said, frowning, staring at the object I held. Are you saying this is the authentic jewel? The gem from the original device?
"Of course it is. Do you think a copy would have had the power to save you from Yolathan poisoning?"
I shrugged. I don't know. Up until now, I just assumed it was infused with advanced technology or something. I was told it was a knockoff.
"The outer shell is a reproduction. The Beobona jewel is not."
But if it's supposed to be in the original Beobona, how'd you get it? I asked. My grandmother looked pensive, and in that moment I had my answer. Oh, geez. You stole it, didn't you?
"Not exactly."
Shanine, this isn't an area with a lot of room for debate. Either you stole it or you didn't.
"Perhaps I should explain,"
she said, extending her hand for the Beobono crystal. Perhaps you should, I agreed. But first, a question. What happened here? I tapped the flat end of the crystal. The rest of the jewel seems symmetrical, I continued, which implies that this end should be conical like the other. Instead, it looks like a piece of it got lopped off or something. My grandmother took the jewel from me and glanced at the area indicated.
"I don't know the answer,"
she said after a moment.
"It was like that when I first took it out of the original."
So you did steal it, I concluded as my grandmother placed the crystal back inside the device. A moment later, its chest cavity spiraled shut, leaving nothing but smooth metal and no indication of an opening.
"Theft requires taking a possession owned by another,"
my grandmother retorted.
"I've come to believe that the Beobona doesn't actually belong to anyone."
That's a convenient position to take after the fact, I said with a wink. Indigo grinned.
"It's not as simple as you make it sound. Initially, the thought of taking it never even occurred to me. I was focused solely on going to Earth to meet John."
Excuse me? I said, caught completely by surprise.
"John, your grandfather. He's the reason I came to Earth."
Really? My grandmother stared at me in frank surprise.
"You didn't know?"
I shook my head. No, all I ever heard was that you came as an ambassador from Kalis, so I assumed your initial mission was simply to open a dialogue between the 2 planets.
"Hardly," she scoffed. "I went there because your grandfather's mind called to me across the vastness of space."
What do you mean? A faraway look came into my grandmother's eyes, as if she were seeing a distant place.
"It's hard to explain, but I felt him out there. As I said before, there are few Calicians who can match me in terms of telepathy, and it was the first time I ever encountered a mind as strong as my own. But not just powerful, but also brilliant, kind, and noble."
How'd you figure out he was on Earth? She made a Calician hand gesture that signified doubt, saying,
"I can't explain it. I just instinctively knew where he was from the moment I first felt him.
Did Gramps feel you as well?
Oh, no, she said, laughing. John had no idea I existed. That was one of the most frustrating things about the entire situation, that he couldn't sense me the way I could him. That's part of what prompted me to take the journey to Earth.
Didn't you find that odd? That he was completely unaware of you while you were so much in tune with him?
It was strange, but I have a theory about that.
What?
The Beobona Onufront. I think it somehow made me sense John, even across the depths of space.
Why do you say that?
Because, at the same time, the Beobona Jewel began calling to me.
Chapter 14. I didn't bother trying to hide my astonishment. What do you mean it called to you? I asked. Like whispering your name?
No,
Indigo replied.
it was more akin to being in total darkness, with only a single point of light shining in the distance. Your natural instinct is to follow it. In this case, it led me to the original Beobona Onufront.
So what happened?
Essentially the same thing you saw today. The device opened up, and I took the jewel out.
And no one stopped you?
You have to understand something, she said insistently. Historically, the Beobona operated just as you described earlier. It was somehow attuned to the DNA of royals, so that when newborns from any of the royal lines were brought into its presence, it would activate. However, after many millennia, it began operating more and more infrequently. Sometimes it would come to life for a royal infant, other times it wouldn't.
What was the problem?
Who knows? The general consensus was that whatever power source had animated it throughout our history was now failing. By the time I was born, it's so seldom activated that few even bothered to seek it out. In fact, as far as I know, I was the last infant the original device ever roused for. At that point, it was gathering dust in a far corner of the Acropolis, buried at the back of a storage room for queer antiquities. My father had had to make a concerted effort just to locate it.
In other words, I surmised, there was no one around to stop you from taking it when you were preparing to leave the planet.
At that juncture, no one cared enough to stop me, even if they had known it was in my possession. As far as they were concerned, it was a useless piece of junk. They probably would have paid me to take it away.
So once you got it to Earth, you focused on fashioning a new shell for it, and—
No,
she said, cutting me off.
Once I got to Earth, I focused on your grandfather and making him fall in love with me.
Like mother, like daughter, I said with a grin. Indigo laughed merrily at that.
Not exactly. Unlike my mother, I couldn't force John to marry me, and he put up fierce resistance.
That's surprising. He always talks like it was love at first sight.
It was, to a certain extent. We were drawn to each other in a way that defies explanation. Our minds were like two halves of a whole that were always meant to be together. However, your grandfather was sensitive to the cultural norms at the time, which would have frowned on our relationship. Still, he eventually came around.
Did the Beobona have anything to do with that? His coming around? My grandmother seemed to consider this for a moment, then shook her head.
No, I don't think so. It doesn't control your emotions. However, I think it can manipulate those around it. For instance, I believe it boosted my ability so that I could sense John, knowing that I would be compelled to go to him. It also coaxed me into bringing it along when I left Kalis.
Why?
Presumably, it has its own agenda. But the second I touched it, I knew I had to bring it with me. That said, whatever its own plans or purposes, it has been particularly well disposed towards our immediate family.
Like saving me on a couple of occasions.
Not just that,
Indigo added.
You may already know that biologically, Calicians and Terrans are not fully compatible.
If you're talking about kids, I know that you and Gramps had to have a little help from science in order for my mother to be born.
No, not science,
My grandmother corrected, glancing at the Beobona. What? I asked, following her gaze. The jewel?
Well, by that time I had constructed the replica of the original device using parts of my ship and had placed the gem inside. But yes, the Bayabona. It allowed us to accomplish what both science and medicine said was impossible.
That explains some things, I said, reflecting back on Mabazal's initial examination of me. No wonder he had been surprised that I actually had Calician genetic markers. He hadn't believed my grandparents could procreate. He probably thought I was a fraud at first. So what about my mother? I was once told that she should have been barren.
That was the general consensus while she was still in the womb,
Indigo stated, touching her midsection absent-mindedly.
But when she was born, I took her before the Bayabona.
Which did its thing and remedied the problem.
Yes, assuming there is anything wrong in the first place. But that was something that would not be confirmed until years later, when you were born. Still, when I was forced to return to Kalis, I was terrified of what life would be like for her if other issues arose, especially if I wasn't around.
At that moment, I had a clear insight into what my grandmother had done, a decision she had made. That's why you didn't take the Bayabona back with you, I said. You left it in case it was needed for something else.
It wasn't as though anyone here was missing it,
she said.
Of course, that may change now, once word spreads of how it saved you.
You think they'll take it from you?
It was never actually mine in the first place. Truth be told, I don't believe the Bayabona can be owned, only possessed. And even then, for only so long as suits its purposes.
So you'll just hand it over if someone comes for it? I asked, feeling a little distressed, not to mention a little possessive. The Bayabona had saved my life now on multiple occasions. It was a nice ace to have up my sleeve.
Don't start obsessing over that thing,
my grandmother said sternly.
Don't get it into your head that it belongs to you, me, or anyone else. Besides, we have more pressing concerns at the moment.
The Praxedis? I guessed.
Yes. So get some rest. We leave for the Acropolis at daybreak.
Chapter 15. As my grandmother dictated, we left for the Acropolis around dawn. It took about an hour to get there, and we made the flight in her personal transport. I spent most of the trip glued to one of the observation screens, which showed a view of the city palace as we approached. One of the first things Indigo had done, once we were underway, was explain how the controls for the display worked, including how to magnify the view. After that, I was essentially like a kid with a new toy, zooming in and out with respect to numerous areas of the Acropolis, courtyards, bastions, gun turrets, even construction work being done on the outer edge of the city. Upon reflection, I realized that showing me the screen controls had probably been a distraction. I had started peppering my grandmother with questions about our destination almost as soon as we were aloft, so teaching me how to manipulate the view was probably just a way to get me focused on something else. Thankfully, we reached our destination without incident, eventually setting down on a landing pad atop one of the lower towers. A few minutes later, through the use of an odd elevator that moved both vertically and horizontally, we found ourselves inside the cavernous living quarters that would be our home for the next few days. Not unexpectedly, a small pack of servants was waiting for us when we arrived.
"Welcome back, Princess,"
said one of the servants, whom I later learned was the head steward with a slight bow.
Thank you,
Indigo said.
"Would you care for any refreshments?"
the steward asked.
We haven't had breakfast yet,
my grandmother replied.
I think we'll take it downstairs, in the 12th level parlor. Come along, Shibo.
I fell in step behind her, following blindly as I contemplated what she had just said. 12th level? I had to admit to being impressed. I'd grown accustomed to the level of luxury that seemed to pervade the lives of Calician royalty, so I had anticipated my grandmother and I having quarters in the Acropolis that would be on par with a penthouse. What we got were accommodations that rivaled an apartment building in scope, with many above-ground floors as well as subterranean levels, not to mention a huge ballroom, a library, an armory, and more. These were my thoughts as we sat at a small dining table in the parlor, partaking of the breakfast my grandmother had requested. The fare consisted of some kind of purple and green mush. It looked particularly unappetizing to say the least, but actually tasted so exquisite that it was all I could do not to make yummy sounds. The meal itself was mostly a silent affair, with conversation being almost non-existent. From the moment we had sat down, Indigo had been almost completely preoccupied with viewing the screen of something akin to a computer tablet. So engrossed was she that she practically ignored her breakfast, doing little more than nibble on a couple of crackers. After a few failed attempts to engage her, I finally decided that whatever she was looking at was important, so I simply sat there quietly. Once or twice, I leaned forward enough to get a glimpse of the tablet's screen and saw Calician symbols scrolling up at a high rate of speed. My grandmother probably would have spent the entire time looking at the tablet, if not for an incident that occurred near the end of breakfast. One servant had just cleared the table and was walking away, while another was approaching with a couple of glasses on a tray. As she drew near, the approaching servant gasped and stumbled, sending the glasses she was carrying, and their contents, soaring through the air towards Indigo, who was just turning in the poor girl's direction. I didn't think, I just reacted. Reaching out telekinetically, I latched onto both the glasses and their spilled contents, catching them in mid-air and holding them there. The serving girl's eyes were as big as saucers as she watched me mentally put the liquids back into the glasses, which I then set on the table, one in front of me and the other before my grandmother. Plainly nervous, the servant made a hasty bow and then practically raced away. To the best of my knowledge, this was the first time my grandmother had seen me display any power other than my telepathy. I was slightly surprised that she hadn't asked for a demonstration before, but circumstances had just given me the perfect opportunity for a little show and tell. The only problem was that, while I'd done the show, Indigo didn't seem interested in the tell. Rather than express curiosity, she had merely given me an approving nod and gone back to staring at her tablet. Finally, after a few moments, I stammered out a few words, saying, I guess that I kind of scared that serving girl.
Possibly,
Indigo agreed without looking up.
But telekinesis isn't completely unknown among Calicians. It may have startled her slightly, but she was probably more embarrassed than anything else.
Oh, I said. Hopefully I didn't startle you. Still staring at the screen, she shook her head.
No, Shibo. I've seen what you can do.
I frowned. How? I don't think I've really done very much in front of you. For an answer, she merely tapped her temple with a forefinger. I concentrated for a moment, trying to get a handle on what she was referring to, and then it dawned on me. The memory capsules! Of course, no wonder she hadn't expressed an interest in seeing my other powers. As she'd stated before, Mom and Gramps had already shown her what I could do. Still, there's nothing like a live demonstration. Maybe she'd... My thoughts were cut off as my grandmother grunted in annoyance, clearly exasperated by something on the tablet screen. What is it? I asked.
More shenanigans, she replied. Now about the Bay of Bona.
What about it?
Word is out about how it saved you from Yolathan poisoning. It's not something we could keep quiet. You were healed at a banquet in front of 150 people.
So what's the issue?
Everybody wants it, she declared. I've got formal requests from some royals who simply want to see if it will activate for them, others who are promising their political support if I hand it over to them, and still more who are demanding that I surrender it to their custody or they will institute formal charges for theft of a cultural icon.
What will you do? She gave me a solemn look.
I don't know. I brought it with us to the Acropolis out of an abundance of caution, but—
Hold on, I said, slightly bewildered. It's here?
Yes, it came aboard the transport with us. As I was saying, I brought it with us just in case we needed it. In case—
She trailed off, but I knew where she was going. In case something happened to me again, I said. She nodded.
Yes, but if I can trade it for influence, get enough support to overturn this desire for the Praxitas, maybe it would be worth it.
Not to me, I said, shaking my head. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the Bayobona, so I'm not quite willing to just hand it over. More to the point, if what you said earlier is true, it's not ours to give. The Bayobona will make its own choice about whether to stay with us or go elsewhere.
True,
my grandmother agreed.
But enough of this.
Placing the tablet on the table, she pushed it away.
So, what do you think of our home away from home?
She asked, finally being sociable, as well as changing the subject. Very nice, Shanine, I replied, glancing around the parlor. Very roomy. I'm honestly surprised that the Queen provides guests with this much space, despite the size of the Acropolis. Indigo laughed.
Yes, it is rather commodious, but these are not guest quarters.
I raised an eyebrow. No?
No. This is the Castellum Cardinal, our permanent residence in the Acropolis.
Permanent? As in forever?
Yes. Officially, the entire Acropolis constitutes the Queen's castle and belongs to her. But per durable dispensations, which informally act as deeds, can be obtained for the use of certain areas.
And that's what's happened with the Castellum? My grandmother nodded.
For all intents and purposes, it belongs to the House Nonpareil. Most of the Calician Empire, in terms of wealth, government, and more, is controlled from the Acropolis, due to our family's large and influential role, both in front of and behind the scenes. Having a permanent residence in the heart of the empire was both a convenience and a necessity. Being able to come here and stay any time we like is just a bonus.
It certainly sounds like a nice perk to have.
There's a benefit, to be sure, but also an attendant obligation, which you will learn about soon enough.
Chapter 16. I was curious as to what my grandmother meant by obligation, but didn't press her. Instead, I allowed her to change the subject, and we spent the next 20 minutes chatting amiably about light-hearted subjects, such as how I was liking Calician food. I recognized this to be, at least in part, an effort by Indigo to make up for having ignored me initially during breakfast, but that didn't make our gabfest any less welcome or pleasant. Our conversation came to an abrupt end with the arrival of Baron, who was shown in by the steward. I hadn't seen the courier since the day before and was genuinely pleased to know that he was here in the Acropolis with us. The bad news, however, was that Baron always seemed to be on the clock, and if he was being ushered in before us, there had to be a vocational reason.
There you are, Baron,
my grandmother said as the courier approached.
Punctual as always.
Baron inclined his head in acknowledgement.
Thank you, Princess. I trust I am not interrupting.
Not at all,
my grandmother replied, then tilted her head in my direction.
He's all yours.
Confused, my eyes darted back and forth between them, but before I could ask what was going on, Baron spoke.
If you would come with me, Prince, he said.
I reached out telepathically to my grandmother, hoping to get an explanation, but the only reply I got was,
Go with Baron. You'll get answers soon enough.
Not quite satisfied with that response, I rose from my seat and left with the courier. I spent the rest of the morning getting an abbreviated tour of the Castellum that focused on a subject that was cool in its application, but disturbing in its implication. Secret rooms, entrances, and exits. Having them was awesome, but the fact that we needed them was alarming.
The banquet yesterday revealed that the House Nonpareil has fewer allies at present than in the recent past,
Baron said as he was showing me how to access a hidden room beneath the floor in the library.
Thus, knowing the more inconspicuous means of ingress and egress will be helpful should any untoward events occur.
You talk like someone's going to try to storm the place, I said.
While a direct assault is unlikely, it has been known to happen. That's why it is imperative that you be aware of these things.
This, then, was the obligation that my grandmother had referred to. If I was going to be staying here, my knowledge of entrances and exits needed to go beyond just the front door. Of course, with my power set, getting in and out of any place was about as much trouble as blinking an eye, and I said as much. I even went so far as to offer proof by phasing and then walking through a wall.
Quite impressive, Prince,
Baron said as I came back into the room.
But with all due respect, it does not negate the need for practical knowledge."
His words struck me as something my mentor Mouse would say, and actually had said on previous occasions. That being the case, I couldn't argue with his logic, and allowed him to continue teaching me this bit of cloak and dagger without further interruption. All in all, I learned the details of about a dozen secret rooms, tunnels, and passageways, including several in the suite of rooms assigned to me. I got the impression that there were more, but thankfully, there seemed to be a limit to how much I was expected to retain in a single sitting, especially since I also got a crash course in Calician firearms. This last also came courtesy of Baron, who made a stop by the armory part of the tour I received. I had to admit to being surprised. Seeing the weapons stockpiled there, one would have thought my family was planning to outfit a field regiment. There were firearms, of course, which conformed to a general design that I was familiar with, but also a number of devices that were completely foreign to my experience. For example, there was an implement that resembled a highlighter, except it happened to be filled with acid instead of fluorescent ink. Another reminded me of the eraser from a pencil, but it was capable of producing a lethal electrical charge if stepped on or put under pressure in some other way. Oddly enough, Baron had an almost innate knowledge of just about every weapon in the place. Not only could he explain their construction and use, but he also broke down several firearms in mere seconds in order to show me how they worked. Reaching out empathically, I felt a cool detachment from him when he disassembled the weapons, giving me the impression that his mind was elsewhere. In other words, breaking down a gun was second nature to him, an ingrained skill that he didn't need to think about. I gave him an appraising glance as he put a Calician plasma rifle back together. "You're far more comfortable with this stuff than I would have thought." Baron smiled as he placed the now assembled weapon back in its place.
"I will take that as a compliment, Prince."
Come on. I realize that I was born yesterday compared to most Calicians, but with the knowledge and skills you just displayed, there's no way you're just a courier. Baron gave a short laugh, probably the most humor I'd seen him display since we'd met, and then half-jokingly said,
"I prefer the term internuncio."
"Whatever. It's pretty clear that you know your way around the business end of a gun, and I'm betting your experience isn't strictly academic. You've been in the field, so to speak." His eyes narrowed, and he looked at me in a very focused manner, as if deciding something, then gave a sad sigh.
"I carry, often on my person, but most certainly within my head, some of the most intimate secrets of the House Nonpareil. Information that would be very damaging and dangerous in the wrong hands. Ergo, it would not do for me to be easily taken by our adversaries."
"You mean kidnapped?"
"It's an occupational hazard."
"As is being a member of the royal family," I said, almost as an afterthought. "Anyway, if I understand you correctly, being a jack of all trades when it comes to weapons is just a job requirement."
"Only for those who have been fortunate enough, as I have, to earn the full trust of the house they serve."
"Well, at least you had a choice. I was born into my role in this."
"You make it sound as though you have no options, when in fact the opposite is true."
"Oh?
You could always renounce."
"Renounce?" I repeated, caught a little off guard. The idea hadn't really occurred to me.
"Yes, you could give up all Calician honors, titles, and claims."
I took a moment to contemplate what that would mean. If I renounced, I could in all likelihood get out of the center of this political firestorm I seemed to be caught in. I probably wouldn't have to worry about the Praxedis either. I might even be able to go back home, to Earth. On the flip side, though, what would that mean for my family on Kalis? With no other eligible males, my grandmother would be next in line to inherit. Renouncing would probably shift any existing targets from my back onto hers. Moreover, since Indigo had indicated that our enemies were out to destroy us, there was no guarantee that renouncing would take me out of anyone's crosshairs. At most, it would probably just give me a false sense of security. I shook my head. No, renouncing isn't an option.
"Very well, my prince.
Baron said, in an odd tone that gave me the impression that he was secretly pleased by my decision. Chapter 17. Before leaving the armory, Baron insisted that I take a minimum complement of weapons for protection. My protests about not needing them were ignored. It seemed that Indigo had insisted he arm me to some extent. Furthermore, she apparently outranked me because her orders that he outfit me with weaponry seemed to take priority over my instructions to the contrary. In the end, we compromised, with me agreeing to take a pulse pistol along with a handful of articles that resembled bottle caps but were actually grenades. Satisfied but not completely happy with my minimalist view on arms, Baron had then escorted me from the weapons depot. A short time later, he brought me back to my grandmother, who was now seated at a desk in what appeared to be some kind of home office. At the moment, she appeared to be engaged in conversation with the hologram of a middle-aged woman, which stood on the opposite side of the desk.
My Shibo returns,
Indigo said to the woman.
We'll have to continue this later.
Please give careful consideration to our proposal,
the woman said.
I assure you, you'll not find a better offer elsewhere.
With that, the hologram vanished, and a moment later my grandmother rose to meet us. She gave me a bright smile, but emotionally I could sense that she was highly irritated, suggesting that the conversation she had just ended had irked her in some way. What was that about? I asked as we drew near, plainly asking about her curtailed conversation.
In a minute,
she said, and then turned to Baron.
How did it go?
Very well, Highness,
he replied.
Prince Jardago is now acquainted with several of the rudimentary secrets of the Castellum Cardinal.
Rudimentary? Memorizing how to access a dozen hidden rooms and corridors in just a few hours only counted as rudimentary? How much more was there to learn?
Thank you,
Indigo said.
I know you did a far better job teaching him than I would have.
My pleasure, Princess,
the courier said.
Besides, you had other pressing matters.
My grandmother's brow wrinkled at the comment, bringing to mind my earlier question. You were going to tell me what that conversation was about? I reminded her. The one you were having when we came in. Indigo gave Baron a knowing look, and the courier immediately excused himself. A moment later, the door closed behind him, and we were alone. My grandmother let out an exasperated sigh.
The political sands are shifting again.
What's happened? I asked. More demands about the Bayabona? She shook her head and flicked her wrist at the comment, as if shooing away an annoying insect.
No, I can handle those. This is a new twist that I should have seen coming.
What? I asked, intrigued.
The woman you saw me speaking with is a royal of the 3rd patrilineal. Hers is not a particularly powerful bloc, but they have strong influence in certain areas. We're being offered their support in our effort to suspend the Prexidus. An alliance.
Really? So what's the catch?
An alliance with the House Nonpareil would boost their fortunes considerably, as it would most royals. The problem is that such pacts, one of sufficient magnitude, are usually cemented by an affiancing.
A what? Indigo gave me a solemn stare, as if weighing how best to answer, before responding,
A betrothal,
she finally said. I blinked, several times in fact, shocked into silence for a moment as what she was saying sank in. I had to have misunderstood her. You mean a marriage? I asked cautiously, already knowing the answer.
Yes.
Forget it, I bellowed explosively, shocking myself, and probably my grandmother as well, with the unexpected vehemence in my voice. They can take their offer and shove it. You're already married to Gramps.
True, but there's no canon in Calician law that prevents one from taking a second spouse,
Indigo stated calmly. You can't seriously be considering this, I said firmly, practically gritting my teeth as I tried to maintain a grip on my temper. My grandfather had waited decades for this woman to come back to him. That my grandmother would even allow the idea of another spouse to percolate was way more than enough to set me off.
To save our family, You, your mother, John? I'd contemplate that and more, she stated plainly.
Fists curled into white-knuckled balls, I was seething at this point, and you didn't need to be an empath to realize it. I felt myself on the verge of saying something harsh to my grandmother about being loyal to Gramps, but didn't get a chance.
However, Indigo continued, that's all moot.
Oh, really? How so? I asked sarcastically. She gave me a stern gaze.
Because I'm not the one who would be affianced.
Chapter 18. My grandmother's comments sucked the wind right out of my sails. One moment I was about to hurl some loud and abusive criticism at her, and the next I was speechless. She couldn't possibly mean what she seemed to be implying, but there was no doubt that she did. But I stammered, struggling for something to say. I have a girlfriend.
Well,
my grandmother replied.
I hope she's not the jealous type.
I gave her a wide-eyed stare, not sure how to respond, or even if I could, since my brain was now overflowing with a myriad of thoughts.
That was a joke, Shibo,
my grandmother said with a smile, giving me a gentle pat on the cheek.
About the jealous girlfriend, that is. Not about the proposed engagement.
Wait a minute, I said, trying to find another straw to grasp. If a prospective bride came from the third patrilineal, wouldn't that make her a relative?
All of the royal lines are our relatives.
Yes, but aren't there laws against that sort of thing here? Marriage between family members? Indigo laughed, taking me by surprise, as I didn't see the humor.
I'm sorry, she said, still giggling. But that just seemed like such an absurd comment coming from you, when people on Earth marry their relatives all the time.
Huh? What do you mean?
Think about it. How many people are on Earth right now?
About 6 billion or so, I estimated.
And if you go back 10 generations, how many ancestors would each of those 6 billion people have?
I did some quick math in my head. Each person has 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents. Going 10 generations back, I said, after completing my calculations, would give each person roughly 1,000 ancestors.
So,
Indigo said,
10 generations ago, all 6 billion people on Earth had 1,000 ancestors. What kind of population does that suggest the world had 10 generations ago?
That would be 6 billion times 1,000, I said, trailing off as I came up with the sum. 6 trillion. I lowered my eyes. The number I'd come up with was completely preposterous. Even accounting for certain facts that might bring the total down, such as some individuals, for example siblings, having the same ancestors, it was still a ludicrous figure. Now I knew where my grandmother was heading with this.
So were there 6 trillion people on Earth back then?
She asked. I estimated back then to be a couple of 100 years, but that wasn't a particularly salient fact. No, I answered softly. There probably weren't even 1 billion people alive 10 generations ago.
So it doesn't seem like there are enough ancestors to account for the current number of people on your planet. What does that tell you about the current population on Earth?
I sighed. Most of the people are related, probably within 10 generations of each other if they belong to the same ethnic group. And the further back you go, the more likely it is that 2 people have a common ancestor.
And from a matrimonial standpoint, what can you conclude?
That on Earth it's practically impossible to avoid marrying a relative.
Now perhaps you know why I found your remarks so humorous, that you would disparage Calician culture regarding a practice that is probably more prevalent on Earth.
Fine, I said. I'm a hypocrite. But people on Earth generally don't knowingly marry their relations.
The math is easy enough to do. It seems more likely that they simply ignore the facts.
I had to admit that she had a point. But we were getting way off base. Anyway, I said, trying to get the conversation back on track. You turned her down, didn't you? You told her there was no way I was getting married, right?
No, I didn't. I actually told her we'd talk about it later, as you undoubtedly heard.
But I'm only 16, I screeched. I'm not ready to get married, and definitely not to some distant backwoods inbred cousin. I accentuated my diatribe by telepathically sending my grandmother an image of a wart-faced teenage girl in a torn and filthy dress with a balding head of unwashed hair, a hunched back, a clubbed foot, and a wandering eye. Pretty much every congenital defect I could think of at the moment. Caught off guard by the imagery, my grandmother snorted so hard that I thought something was going to fly out of her nose. She put a hand up to her mouth to stifle her laughter while using the other to lean on the desk for support. Her merriment was both soothing and infectious. After a few seconds, my mood had not only mellowed, but I was also chuckling along with her.
"Calm yourself, Shibo,"
Indigo said after finally regaining her composure.
"First of all, it would be a betrothal, not a wedding. As you note, your age is a prohibitive factor, so actual marriage would not take place for a long time to come, possibly decades."
Good to know, I muttered, slightly relieved.
Second, we are well aware of the genetic abnormalities that can result from inbreeding, but our medical science eliminated those risks long ago. Still, unions between exceptionally close relatives are frowned upon. Thus, I can assure you that any prospective bride would be no more closely related to you than the average female on Earth.
That last statement was less comforting than it might have been just a few minutes earlier, before our discussion of how close Terran familial ties are. Still, it gave rise to a new question. "Shanine," I began, "you said we are descended from the third matrilineal." My grandmother nodded.
"That's correct."
"Well, if intermarriage is common, shouldn't we have ancestors in at least one of the other royal lines?"
"Yes, we actually have ancestors in all 10 of them. In fact, at this juncture in our history, I don't know a single royal who doesn't."
"Then how is it determined which line a royal claims descent from?"
"Lineage is usually asserted based on paternal affiliation, through the male parent. So if your father was from the first patrilineal, you would ordinarily claim descent from that line, even though your mother may be descended from, say, the third. However, that is not set in stone."
"So basically almost any royal can claim descent from any of the 10 lines?"
"Technically, yes, but in practice, no. For instance, I could claim descent from the second patrilineal, but the established members of that line may not accept or treat me as one of their own. In fact, that's probably what would happen."
Seems like kind of a severe reaction.
"You have to remember that the 10 lines have different levels of power and prestige. If someone tries to claim royal descent in the unconventional manner I suggested, it probably means they are trying to affiliate themselves with a more influential branch of the family."
"And that branch is probably unwilling to allow their clout to be used by an outsider to get ahead."
"Correct."
I grunted in annoyance. This is way more complicated than I ever imagined family structure could be.
"Welcome to the ruling class,"
Indigo said with a smile.
"But forget about this stuff for now. Why don't you take the afternoon off and go visit with your friend?"
I found her question perplexing. What friend? Outside of you and Baron, I'd be hard-pressed to name a single person I know on this entire planet.
"I'm glad you asked,"
my grandmother said. Turning towards the desk, she reached over and lifted something from the tabletop. It appeared to be a piece of clear glass about 2 by 3 inches in size, which I recognized as a messaging device.
"This is from Prince Vikra," she said,
handing the piece of glass to me. Vikra. I quickly flipped through my mental Rolodex, trying to put a face to the name. "Oh, the guy who sat next to me at my coming-out banquet yesterday," I said, suddenly remembering. The whole thing felt as though it had happened ages ago. I looked over the little glass pane, flipping it over and trying to figure out how to make it work. I grumbled. It's probably a bill for a new pair of shoes.
"Nonsense,"
Indigo replied, reaching over and touching a finger to a corner of the little glass rectangle. Almost immediately, the glass became infused with colorful Calician words and symbols.
"It's an invitation to lunch."
Chapter 19. The place where I was to meet Vikra for lunch was some kind of private reserve. It was only a few minutes away via transport, but about 30 minutes away by foot, which was the mode of travel I preferred at the moment. However, my grandmother and Baron were vehemently opposed to the idea of me hoofing it anywhere, and they both ganged up on me about it in my grandmother's study.
"It's out of the question," Indigo declared. "You'll take the transport."
"But I'm a teleporter," I said insistently, and then popped to the other side of the room and back for effect. "I have to eyeball places in order to teleport to them, and I've seen almost 0 parts of the city. It's one of my most powerful abilities, but it'll be almost useless to me if I can't teleport anywhere in the Acropolis other than our residence here and the inside of a shuttle."
"I understand, but not all parts of the city are safe, and you could easily walk into danger."
"There's danger everywhere. I've been on Kalis for roughly a day and already come close to dying twice." A sheepish look crept onto my grandmother's face, and I realized that I had punched a little below the belt. She'd never stop blaming herself for the Yolathan wine incident. Baron gently cleared his throat, getting my and Indigo's attention. My grandmother had called him back into her study, presumably to talk some sense into me, after I had expressed my intent to walk to the venue for lunch.
"Perhaps a compromise is in order," the courier said. "If you prefer to walk, Prince, we can easily provide you with an escort."
I looked at him quizzically. "Escort?"
"Yes, a contingent of servants to accompany you for protection."
"In other words, an armed war party."
"Well, not armed," Baron corrected.
"Huh?" I said, baffled.
"With the exception of personal residences, like ours, weapons are generally not allowed in the Acropolis," my grandmother chimed in. "Only Queen Dornosia's personal guard, who also serve as law enforcement, are allowed to bear arms in the city."
"So then what's the point of an escort?" I asked.
"Your escorts would be sworn to protect you with their lives," Baron answered.
"In other words, they're supposed to jump in the path of a bullet for me," I summarized. "Me, a guy who can phase so that he can't be physically hurt. That makes no sense."
"Shibo," my grandmother said, "the royal crypts are bursting at the seams with the bodies of those who were assassinated in this very city, where weapons in general are banned, and a great number of them thought they were untouchable."
"Yes, but were they literally untouchable?" I asked, swiping my phased hand through the back of a nearby chair.
"You're not listening," Indigo said crisply. "The political machinations aren't even the tip of the iceberg. The people we are up against are ruthless and unprincipled, the products of a political and economic system that has everyone clawing for as much power as they can grasp. They operate with a level of craft, cunning, and guile that you've never experienced, and will do whatever, whenever, and to whomever it takes to win. Don't underestimate their tenacity in resolving the problem you represent, or overestimate your own readiness because of the powers you possess."
She was fraught with worry, and I would have picked up on that fact even without my powers. I frowned in concentration, trying to think up a way to put her at ease. "Shanine, do you remember what you said about having me drink the Yolathan wine?" I asked. "That you did it because we needed to make a statement about my character?"
"Yes,"
Indigo said, and then looked away, embarrassed.
"Oddly enough, that's worked out in our favor. Surviving Yolathan poisoning has created a far stronger impression of you than if the wine had been benign. That said, I wouldn't want to repeat the experience, even if the same outcome were guaranteed."
"That makes 2 of us," I added. "But my point is that we need to continue making it clear that we are not intimidated, that we aren't frightened, that everyone else may need an armored personnel carrier just to go outside and pick up the morning paper, but we don't. That we aren't
"Enough, Shibo,"
my grandmother said, raising a hand as she cut me off.
"You've made your point. And while I'm not completely convinced that this is the proper course of action, we'll try things your way."
"Thanks, Shanine," I said, smiling slightly.
"No thanks necessary," she said. "Just try not to get killed."
Chapter 20. After acquiescing to my decision to walk to lunch, My grandmother only had one real demand that she insisted on compliance with: that I continue to wear my crown. Not only did it denote my status as a member of the royal family, which would hopefully offer some level of protection in and of itself, but it also apparently served as some sort of tracking device that would allow me to be found in case of emergency. Indigo needn't have worried. Although I no longer needed it for translation purposes, wearing the coronet had become a deep-rooted habit with me. I'd had it on my head all day up to that point, and considered it as much a part of my ensemble as the insignia-laden blue and white tunic and azure trousers I'd been wearing since leaving the house nonpareil that morning. I did, however, choose to eschew the earbud from that point forward, as it had never been a comfortable fit. Since it was my first time in the Acropolis, I obviously had no clue where I was going. Thankfully, Baron supplied me with something that looked like a wristwatch, but which functioned as a GPS device. Basically, it synced with a visor that could be worn over the eyes and would holographically project large arrows that you simply followed to your destination. After a few minutes of instruction from Baron, I felt that I could comfortably use the thing to find my way around. With the possibility of getting lost now unlikely, I said goodbye to the courier and my grandmother and set off. I exited the castellum at street level, via what was presumably the front door. There, I was surprised to find myself greeted by what appeared to be a two-man security detail posted at the entrance. Looking around, I noticed that the building we were calling home for the moment was actually a gated and guarded compound. There was at least 100 feet of lawn between the building itself and what I would call the street on all sides, with the border between them being an intimidating 20-foot stone wall. Mounted on a tripod near the front door was some kind of high-caliber gun that looked capable of taking down an airliner. I also noted at least one patrol walking the grounds and looking exceptionally vigilant. And this was just what I discerned with a casual glance. All of this brought to mind my grandmother's warnings of how dangerous the present situation was. But was this level of security normal, or a beefed-up version resulting from current events? I wasn't really sure I wanted to know the answer. If this was typical, then day-to-day life among royals was even more stressful than I'd come to realize of late. If this was solely because of me, then maybe things were more volatile than I imagined. A walkway led from the front door to a massive gate that was set in the wall and manned by armed guards. Since that seemed to be the way out, I began walking towards it. They must have already been made aware of who I was because none of the guards accosted me. In fact, a few at the gate even acknowledged me with a crisp "Prince Jotigo" as I approached. A door-sized aperture in the gate, obviously operated remotely, began swinging open when I got close. "Thanks," I said to no one in particular, and then stepped out. The door in the gate swung shut behind me. At the same time, the GPS seemed to activate. I was already wearing the visor, and within seconds I saw a large green arrow floating in the air and pointing to the right. I went in the direction indicated. As I walked, I took care to observe my surroundings. After all, the entire point of me making this trek on foot was to see as much as possible. Noting what appeared to be shops, offices, and even restaurants along my route, I would occasionally stick my head in a doorway or peek through a window to get a better feel for the environment. Weather-wise, it was gorgeous, very much like a warm and sunny spring day on Earth. There were numerous people on the street, almost all of whom appeared to be commoners, some walking in leisurely fashion while others rushed to and fro. And they were literally on the street, the area that, in a major city back home, would be filled with cars zipping by. It turned out that there was very little ground traffic in the Acropolis. The wealthy traveled everywhere by air transport. Almost everyone else used underground shuttles, subterranean passages with automatic walkways, or the multi-directional elevators, like that in my family's castellum, many of which could actually go from building to building. People typically only walked outside if their destination was close by. After I'd been walking along for a few minutes, I started picking up odd emotional vibes. At first, they were a little sporadic, only here and there throughout the crowd. Normally, I tune out the emotions of those around me, much like normal people disregard the conversations of others who are within earshot. In this instance, however, I took note because it became clear that multiple people were broadcasting the same sentiments: surprise, anxiety, apprehension, just an overall feeling of nervousness. That almost never happens. Everyone has feelings, but multiple people rarely ever feel the same emotion at the same time without some outside catalyst, like someone yelling "bomb" in a crowded room and causing everyone to panic. I began picking up the sensation of nervous concern from more and more people. Empathically, it was impossible to ignore, the emotional equivalent of a crowd all shouting the same thing. The question was, what exactly were they trying to say? While struggling to figure out what the heck was going on, I noticed something queer occurring. The throngs of people that had been around me since I'd stepped onto the street had suddenly begun giving me a wide berth. At the same time, almost all conversation in the area came to an abrupt end as everyone stopped what they were doing and simply stared at me. At that moment, I realized what had happened. Someone had recognized me. Or rather, not me per se, but the fact that a royal was among them. Like the crew on board the ship that had brought me to Kalis, everyone was now showing me an extreme, and to be truthful, an embarrassing amount of deference, such as inclining their heads when I passed by. Being the center of this much attention felt weird. I quickened my pace, trying to get away from the gawking. Unfortunately, the rumor mill traveled faster than my stride, and word apparently raced ahead of me that a prince was walking among the commoners. As a result, the masses of bodies in front of me suddenly parted like the Red Sea before Moses, with everyone quickly stepping out of what they presumed to be my path. As I strolled along, absent-mindedly following the holographic arrows, I momentarily considered shifting into superspeed and zipping away. I discounted the idea after no more than a moment, realizing that the GPS probably wouldn't be able to keep up with me. In short, at superspeed, I'd probably be moving too fast for it to calculate my location, let alone generate an arrow to indicate the proper direction. I could always turn invisible and then, to avoid having people unknowingly bump into me, fly above the crowd. That way, I could avoid being a human spectacle while at the same time move at a languid enough pace that the GPS would still have some degree of utility. It would probably stun the crowd of onlookers, but they'd get over it. And it would also give them something to talk about around the water cooler. I was just about to implement my plan when I heard a peculiar whooshing sound, like compressed air being forced through a narrow tube. I looked up and saw 5 Calicians wearing what I assumed were jetpacks, streaking through the air about 50 feet above the ground. They were all dressed similarly in some type of dark uniform and were heading in my direction, flying in a tight V formation. As they drew near, their altitude dropped, but not their speed. They continued coming towards me at a clip that I estimated to be at least 30 miles per hour. At that rate, I expected them to zoom past, passing perhaps 10 feet overhead. However, just when it seemed like they were going to blow by, their speed dropped precipitously, and they landed nimbly on the ground in front of me, practically in formation. It was an extraordinary display, almost like an air show, and normally I would have been very impressed. Instead, I was concerned about something I hadn't really noticed about these guys until they landed. Each of them was carrying a plasma rifle. Moreover, the uniforms they sported were some type of body armor, complete with tactical helmet. Not good. My grandmother's words about how dangerous the city could be suddenly came back to haunt me as I briefly wondered whether this was some sort of hit squad sent by my family's enemies. If so, they were pretty bold to do their work in broad daylight on a busy street. However, they were about to find out, in a bad way, just what someone with my power set could do. The guy who had been in the lead while they flew stepped forward. I had no idea how successful this team had been in the past, but I was about to show them that they had made a grave error in their choice of victim this time. I geared up to use my phasing and teleportation powers, among others, formulating a plan of attack that I hoped would keep casualties to a minimum.
"Highness," said the man who had stepped towards me, "I am Captain Neardor of the Queen's Royal Guard. Are you in distress?"
Huh? I muttered. still tense but starting to relax as I realized that this wasn't a team of assassins sent to kill me. This was instead a portion of the Queen's personal guard, which explained why they were carrying weapons.
Are you in distress?
Neardahl repeated. He was a big fellow, well-muscled, who moved and spoke with an almost tangible sense of authority and confidence.
Do you need assistance?
No, I answered. I'm fine.
Where's your escort?
He asked, looking around expectantly. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and tapped his helmet near the temple area. Almost immediately, a rectangular piece of glass set in a metal frame slid out from the side of his helmet and settled into place in front of his right eye. I don't have one, I answered, now gaining further insight into what was going on. Someone must have called in that a lone royal, obviously discombobulated, was wandering around the streets of the Acropolis like a lost puppy, which wasn't exactly true. A contingent of the Queen's Guard had been dispatched to make sure everything was hunky-dory. Neardahl scanned the area. I couldn't see anything on my side of the glass, but I was sure that the half-visor that now covered his right eye was feeding him all types of information.
Would you like us to accompany you to your destination?
He asked. That's not necessary, I replied. I'll be fine on my own.
I see,
Neardahl said in a curious tone as his gaze seemed to fix on a point over my right shoulder. I fought the urge to turn around and look at whatever had grabbed his attention. Instead, I stayed focused on him, noting that his left eye twinkled brightly for a moment in a way that was completely unnatural, like there was a flashlight in the socket behind it that flicked on for a second. Neardahl turned and gave a sharp command to his troops. A moment later, they were airborne and zooming away. I watched them for a few seconds, as did everyone else on the street, then decided to scamper away while everyone was distracted, before I became the center of attention again. I hurriedly followed the holographic arrows, taking just enough note of the areas I walked through to be able to teleport back to them if I needed to. Commoners that I passed still seemed to recognize me as a royal, but their scrutiny became less of an issue as the GPS directed me along a course through zones with fewer and fewer people. As a result, by the time I was about halfway to my destination, I found myself the only person on the street. At this juncture, the GPS initially directed me to take a broad pathway between two buildings. Unfortunately, there was a robotic work crew clogging the designated route as they performed maintenance of some sort. There was a pile of rubble nearby from where they had torn up the street, revealing sections of pipe and wiring. A flashing sign close to the work site warned pedestrians to stay back. Now that I thought about it, I recalled seeing several such signs as I followed the directions of the GPS, but hadn't paid particular attention to them. That also explained why I was the only person on the street in this area. Praying that the robots weren't here to fix a gas leak, or whatever the Calician equivalent was, I was pondering whether I should just phase and walk through their work area when the GPS, having apparently recalculated, gave me an alternative route. Following my new instructions, I found myself at the entrance of an underground chamber about a minute later. To be frank, it really resembled the entrance to a subway station, with 3 sets of escalators on one side going down and 3 more on the other side coming up. As I already knew, a good portion of travel in the Acropolis took place underground, so it wasn't that much of a surprise that part of this excursion would occur below street level. That being the case, I took the plunge and stepped onto one of the descending escalators. Below the surface, the chamber was extremely well lit, allowing me the opportunity to inspect my surroundings without switching my vision over to another portion of the light spectrum. The only thing I really noticed, however, was the fact that the area seemed deserted, which I chalked up to the warning signs about the nearby maintenance work. The escalator went down for about 100 feet. As I stepped off it, I noticed roughly a dozen automatic walkways, the closest of which was maybe 20 yards away, heading off in various directions. The arrows pointed me to the walkway farthest to my right. I walked over to it, and was just about to step on when I decided to address a problem that had come to my attention a few minutes earlier. I turned and looked back in the direction I had just come from. As expected, I didn't see anything, but that meant nothing at all. You might as well show yourself, I said. I know you're there. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a slight shimmering began in the empty space near the escalator I had ridden down. It quickly flared into a sparkling luminescence, which I attempted to protect my eyes from by cycling through various wavelengths of light. By the time I found one that allowed me to comfortably view what was happening, the sparkling was already starting to diminish. In a few seconds it was gone, and, as expected, a man stood in its place. Baron. Chapter 21. The courier walked towards me with a slight smile on his face. "So," I said, crossing my arms, "whose idea was it to tail me, yours or my grandmother's?"
"It was more of a consensus," Baron answered. "How long did you know I was following you?"
"Since my parley with the Queen's guards. Your emotions spiked." He nodded in understanding before flatly stating,
"Neardaw saw me."
My eyebrows went up in surprise. The tech Baron employed had allowed him to shadow me on Earth for a week without being seen, although I had been able to detect some things empathically. I had assumed his emotions had erupted when I was talking with Neardaw because he thought I was in danger, but apparently it was something else altogether. "He could see you?" I asked. "How?"
"The stealth gear I use is highly advanced," he replied. "But there are devices that render its effects void. More to the point, the Queen's guards are typically outfitted with top-of-the-line countermeasures for things like this."
Now I knew what the guard captain had fixated on when he was looking to my rear. Baron's comments also brought to mind the weird way Neardaw's eye had flashed. So I asked him about it.
"Most likely a cybernetic implant," the courier said. "An enhancement over the original organ."
I shuddered. He traded his natural eye in order to become a cyborg? Even with an upgrade in vision and such, it seemed like a steep price to pay. Baron made a non-committal gesture.
"It may not have been an elective choice. He may have lost the eye in battle."
"Oh," I said contritely, feeling ashamed of the conclusion I had leaped to. "And he could really see you?"
"Unquestionably. I wasn't sure if he was going to take any action, and I suppose that's what caused my emotions to momentarily flare."
I frowned. What action would he take? And why? Baron paused for a moment before answering.
"I was in stealth mode and clearly following a lone royal on a busy street. The implications could have been good or bad."
"In other words, you could have been trailing me to either protect me or kill me."
"Yes. Guns and such may be banned, but you don't need a formal weapon in order to commit murder."
I nodded, thinking how back on Earth ordinary tools could be used to commit heinous crimes. A hammer, a screwdriver, and so on. You could even do it with your bare hands if you were so inclined. "So why didn't he do anything?" I asked. And then the answer hit me. "Wait, you called him by name earlier. You know him." Baron nodded.
"Our paths have crossed. He's a good soldier, and I believe he simply gave me the benefit of the doubt in this instance. Besides, while guns are forbidden in the Acropolis, defensive measures like camouflage and stealth tech are not."
I laughed. "So your actions were merely suspicious, not fatally incriminating."
"I suppose so," the courier said with a grin. "But come, Highness, we should get moving if you don't want to be late."
With that, he stepped onto the walkway, and I joined him a moment later. With Baron now with me, I was able to disregard the GPS and take off the visor, as he knew how to reach our destination. We rode the first walkway for about 500 yards and then switched over to a second. Although Baron gave me an overview of their features as we went along, the walkways themselves were nothing special in my opinion. Other than being exceptionally broad, their width could likely accommodate 10 stout men standing shoulder to shoulder. They struck me as being little more than a larger version of the moving walkways that you could find in any major airport. I couldn't properly gauge their speed, but with the two of us also briskly striding as we moved, we made pretty good time. We had traveled about a third of the second walkway's 1,000-yard length when I picked up the sounds of chatter. I had been engaged in casual conversation with Baron and not really paying attention to anything around us. Looking up at this new sound, I saw a group of maybe 10 people approaching us on the walkway, wearing the Calician equivalent of work coveralls. I was first surprised to actually see them down here. I hadn't seen anyone other than Baron since before taking the escalator below ground. Also, it seemed odd to me that they would be taking this walkway, which was moving in the opposite direction than the way they were traveling, like trying to walk up an escalator that was moving down. Finally, despite the prattle I was hearing from a couple of them, which seemed lighthearted and gay, they were giving off a seriously menacing vibe. By this time, Baron and I had ceased walking forward, but the motion of the walkway itself, not to mention the advancing strides of the other party, brought us closer to these new arrivals. I telescoped my vision to get a good look at them. Their appearance matched their emotional state, dark and dangerous. I also noticed that they all seemed to be carrying various implements that seemed vaguely familiar. "Are those tools?" I asked softly.
Technically, but in the right hands they're weapons, the courier said as he took a protective step forward. "Stay behind me."
"Yeah, that's not going to be much better," I said. Baron looked back towards me, obviously curious as to what I was talking about. I hooked a thumb over my left shoulder and, glancing to my rear, he presumably saw what I had picked up empathically just a few seconds earlier. Another group, dressed like the first and similar-sized, as well as carrying comparable tools, was closing in on us from the rear. It was an ambush. I turned so that Baron and I were back to back, at the same time looking around to see if there were any more surprise guests we should be aware of. Unsurprisingly, there were none. Other than the junctions where you could change from one walkway to another, each of the mobile footpaths resided in its own individual underground tunnel. In other words, aside from the two ends of the walkway, there was no way for someone to come at us. On the flip side, we were trapped. Or rather, we were seemingly trapped. There were 100 ways I could use my powers to get us out of this unscathed, such as phasing me and Baron so we could just walk straight through these guys. In fact, that sounded like a pretty good plan, and I reached out telepathically to share it with Baron. The problem was, the courier didn't seem to be there anymore. I glanced behind me. As I feared, my companion was gone. However, I thought I could hear the rhythmic pounding of running footsteps heading towards the group of men Baron had been facing. A moment later, something like an invisible wrecking ball hit them, bowling them over like a tsunami smashing into a grass hut. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. Baron had slipped into stealth mode and charged one of the ambushing parties. I fought the impulse to go help him, since that would leave our rear exposed. Assuming he could take care of himself, I turned back to the group that had been creeping up on us from behind. I concentrated, preparing to use my telekinesis to end this quickly. The most obvious tactic would be to psychically rip any potential weapons out of the hands of these bushwhackers, and then maybe slam them into the walls once or twice. In short, the fight would be over before it really began, which was a little sad because I hadn't had a decent workout since leaving Earth. And then a new thought occurred to me. I wasn't one to take unnecessary chances, but maybe this little brawl didn't have to be over too quickly. I teleported, tearing a page out of our attackers' playbook by popping up behind them. The group halted their advance, obviously wondering where I had vanished to. I reached out for the two rearmost guys and smashed their heads together like coconuts. They dropped to the ground unconscious. The sound of bodies hitting the ground made the rest of their party swiftly turn around, makeshift weapons at the ready. One fellow in particular seemed to be quick on the draw, raising something that looked like a soldering gun as he turned. I phased just as he fired, and a bolt of electricity passed harmlessly through me. I shifted into super speed and dashed forward at an angle until I was lateral to the guy with the electrical gun, as I thought of it. I then ran at him from the side, becoming solid as I rammed him in the upper arm with my shoulder. At super speed, it was a brutal hit, and I heard an audible crack at the point of impact. My target went flying, smashing into two of his compatriots like a human, or rather Calician, cannonball, and all three of them went down in a tangle of bodies. I spared them a quick glance to make sure they were out of the fight for the moment, and noticed a jagged piece of white bone jutting out of the arm of the now unconscious shooter just below the shoulder. 5 down, 5 to go. I turned my attention back to the remaining assailants in this contingent of the ambush party just as one of them came at me, trying to strike me with something that resembled a magician's wand. This was an item I recognized because one had been among the possessions my grandmother had left behind on Earth, a stone stick. I had no idea what its intended purpose was, but it was capable of petrifying the cells of living things. I turned invisible and sidestepped the intended blow. Failing to make contact when he expected something solid threw my attacker off balance. I stepped forward and slapped him across the face, hard. The sound of it echoed in the tunnel like a thunderclap, and the force of the blow sent him staggering to the side. My assailant spent a moment rubbing his cheek where my palm had connected. He then swung the stone stick at me in a backhanded fashion, probably hoping to catch me unawares. I easily avoided the strike, and then slapped him again. Hot with anger, the guy with the stone stick struck at the area where he apparently thought I was standing, only to get slapped once more. By this time, he was completely enraged. Screaming in frustration, he began swinging the stone stick wildly in all directions, but never came close to making contact with me. Nevertheless, I phased just to play it safe. Before phasing, I had spent a brief moment worrying that the other 4 assailants might join in, but I shouldn't have been concerned. They were keeping well back, most likely to avoid accidentally getting tapped with the stone stick. With that in mind, I was suddenly struck with a bold inspiration. I became visible, but still phased, directly in the line of sight of the fellow with the wand. Grunting with effort, he came forward and swung at me as hard as possible. I stood still, as if I was going to let myself be struck. However, just before the stone stick hit me, I used my teleportation power to switch places with one of the other attackers. As a result, it was one of the assailants, not me, who was hit by the wand. The guy on the receiving end of the blow let out an agonizing scream and clutched his right arm, which was where the stone stick had touched him. He then dropped to his knees, still howling in pain. The arm, which was bare, seemed to immediately turn ashen and rigid, like a limb sculpted from inorganic material rather than one made of flesh. I observed all of this while pulling the same switcheroo a second time, which resulted in one of the attackers getting struck in the neck with the stone stick. He let out a tiny squeak and then fell to the ground, clutching his throat, unable to breathe as his neck became petrified. The man wielding the wand was so out of control that he didn't seem to realize that he had put 2 of his confederates out of commission. Nor did he seem to take note of those remaining or their incessant screaming that he stop. His purpose in life seemed to consist solely of bringing me down, regardless of anything else. He didn't even slow down when I swapped places with one of his companions a 3rd time, with that fellow getting hit in the chest. Other than the guy with the wand, there was only one other attacker left out of the original 10 I had faced, a wild-eyed fellow with a wicked scar across his nose. Rather than suffer the fate of his last 3 companions, Scarnose took his matters into his own hands. Somehow, during the time when I was switching places with his friends, Scarnose had gotten his hands on the electrical gun. Now, without hesitation, he pointed it at the guy with the stone stick and fired. I had to applaud his survival instincts. Scarnose was obviously no fool. After witnessing me switch places with his compatriots, he had seen what was coming and wasn't having any of it. The man Scarnose had blasted wailed painfully as electricity shot through him. His hair stood on end, and the air around him became ionized. When Scarnose finally eased up on the trigger, his victim dropped to his knees and then fell forward, clothes smoking. Scarnose immediately trained the electrical gun on me. However, he must have recognized the futility of pulling the trigger because, rather than firing, he began backing away, moving in the direction he and his companions had come from. Suddenly, he turned and bolted, a move that wasn't completely unexpected. Smiling to myself, I let him get about 10 steps and then reached out telekinetically to trip him up. Nothing happened. In the space in my head where I could normally feel my telekinesis like a tangible part of my body, there was a void. The crown, I thought, again recalling Mouse's statement about how that stupid coronet might affect my abilities. Shaking my head in frustration, I tried again to use my telekinesis. This time, I could feel it there, and I let out an almost audible sigh of relief as I used my power to take Scarnose out at the knees. He planted face first into the walkway, like an ostrich trying to bury its head in the sand, and didn't move. With everyone who had been in the rear group now incapacitated, I turned my attention to the area of the walkway where Baron had engaged the first gang of attackers. 5 of them appeared to be on the ground, unconscious. The remainder had formed a wide circle in the middle of the walkway and seemed to be trying to close in on something centered in between them. I still couldn't see him, but assumed that Baron was the object in the ring the assailants had formed. Having had my powers go on the fritz once already, and suppressing any thought of what might have happened had they failed when I faced the fellow with the stone stick, I was through playing around. Telekinetically, I grabbed the guys surrounding Baron and slammed them into the ceiling, and then into both side walls of the walkway tunnel. When I released my psychic grip, they flopped to the ground like wet noodles. A moment later, Baron became visible and began walking towards me.
"Are you injured?"
he asked. "I'm fine," I replied. "Who were these guys?"
"Assassins. The more relevant question, however, is who sent them?"
"Maybe we should ask," I said. I scanned the 2 groups that had attacked us. A couple of them weren't going to be saying anything to anyone ever again. Several others, like the guy with the petrified arm, were either in shock or too much pain to provide any useful intel. More were unconscious, but 1 or 2 were starting to come around. One of these was Scarnose, who had rolled onto his back and was now groaning and holding his hands up to his bloodied face. I reached out telekinetically, grabbed Scarnose by one leg, and began dragging him towards us. I had only pulled him a few feet when his groans became actual yelps of pain. "Stop belly aching," I said in a loud voice. Granted, I wasn't giving Scarnose the most comfortable ride, but it was a lot less than he deserved, and nowhere near as painful as he was making it seem. In response, Scarnose let out a high-pitched scream, like I just put a pair of thumb screws on him and tightened them to the max.
"What are you doing to him?"
Baron asked. "Nothing," I insisted, and then released my telekinetic hold for good measure. Scarnose kept howling, even louder than before, if that were possible, and thrashing around. And not just him. His compatriots, those that weren't too incapacitated, began wailing as well, not to mention flailing about. Something was seriously wrong here. As I looked at the various members of the ambush party and tried to get a handle on what was happening, I noticed something weird. An odd red glow began to radiate from each of our attackers, even those that were deceased or out cold. Those who were conscious howled in agony as the red glow grew more intense. And soon I saw why. The light seemed to be eating them alive. Under the red glare, the bodies of our attackers, as well as their clothes and makeshift weapons, seemed to fragment, breaking into pieces. Then 2 things appeared to happen at once. Portions of the aforementioned fragments began to vanish, as if they were being dematerialized bit by bit. The remnants seemed to melt, liquefying in a horrid and unnatural fashion before disappearing in small cloudy wisps like water evaporating in a boiling pot. Worst of all, our assailants were apparently alive during almost the entire process, with their screams not ending until the final liquefied fragment disappeared and the red glow vanished. Chapter 22. "What the hell was that?" I asked, so upset by what I'd just seen that I mistimed stepping off the walkway and staggered a little. The thing had kept moving throughout our entire ordeal with the ambushers, and we had finally reached its termination point.
"I don't know," Baron said, shaking his head. "Some kind of atomizer. I've never seen anything like it. Whoever hired those men to attack us must have access to some fairly advanced technology.
And he killed them because they failed to assassinate us?
I think those poor devils would have died whether they succeeded or not. Whatever device or gear used to terminate them was seemingly embedded in their clothes and weapons, which were probably supplied by their employer.
So basically whoever hired them didn't want any loose ends.
In essence.
Well, we should get back to my grandmother. She'll want to know about this.
No, Baron said.
I stared at him in complete surprise.
What do you mean, no?
Baron contemplated for a moment.
From what I observed, Prince, I believe the devices that killed our assailants operated on a timer. I don't think their employer had a visual of what was happening down here.
Well, he obviously has something, since he knew when and where to send his flunkies to attack.
As someone who was following you, let me note that you had a very public encounter with members of the Queen's Guard, not to mention the fact that vast numbers of commoners not only saw you, but were practically shoulder to shoulder with you. In short, your movements were fairly open and notorious. Almost anyone could have pinpointed your location with a little effort.
Okay, but even if that's the case, so what? What does it matter whether he actually saw us engage with the thugs he hired?
If he couldn't see what happened, he probably doesn't know his team failed. He doesn't know that you're alive. Thus, you have to go on as if nothing has happened, and maybe this adversary, whoever he is, will say or do something to reveal himself.
If you mean go on and have lunch with Vikra, that's not going to happen. After what we just witnessed, there's no way I can go through with those plans.
You can,
the courier said confidently.
You must.
In the end, I succumbed to Baron's logic. It only took one of us to report back to Indigo, and if acting as though nothing had happened gave us a chance to find whoever was behind the attack, then I needed to get with the program. I teleported Baron back to the Castellum, and then resumed using the GPS to find my destination. 5 minutes and one walkway later, I was headed back up to the surface. Once there, I spent a few minutes following holographic arrows, and then found myself at the guarded entrance to a walled-in private nature reserve. Apparently, I was expected. The guards waved me in with little more than a cursory inspection of my bona fides, which basically consisted of the crown and the insignia on my clothes. They then directed me to the back seat of a driverless hover car, which floated about 2 feet off the ground. I had barely closed the door before the thing took off, so I assumed that my destination was pre-programmed. The drive only took a few minutes, but was rather scenic. The route the hover car took was through a moderately wooded area populated by monstrous trees that were probably twice the size of giant redwoods back on Earth. Flitting through the branches and scampering along on the forest floor were a wide assortment of creatures I'd never seen before. Something like a giant wingless housefly as big as my hand dashed across our path on webbed feet at one point. A bright yellow bird with horns and a serpent's tail hopped through the branches of one of the humongous trees. An animal that appeared to be an earthworm, with a head at both ends and teeth like a shark, chewed on the bark of a young sapling. I could have watched the various forest creatures all day, and they were a nice distraction from more somber thoughts, but eventually we came to a clearing, where a large tent was set up near a startlingly blue lake. Heading towards the tent, the hover car slowly ground to a halt as we reached the entrance. As I exited the vehicle, which then zipped away, presumably back to the entrance to the reserve, the tent flap opened and Vikra stepped out, followed by a young woman. "Thanks for joining us," Vikra said with a bright smile. "By the way, this is Princess Nilorin." Nilorin and I exchanged pleasantries. She was young, easy on the eyes, and, as I would soon discover, a natural flirt. She was dressed in an unusual red wrap that seemed to move and flow around her of its own accord, and was always on the verge of showing too much skin. However, whenever it seemed that the garment was about to reveal more than modesty allowed, it would somehow manage to make sure the appropriate body part stayed adequately covered. On his part, Vikra wore what appeared to be a maroon and white military uniform of some sort, complete with sash and medals. I later learned that he had several honorary martial titles, but had never actually served in any armed branch. "Thanks for the invitation," I said to Vikra. "I don't really know anyone on Kalis yet, so it was a nice surprise."
"No problem,"
Vikra replied, and then began strolling towards the lake. Confused, I asked, "Aren't we going to eat in the tent?"
"Not today," he answered. "It's far too nice to be inside."
Still walking, he then gestured to a spot near the lake where a table sat in the shade beneath a large, broad-branched tree. Not being overly concerned, and in all truth, still dwelling on what had happened on the subterranean walkway, I started to follow him.
"Hold on,"
Nilarin said.
"we're forgetting someone."
She turned back to the tent, opened the flap, and then shouted,
"Mishtal, come on, we're waiting for you."
I didn't hear a verbal response of any type, but a few seconds later a young woman, quite plainly royalty and wearing a green summer dress, stepped out of the tent, and I almost had to catch my breath. She was breathtakingly beautiful. To clarify, virtually all the royals I'd met thus far were good-looking, but what else could you expect? They'd had the ability to genetically eliminate bad physical characteristics for generations. So goodbye, weak chin. Au revoir, oversized schnoz. Auf Wiedersehen, blubbery jowls. That said, Mishtal's allure went beyond what genetics alone could do, as it wasn't confined solely to her features, which were exquisite and framed by thick flame-red curls that came cascading down about her shoulders. It was in her carriage, her posture and bearing. She actually walked like a queen. It was in her demeanor, such as the way her eyes seemed to smile as they met mine. In those and a dozen other small ways, she embodied an overall appeal that went well beyond physical appearance.
"Mishtal?"
Nilarin said as the other woman stepped towards me.
"This is Prince Jodigo."
Mishtal and I greeted each other in a perfunctory how-do-you-do manner, but I barely noted what was said. I focused on reminding myself that I had a girlfriend back home, as well as other more pressing concerns, like who had tried to kill me earlier.
"Come on!"
yelled Vikra, who was already at the table.
"I'm starving."
With that, the two women and I walked over to join him. Once there, we took our places as directed by Vikra, our host, with him and I on one side of the table and the two women on the other. We were barely in our seats before Nilarin, who was seated across from me, said,
"You look pretty healthy for a guy who's supposed to be dead."
"Excuse me?" I said, looking at her in alarm. She couldn't possibly have been the person who sent those thugs in the tunnel after me, could she? My eyes danced over to Vikra and Mishtal. Were all three of them in on it? Was this lunch itself another trap?
"We heard you were poisoned with Yolothan,"
Mishtal added.
"Every other case has reportedly been fatal."
I let out a sigh of relief. Nilarin's question had been about something else entirely, not the attack. I glanced at Vikra, who put up his hands defensively, saying,
"I'm sorry. I told them."
"Don't blame him," Nilarin said. "We practically beat it out of him, and then had him invite us to lunch so we could meet you."
I understood now. This lunch was just an extension of the dog and pony show that had begun at the banquet yesterday. My surviving the Yolothan poisoning had apparently raised interest in me by making me even more of an anomaly. I was here to do no more than satisfy curiosity, and as a result, my initial impression of Mishtal immediately became more banal.
"Of course, I had intended to invite you to lunch anyway,"
Vikra said, as if reading my mind.
"These two just honed in on the event."
"It's fine," I said. "I enjoy meeting new people." Mishtal gave me a bright smile at that last comment, but I refused to read anything into it, feeling that any interest she might have in me was clinical at best. Not that it mattered, I reminded myself, because I had a girlfriend. Around this time, servants began bringing out lunch. Apparently, they had set up in the tent, which was being used as a kitchen and serving station. I knew without asking that the meal would consist of a number of courses, although hopefully not as many as my banquet. As we began eating, the conversation once again turned to my miraculous survival of the day before.
Now that I think about it, Vikra said, I believe there was another Prince Jotago who died of Yolathan poisoning long ago.
Oh? I said, not really excited to continue this particular conversation.
Yes,
he said.
Odd how history repeats itself.
Except I didn't die, I noted.
True,
Vikra said with a nod.
Still, it's one of those things that people don't think about when selecting names for children. I'm named for Plavacray the Glorious, so presumably the hope is that I'll eventually be celebrated and loved by all, as he obviously was. But what happens if you choose a name that has more negative connotations because of its previous bearers?
Like being poisoned?
Mishtal asked.
Exactly, Vikra said. Does that have an effect on a person's potential, aptitude, or the expectations surrounding them?
Are you saying that some names are cursed? I asked.
Maybe not cursed, Vikra said. More like bad omens, or perhaps just unduly burdensome.
I thought about this for a moment. It wasn't a completely logical argument, but it did have some teeth. Back home, there were countries that had made it illegal to name your child Adolf Hitler. The name inspired too much hatred and loathing. Although imagining that anyone would want to name their child after Hitler, and thereby requiring that such laws be put in place, was beyond my ability to fathom. Of course, that was a long way from avoiding a name because someone with that moniker in the past had suffered ill fortune.
Don't you have another name?
Mishtal asked as these thoughts were flitting through my brain. Yes, I said. I also go by Jim.
Sounds rather pedestrian,
Nillarin said, practically wrinkling her nose.
We were told it was something a bit more arresting.
Mishtal added.
Boy amazement?
Kid sensation, I corrected with a sigh. Mishtal and Nillarin exchanged puzzled looks, and, as with Vikra the day before, I wondered if translation into Kalitian had somehow given my sobriquet an unintended meaning. Thankfully, no one seemed focused on discussing names anymore. In fact, they appeared more interested in quizzing me about my background and life on Earth. They also asked me about my abilities, which they were keenly aware of, and begged for a demonstration. However, I wasn't really feeling it. It was pretty clear that I was only there for their amusement, but I wasn't in the mood to entertain anyone. Thus, I gave mostly curt answers to their questions, generally responding yes or no, without any elaboration, and politely declined to put my powers on display. They'd likely twist the little I did say when they recounted things to their friends anyway, probably portraying me as a noble savage or painting my home planet as some kind of ignorant backwater. At the moment, though, I didn't care. Eventually, with my unwillingness to speak in more than monosyllables or parade my powers, the conversation turned, and for the remainder of the meal my companions primarily discussed people, places, and events that I was completely ignorant of. Needless to say, I had very little involvement in the discussion, since much of it revolved around humorous anecdotes of the you-had-to-be-there variety. Once again, however, I really didn't care, and found myself trying to make lunch end faster through sheer strength of will so I could leave. To her credit, Mishtal tried to include me in their chat session on multiple occasions. And to be fair, I really didn't get quite the same dance for my amusement vibe from her that I picked up from the other two. Still, I simply had too many other things weighing on me. She finally seemed to give up, but I would still catch her looking at me occasionally with an unusual expression on her face. It wasn't just once or twice, but a constant throughout the meal. After a while, it started to grate on me. "What?" I finally said to her. "What's the problem?" My words, spoken more forcefully than I intended, cut short a conversation that Nillarin and Vikra had been having and caused them both to look at me in surprise. Mishtal blinked several times, clearly caught unawares by the rancor in my tone.
Excuse me?
"You've been looking at me like I've got a nose 3 L's long, Princess," I said. "So what is it?" Mishtal looked nervous for a moment, as if she didn't want to talk about whatever the issue was. However, I felt her resolve harden as she suddenly decided to simply speak her mind.
Your ears.
she said. I was staring at your ears.
Oh, I said, abashed. Once again, I had forgotten what I looked like, how my appearance deviated from the norm here. For all I knew, rounded ears may have actually been the Coletian equivalent of having a nose 3 L's long.
I'm sorry,
Mishtal said.
I didn't intend to be rude.
It's all right, I said. I tend to lose track of the fact that my appearance is different, and your curiosity is only natural. I'm sorry I didn't respond in a better fashion. With mutual apologies made and accepted between me and Mishtal, conversation resumed between Vikra and Nilarin, and they picked up almost immediately where they'd left off. On my part, I went back to praying this thing would be over soon. A short time later, I got my wish. In retrospect, it was the only truly untoward thing that happened that afternoon, and it occurred just a few minutes after Mishtal apologized for staring at my ears. The other three at the table were discussing some trip they had made together in the recent past when I felt something brush against my ankle. For a second, I thought it was Nilarin playing footsies. It had become blatantly obvious very early on that Vikra was infatuated with Mishtal, and I picked up on strong romantic undercurrents almost every time he looked at her. To the extent that this could be viewed as a double date, she was with him while Nilarin was paired with me. That was seemingly why Nilarin had been flirting with me throughout lunch, giving me sly winks every now and then from across the table, as well as making a few double entendres during the course of the meal. At the moment, however, I wasn't sensing the same coquettish buzz from her that I typically picked up whenever she batted an eye in my direction. Confused, I casually glanced under the table and got one of the worst surprises of my life. There, nuzzling up to my leg, was something that looked like a cross between a tarantula and a penguin, a furry 8-legged monstrosity with 4 eyes and a beak. My reactions all went on autopilot. I immediately teleported about 10 feet away. My vanishing and reappearing so surprised everyone else at the table that all conversation came to an immediate halt, and Mishtal let out a slight gasp. I then telekinetically grabbed the creature that had been under the table and slammed it into the trunk of the tree we'd been sitting under, causing it to let out a painful squeal. I then flung it out into the lake.
Maja!
Nilarin suddenly screamed. A second later, she had leaped away from the table and was running towards the lake like there was a man-eating grizzly chasing her. "What the?" I muttered as Nilarin went plunging into the water. By this time, Mishtal and Vikra had stood up as well and had come over to join me in watching Nilarin's antics, which I still hadn't figured out.
Thanks,
Mishtal said, giving me a smile. "For what?" I asked, clearly confused.
I hate that new Glebin,
she replied, obviously referring to the thing I had tossed into the lake.
But Nilarin insists on taking it everywhere. Maybe next time she'll leave it at home.
I blinked, as the truth suddenly became clear. "That thing's a pet?"
"It was,"
Vikra said, also without a great deal of sympathy.
"Unless by some miracle you didn't kill it."
I gulped. I couldn't tell if he were serious or not. Emotionally, he wasn't giving anything away at the moment, but Nilarin's distress was real enough. Empathically, it felt like a beacon flaring in the night. Mishtal and Vikra began peppering me with questions about my powers and what they'd just seen me do. I basically blew them off, focusing more on Nilarin, whose anguish was almost palpable. Feeling responsible, I was about to join her in the water when I sensed relief intermingled with diminished worry coming from her. "She's got him," I said to no one in particular, not caring whether I got the New Glebin's gender right. As if in confirmation, Nilarin turned to the shore and began trudging back. Her little pet monster nestled tightly against her bosom. Needless to say, she was drenched, and I honestly expected her wrap to be falling off. Instead, the thing clung to her more fiercely than ever, still teasing with the promise of bearing more flesh if one watched long enough. Once she reached the shore, servants raced up and placed a blanket around Nilarin. I hadn't heard anyone call for them, so presumably the servants had seen Nilarin in the water and then acted on their own initiative. She pulled the blanket in close around her as she marched towards where Vikra, Mishtal, and I were standing. "I'm sorry," I said once she was close enough to hear. "I had no idea that it was a pet." Nillarin didn't say anything. She merely gave me the stink eye as she went by, headed for the tent. A moment later, she disappeared inside. That was effectively the end of the lunch, as none of us returned to the table. I spoke with Vikra and Mishtal for a short time afterwards while servants cleared away the dishes. I was hoping for a chance to apologize to Nillarin again, but after about 20 minutes, it became clear that she wasn't going to make another appearance. That being the case, I said my goodbyes to the other two.
Wait,
Mishtal said as I was preparing to leave.
why don't you join us tonight?
Tonight? I repeated, confused.
Yes,
Vikra chimed in.
there's a little get-together happening.
I don't know, I said sincerely.
I've got my own little thing called the Praxedis going on tomorrow, if you haven't heard. Everyone's heard, Vikra declared, but that's all the more reason to have fun tonight.
It'll also give you another chance to apologize to Nillarin,
Mishtal added. I glanced towards the tent where Nillarin had disappeared. I did want her to accept my apology, and there was no law that said I couldn't leave their little soiree early if I wanted to. "All right," I said. "I'll come." Chapter 23. Following lunch, I teleported back to the Castellum Cardinal and then hunted my grandmother down, finally locating her in her study. After a cursory greeting, I immediately inquired about the attack on me and Baron.
Unfortunately, there's no physical evidence to speak of,
She gloomily replied.
We thoroughly searched the area where you were ambushed. We still have people investigating, but there's nothing there.
So whatever was used on our attackers eliminated all trace of the skirmish, I said in summation.
Well, not all trace,
Indigo countered.
Baron was able to surreptitiously obtain a few images of the assailants.
I was stunned. He was able to get pics? My grandmother nodded.
Just before the two of you engaged with them. He's very adept at that sort of thing.
I shook my head in nigh disbelief. I hadn't seen Baron do anything that suggested he was capturing the moment for posterity when we were on the walkway. Once again, I got the impression that courier was the least accurate description on his resume. So does that mean we can find out who they are? I asked.
Ordinarily, yes. But despite having fairly clear images, we haven't been able to identify them.
So what does that mean?
Our personnel databases are rather extensive. The obvious conclusion, when we can't identify an individual, is that someone has purged their information from the system.
So it's a dead end. Indigo shrugged.
Perhaps not. We'll simply have to keep looking.
She then gave me a bright smile.
Now, tell me about your lunch.
It was okay, I said, rolling my eyes slightly. It was me, Vikra, and a couple of girls he invited to join us.
Girls?
My grandmother said, raising an inquisitive eyebrow.
Were they attractive?
In appearance, but not personality. I then gave her a quick overview of what had happened, including my perception that I was essentially nothing more to them than an object of curiosity.
Don't judge them too harshly,
Indigo said.
They're still adolescents by our standards, and, lest you forget, they're royals. Combine those two facts, and they think everything in existence is for their amusement.
Well, I'm not. And the more I think about it, the more I feel like I should skip their little shindig tonight.
No, don't do that. Go and try to have some fun. Tomorrow night's the Praxedis. Life may not be fun for a long time after that.
I had to admit that she had a point. Plus, I did promise I'd come and apologize to Nillarin again. Maybe she'd even accept it this time. Okay, I said. But what about you? I feel bad leaving you home by yourself. Indigo laughed.
First, there's always a score of servants somewhere near me, so I'm never alone. Second, who says I'm staying home?
Huh? I mumbled, caught off balance. Does that mean you're coming with me?
Now, what would I do at a party full of juveniles?
She said, laughing more heartily than before.
No, there are galas throughout the Acropolis tonight. Your Praxetus is the most exciting thing to happen in ages, drawing in royals from all over the Calician Empire. They apparently need something to occupy their time until the big event, because there have actually been nightly jubilees since before you arrived.
She then rattled off a list of some of the major fetes that would be taking place that evening. I let out a low whistle, noting that there were at least a dozen of them. "Which will you be going to?" I asked.
I don't know yet,
She answered.
but at least 3 of them.
"Wow," I said, unprepared for her response. "You're really planning on tripping the light fantastic."
Just to be clear, I was on Earth long enough to know what that phrase means, she said stonily. And what I plan on doing, Shibo, is attending as many parties as necessary in order to continue soliciting support in opposition to the Praxetus. In short, you are attending a party to socialize and have fun, whereas I am attending parties to complete a task.
"I'm sorry, Shanine," I said sheepishly. "I guess I keep viewing things through my own narrow lens, and as a result keep missing the big picture."
It's fine,
my grandmother intoned soothingly.
I should have been sharing more with you than I have, but I keep thinking I'm protecting you.
Now it was my turn to laugh. I telepathically linked with her, then shared with her a portion of the fight from the underground walkway. "As you can tell, I'm probably the last person who needs protection."
Agreed, she said with a smile. I suppose that's why they call you Kid Sensation.
We both grinned at that, and I noted that she used slightly different phrasing than I did when saying my nickname in Calician. However, her comment brought to mind the discussion about names that had occurred during lunch, and with it a question that had been bothering me.
Shanine, what's the origin of my Calician name? I asked.
My grandmother frowned.
What do you mean?
On Earth, I'm John Indigo Morrison Caro. Here, I'm Jawdigo. The two sound alike, so I've been laboring under the impression that my Calician name was just some modified version of John Indigo. But that doesn't appear to be the case.
No, it isn't,
Indigo agreed.
But as with so much else, there is some history behind the explanation I'm about to give you that will better put things into context.
Go on.
When we found out that we were expecting, your grandfather and I sifted through a number of names, both Calician and Terran, before settling on a couple that we liked. The plan was to give the baby a separate, distinct name to use within each individual culture, to make it easier to intermingle in either society.
I follow you, I said, remembering a friend from elementary school whose parents had emigrated from somewhere in Asia. His given name had been Wei Kuo, and that's what he was called by his family or whenever they went back to visit relatives in the old country. At all other times, however, especially in school, he went by Wayne.
Our child was to be named Jawdigo, she said, after an ancient Calician king, if we had a boy. At least that was to be his non-terrestrial name. However, we were blessed with a girl instead.
And then when I came along...
Apparently your grandfather remembered the name we had discussed years earlier. Thus, you were given the Terran designation of John Indigo, for obvious reasons, as well as the name Jawdigo for Calician purposes.
And the fact that they sound somewhat alike?
Mere coincidence, which sometimes happens. For instance, my Calician name is actually Indago.
She used the Calician pronunciation that I'd heard a few times before, saying the name in a way that sounded slightly unusual to my ears, stressing the enunciation in a queer accent, although I could still make out what she was saying.
It's simply a fluke that it also sounds like the name of a color on Earth,
she continued.
Although it's not uncommon for names from the two worlds to sound similar.
She then gave me a few examples of Calician names that seemingly had Terran equivalents, such as Temti, Timothy, Margaret, Marguerite, and more. Well now, I feel stupid, I said once she'd finished.
Don't,
my grandmother insisted.
It was a mistake anyone could have made.
Maybe, but Mom's name should have been a clue that my assumption was wrong.
Of course,
Indigo said with a smile.
On Earth she's Geneva, but her Calician name is Casoli.
which sound nothing alike.
Well, again, don't be too hard on yourself. Besides, it's far less important than other concerns at the moment. Speaking of which, I need to focus on winnowing down the list of functions I should attend tonight, while you have your own event to prepare for.
With that, she shooed me out of the room, telling me that she'd see me later. Unsure of what to do with myself, I headed to my quarters. Once there, I found the entrance guarded by Slow, who would apparently be joining us for the length of our stay in the Acropolis. Acknowledging the robot with a nod, I went inside, whereupon I headed straight to the bedroom, tossed my crown onto a nearby nightstand, and flopped onto the mattress. I wasn't excessively tired, but it had been a long day, and I still had the night ahead of me, not to mention the Praxetus looming on the horizon. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine something pleasant, joking around with Gramps, hanging out with my friends, going on a date with my girlfriend, Electra. What's she doing right now? I wondered, thinking about how much I missed her, the twinkle in her eyes when she laughed, how her fingers interlocked with mine when we held hands, the way she melted into me when we hugged. As I dozed off, however, the image of Electra that was in my mind began to alter, subtly changing into something else. Her features, already lovely, appeared to become more refined. Her enchanting eyes adopted the Calician trait of flashing a wide array of colors. Her dark hair morphed into rich crimson curls, topped by a crown of rare metal that was inlaid with precious jewels. Mishtal. Her image winked at me, giving me butterflies for some reason. I have a girlfriend, I reminded myself as I fell asleep. Chapter 24. I awoke with the distinct sensation that someone was in the room with me. I sat up in alarm, then relaxed when I saw my grandmother standing next to the bed.
I'm sorry, she said. I was coming to wake you, but you looked so peaceful that I couldn't help watching you for a few moments.
No problem, I said, swinging my feet to the floor and standing up. What time is it?
Evening. Time for us to head to our respective events.
Okay, just give me a few minutes to freshen up.
Meet me on the landing pad when you're ready,
she said, then turned and left. 10 minutes later, my grandmother and I were airborne in her transport. Surprisingly, I had spent the bulk of that time trying to figure out what to wear before deciding that the ensemble I'd been sporting all day was fine. I wasn't trying to impress anyone anyway. I'd then teleported to the landing pad, and shortly thereafter, we'd taken off. Making use of the observation screen, I noted that there was a significant amount of traffic in the air all around us. Apparently, Indigo hadn't been exaggerating when she mentioned that there would be parties all over the place. It was still early evening, but it looked like most partygoers were banking on getting an early start. With respect to my own destination, I had the GPS with me, and Vikra had once again provided directions, but being in a transport, I didn't have to make use of either. The pilot knew exactly where to go. We ended up setting down in the landing area of a building that, anywhere else, would probably be called a castle, but in the Acropolis was probably considered a modest residence, despite the fact that it sat on a relatively extensive estate. And to be honest, it was really more of a touch and go than a landing, with the transport barely making contact with the ground before I was out, and then it took off again.
I trust you can find your own way home,
my grandmother said telepathically as the transport zoomed off. Of course, I said, laughing, understanding that she meant I should teleport. I then dashed away from the landing area before I got squashed by an incoming vehicle and headed towards the entrance to the building. Inside, I found myself in what appeared to be a giant ballroom that was stuffed to capacity with young Calician royals. Most of them, like me, wore a crown of some sort and were so densely packed into the place that they made a can of sardines look roomy. So much for a little get-together. As for the building itself, it was obviously large, constructed of fine materials, and had several floors. However, from what I could tell, it was almost completely devoid of furniture and lacked other touches that would normally provide a lived-in feel. No stretched-out carpet, no stains on the floor, no scribbling in crayon on the walls. I would later learn that the entire place was used strictly for entertainment purposes, for example, parties, never as a residence. The population of the ballroom had broken down for the most part into numerous social circles, with each presumably comprised of friends and acquaintances. Moreover, it seemed as though everyone was speaking at once, resulting in a level of chatter that was just shy of deafening. I looked around for a familiar face, and unsurprisingly, didn't see any of the 3 people that I knew. Mentally, I shrugged, and, deciding to give this place an hour, no more, before teleporting back to the Castellum, began to make my way through the room. I didn't have a particular destination in mind. I just didn't want to be standing near the entrance like a wallflower. That being the case, a trip to the other side of the ballroom sounded like a solid plan, and would probably be followed up by a jaunt up to the 2nd floor. As I moved through the crowd, I began picking up little snippets of conversations.
He's a freak. Hilda New Gleben, poor thing. FunCon, no question.
It slowly dawned on me that I was the subject of almost every conversation. Just about everyone here was talking about me to some extent. And against my better judgment, I began to listen in, slowly walking the room and eavesdropping on various discussions. And thanks to my general anonymity, combined with everyone being so engrossed in hearing the latest scuttlebutt, no one ever realized that the main topic of conversation was within earshot. Ultimately, it turned out to be the usual runaway gossip that's engendered when people don't have all the facts about a situation, with certain things being true, a couple of details being exaggerated, and some elements being completely fabricated. For instance, the rumor that I had suffered Yolathan poisoning was true. However, my grandmother hadn't saved me by slitting my belly open with a knife and letting the poison run out. Likewise, I had indeed hurt Nillaren's pet, but I never picked it up and viciously tore off 2 of its limbs. I spent maybe 15 minutes monitoring conversations on the ground floor before shifting my operation upstairs. The 2nd floor, however, was simply more of the same, half-truths at best, total concoctions at worst. Still, I was so absorbed in what I was hearing that I didn't realize that someone was calling my name until they were practically on top of me.
Chonico!
Mishtal shouted as she laid a hand on my arm.
Are you lost?
Caught off guard, I simply stared at her for a moment, my mind still partially engaged with the discussion I'd been inconspicuously listening to. She was bedecked in what appeared to be a posh beige and white mini-dress that was exceptionally form-fitting and embellished with a glistening jewel at her navel. She wore a dollop of makeup that subtly enhanced her features, and her face was adorned with some kind of glitter that accentuated her already exotic appearance. In short, Mishtal was even more heart-stoppingly beautiful than before. She muttered something that I didn't quite catch. "What?" I said, confused.
Are you okay? She asked. You're just standing here like you're in a stupor.
"No, I was, just thinking," I stammered. Naturally, I was too embarrassed to tell her what I'd really been doing. At that point, however, the group I'd been listening to had grown silent and were now staring at me suspiciously. Of course, Mishtal shouting my name had tipped them off as to who I was, and judging from the emotions they were beginning to broadcast, mostly indignant fury and the like, eavesdropping was about as acceptable here as it was on Earth. I happily let Mishtal drag me away from them and through the crowd. She pulled me towards the stairs, and once there, we started heading back to the 1st floor. She hadn't said a word about where she was taking me, but I figured it out when we were roughly halfway down and I just happened to glance out over the crowd below us. There, in the middle of the ballroom, stood Vikra. Smiling, he gave me a wave, which I returned by flicking my hand up in the air for a second. A minute or so later, we were standing next to him and Nillaren, whom I hadn't even noticed before, and who happened to be holding Maja, the New Gleben, in her arms.
Told you I could find him,
Mishtal smugly said to Vikra.
even in this crowd."
"So you did," he said. "Sorry I doubted you." Once again, Vikra wore a military uniform, this one blue and gray with gold epaulets and another full complement of medals. He gave me a cursory greeting and then appeared to touch a jeweled pin on his collar. I looked at Nillarin, who wore some kind of weird bodysuit that seemed to change color every few seconds, making me wonder how I hadn't spotted her earlier. I leaned towards her, hoping to again say how sorry I was for what had happened at lunch. However, she shushed me, indicating that Vikra was about to speak. Apparently, my apology was going to have to wait. I followed her gaze to Vikra, who had raised his hands in the air for attention. "Friends," he said in a booming tone, "fellow royals, welcome." Vikra's voice, magnified almost exponentially, drowned out the din of the crowd, which quickly hushed. The pin in his collar was obviously attached to some sort of speaker system that was wired throughout the building. "We are fortunate to have in our midst tonight," he went on, giving me a wink, "as our guest of honor, Prince Jardago." I tuned him out. This wasn't what I was here for. In actuality, I hadn't wanted to be here at all. I should have realized it from all the chatter I'd overheard. My presence was, once again, meant to be nothing more than a spectacle. I was a curio, an oddity, a gewgaw. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I hadn't traveled light years across space just to be a sideshow attraction. There was no law that said I had to be part of this circus. I was preparing to leave when I realized that Vikra had said something to me. It was then that I noticed that everyone in the place was looking at me expectantly. Moreover, I could feel a widespread sense of anticipation growing in those gathered. "Well?" Vikra said, looking at me as though I owed him money. "Well, what?" I asked, unsure of what he was expecting. Apparently, my skill at tuning people out was more effective than I'd realized. I had no clue what he was talking about.
"Your powers,"
Nillarin hissed.
"People want a demonstration."
"A what?" I shot back angrily. Now they were really asking for it. It wasn't enough for me to simply stand around and let them gawk at me. I also had to perform. Well, they'd get a demonstration, all right, when I teleported back to the Castellum and didn't return.
"Just something like what happened at the lake today,"
Vikra said, microphone off. I shook my head. I'm not really feeling up to it.
"Come on,"
Vikra said.
"You don't want to disappoint this crowd. They'll be like rabid animals."
I was furious enough to be considered a bit rabid myself, but worked like the dickens to keep my temper under control. The last thing I wanted to do was give this crowd more ammo for the gossip gun.
"Do it,"
Nillarin said, leaning close and interrupting my thoughts.
"Show us something, and I'll forget what you did to Marja."
I stared at her, as well as the new Glebin in her arms. I had wanted to express my regret at having hurt her pet, but this wasn't a bargain I had contemplated. Obviously, Nillarin adhered to the old adage that talk was cheap, and she seemed capable of nursing a grudge for a long time. Did I really need any more enemies, even at the adolescent level? "Fine," I said after a few seconds. If it was the only way to make amends, I'd do it. But my way. I took a step forward, asking for a little room, and the crowd responded by uniformly moving back, effectively creating a circle around me that was about 10 feet in diameter. I decided to keep things short and sweet, and, since Vikra had anointed himself ringmaster, I decided to get him involved. First, by teleporting his epaulets and a couple of his medals into my hand. I don't think he realized what I was holding until I held them up in the air for everyone to see, or see as best they could. It wasn't my fault if some members of the audience had a bad seat.
"Hey!"
Vikra shouted, clearly a little annoyed.
"Those are heirlooms!"
"I promise not to break them," I said with a smile, then took a good look at the items I held, a set of gold epaulets and a pair of shiny medals. Shifting into super speed, I then zipped around the floor in the shape of a square that was roughly 4 by 4 feet in size. At each corner of this imaginary square, I placed one of the objects I'd been holding at about chest height. Then, continuing to run at high speed, I kept going around the square, keeping the epaulets and medals from falling. To any normal person looking at this display, my actions should have conveyed the impression that the 4 items were appearing to float in mid-air. I wasn't going anywhere near full speed, but presumably I was little more than a blur to them. For added effect, I twirled the epaulets, making them spin like pinwheels. It was a simple enough action, but elicited a number of oohs and ahs from the crowd. After about 10 seconds, I went around the square a final time, collecting the epaulets and medals. I then stepped towards Vikra, preparing to return his heirlooms to him. I had just dropped out of super speed when my legs went out from under me. Or, to be more accurate, it seemed that I tripped over something. I stumbled and, arms flailing as I tried to regain my balance, slammed into Vikra. A moment later, we both went crashing to the floor. I had the wind knocked out of me a little, but had Vikra there to cushion my fall. He, on the other hand, seemed to bang his head solidly on what looked like grassy but solid ground. Ground? I looked around in shock. We were no longer in the ballroom. We appeared to be in some sort of construction zone, with the framework of several buildings going up all around us. There were several workers standing nearby, but they didn't seem to have noticed us yet. These guys were obviously shooting for overtime because, even though it was night, they had some spotlight on the area that made it almost as bright as day and didn't look like they were winding things down any time soon. My thoughts were flying. I had obviously suffered another glitch with my powers. Apparently, when I was stumbling, I had somehow triggered my teleportation ability. Perhaps a subconscious attempt to keep from falling. Unfortunately, I had dragged Vikra along with me. As to the location, for some reason my psyche must have locked in on one of the construction sites I'd seen since arriving on Kalis. Perhaps I was more impressed with Kalishian architecture than I realized.
Get off me!
Vikra shouted, shifting under me like a wrestler trying to throw off an opponent who had pinned him. I was in the process of complying when the scene shifted without warning and we were back in the ballroom. Again, it had happened without me consciously thinking about it. Stunned, I shakily got to my feet and reached out to help Vikra up. I quickly shoved into his hand the medals and epaulets, which, to my own amazement, I had somehow managed to hang on to, and then gave the crowd an encore to the earlier show by teleporting out of there. Chapter 25. I popped up outside the building, only to find myself moving against the flow of traffic as I stepped away from, rather than towards, the entrance. People were rushing to the doors, and after a moment I overheard why. Apparently the Dofunkin, Prince Jodago, was inside showcasing his powers. If they only knew. After a few moments, I was practically the only person outdoors, looking out over the extensive grounds. Closing my eyes for a moment, I let out a sigh of relief. The mental strain of what I'd just endured, losing control of my powers, was such that a few minutes of solitude was like a divine gift. Focusing on what had happened, I simply began to walk without paying particular attention to my surroundings. Thankfully, although it was night, the grounds seemed fairly well lit. To say I was shaken by what had happened would be putting it mildly. Up until now, what I'd had to tolerate in terms of my powers fluctuating was simply having them fail when I tried to use them. Now we were a step beyond that point, with my abilities becoming active without me consciously desiring it. That was exponentially more serious, like a tactical nuke in your living room that could go off at any time. In short, this last incident might mean that I was a danger to myself as well as others. I needed to see— "Hey," someone said, cutting into my train of thought. "You forgot something." I looked up and saw Mishtal approaching me. Also, for the first time, I took conscious note of my surroundings. My aimless wandering had taken me away from the main building and to a place on the grounds near what appeared to be a garden full of sweet-smelling exotic flowers. When she got close, I saw that Mishtal was holding something out to me. My crown.
It came off when you and Vikra fell,
She said, handing the coronet back to me. Thanks, I mumbled, giving the crown a venomous look before placing it back on my head. It was the source of my problems, but now I was afraid of what might happen if I didn't keep it on until it finished its job of rerouting my synapses.
So what happened back there?
She asked.
For a few seconds, you and Vikra just vanished.
Is he okay? I asked.
He's fine. A little embarrassed for some reason, but fine.
That's good.
So what happened?
I gave her an appraising glance. She seemed to be a willing listener, and on an emotional level she was projecting sincere concern. But was she really someone I wanted to open up to? As if reading my mind, she reached out and gave my hand a friendly, compassionate squeeze. I decided to throw caution to the wind. I seem to have lost control of my teleportation ability, I said, and then gave her the details of what had happened.
Has that ever happened before?
She asked when I'd finished. I sighed. Yes, I've teleported people in anger before, not knowing exactly where I sent them. But that was when I was younger, and each time in a highly emotional state.
So you weren't emotional tonight?
I was angry, I admitted. I don't like that I was set up for your friend's amusement.
They're not my friends,
she countered.
And I had nothing to do with making you the main attraction back there.
And what happened to this just being a little get-together?
Once Vikra spread the word that you were attending, this became the social event of the season. Basically, this was his party, so if you're upset about the guest list, maybe you should complain to him, especially if it's making you out of control.
To be clear, I wasn't out of control. I merely seemed to lose control. There's a difference.
Which is?
I rolled my eyes. I think it will be difficult to understand for someone who isn't a super.
You mean someone who doesn't have special abilities?
Yes.
Try me.
I stared at her for a moment, trying to figure out why she was adamantly pursuing this subject. Look, I finally said, the main issue isn't that I lost control of my powers. It's that I didn't realize it was happening. She frowned.
What do you mean?
I bent down and picked up a petal that had fallen to the ground from one of the flowers. Take this, for instance, I said, holding the petal in my palm. It's very light, but I can still feel it in my palm when I lift it. To demonstrate, I raised my hand up and down. In that same way, I continued, I can usually feel in my head when my powers are operating, even when I do something unintended.
Like accidentally teleporting someone in anger,
she surmised. Yes. However, let's imagine that my hand is numb for some reason, say from cold. The petal is still there, and I can still lift it, but because of the numbness in my hand, I can't feel it.
And that's what happened when you ran into Vikra.
I shrugged. I suppose, even though I was angry, I didn't get any sensation that my power was in effect. In short, I should have known that I'd done something, even if I didn't know exactly what it was I'd done.
And you didn't get that feeling?
No, and that's something that's never happened before. Even more, it didn't feel exactly like teleportation.
What do you mean?
I concentrated, trying to think of a good way to explain this to someone who wasn't a teleporter. When I teleport, I said after a few seconds, I usually have an image of the place where I'm going in my head, and there's a kind of shift, a sense of movement that only occurs mentally when I go from one place to another.
And you didn't get that feeling this time?
Not at all. It was odd, more like the location came to us rather than the other way around. It's hard to explain.
No. I think I understand,
she said. Well, thanks for bringing me my crown. And for listening, I said. I'm sure you want to get back to the party. Vikra will be looking for you. Her eyes glazed over for a second at the mention of Vikra's name.
Vikram is a little confused about the nature of our relationship.
Oh?
From my point of view, it's platonic. and I've told him that. He doesn't seem to understand.
Some girls like it when a guy is persistent. Maybe he thinks he can win you over.
You mean win me back?
I raised an eyebrow in surprise.
There was a time, she went on, when I guess you could say we were a couple. But he's not who I thought he was initially. So I ended it, practically before it began, if I'm being honest.
Well, I don't think it's over as far as he's concerned.
He just needs to forget about me. The problem is that it's difficult when we move in a lot of the same social circles. You see, our family blocks are close allies.
With that, the light bulb came on. That's why you're out here. You didn't just come to bring me my crown. You came to get away from him. She smiled.
Yes, but that's not the only reason. I wanted to show you something.
She reached with both hands towards her right ear, and for the first time I realized that she was wearing earrings, dangling metal spirals with a dark oval gem at the end. She removed the earring and held it out to me.
Take it,
she said as she put the earring in my hand. Then she turned and faced the opposite way, saying,
Now, throw it as far away as you can.
Thinking it an odd request, I nevertheless complied, throwing the earring into a small copse of trees just beyond the garden of flowers. Done, I said, and she turned back around. Closing her eyes, Mishtal cupped her hands together in front of her and then frowned in concentration. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and then, much to my surprise, a small spark, milky white in color, seemed to form in the middle of her hands. As I watched, it grew in size and the intensity of its illumination swelled until it was a pearl-colored flame about the size of her palm. At this point, Mishtal opened her eyes. Noting my interest, she smiled before tossing the white flame into the air. Almost immediately, it went zooming away towards the area where I had tossed the earring. Once there, it seemed to fade. How did you do that? I asked. Rather than answer, she laughingly took my hand and said, Come on. With that, she basically dragged me in the direction that the light had gone. Once in the trees, I noticed a faint white light throbbing softly on the ground. Needless to say, it was the earring. Mishtal bent to pick it up, and as she did so, the light imbuing it faded completely. It's a trick, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. It has to be. She laughed and handed the earring to me once more, saying, Try it again if you like. She turned away from me, this time putting a hand up to cover her eyes as well. Again, I threw the earring away, this time out among the garden flowers. Okay, I said. Time for round 2. Mishtal turned back around, grinning. She held up a hand and the white flame appeared again. As before, it headed straight to the place where the earring had landed, allowing us to find it with ease. One more time, I said with a smile, enjoying this new challenge. If you want, Mishtal said before turning to face the opposite direction. This time I came up with a different plan. Rather than tossing the earring away, I merely made a throwing motion, but instead dropped it on the ground and then stepped on it. Okay, I said. 3rd time's the charm. Mishtal turned back around. She spent maybe 2 seconds glancing around and then gave me a playful shove that sent me staggering away a few steps. She then bent down and picked up the earring. You vajizhish, she said, using a term I interpreted as meaning prankster as she playfully pinched me. You're a super, I said, laughing. I suppose, she agreed, although I'm not sure what's so super about finding things. I can think of about 1,000,000 ways that it's great. How long have you been able to do that? It started a few years ago. I'd been looking for a ring that I'd misplaced a while earlier and couldn't locate it. Then, one day, without thinking about it, without remembering anything, without searching for it, I simply knew where it was. Which was? One of my cousins had it. I'd loaned it to her and simply forgotten. But again, I didn't suddenly remember that she had it.
I actually knew where it was, right down to the location in her jewelry box.
Wait a minute, I said, as something occurred to me. That's how you found me at the party. It's how you tracked me down out here. She gave me a playful wink.
Pretty much.
But that light you used earlier. I certainly don't recall being hit with that at the party, and you didn't use it just now when I was standing on your earring.
That was really for your benefit. I don't really need it to know where things are, but I can use it to show other people where items are located.
So are you able to find anything you want?
No, it usually has to be something I have a connection with in some way. Something I own, someone I've met, and so on.
Interesting, I said. How many people know about this?
Only a handful. You're the first I've told outside of close relatives.
That was surprising. Why me? I mean, we've only just met.
Because abilities like this are common where you come from.
Well, I don't know if I'd call them common. It's probably more accurate to say they aren't uncommon.
Regardless, people on Earth know how to develop these skills and put them to good use.
Her words brought to mind my grandmother's statement about how powers that supers have back home are even rarer among Collegians. Then it hit me. I looked at Mishtal, both in surprise and understanding. You want to go there, to Earth?
I've certainly been thinking about it.
Now I understood why she had been asking questions about Earth at lunch. Vikra and Nilarin may have just been rooting around for more gossip they could spread, but Mishtal's interest had been genuine, something I had picked up on at the time but not truly evaluated. Maybe it wasn't too late to remedy that. Well, if there are any questions I can answer for you, I said, please don't hesitate to ask. She gave me a dazzling smile.
Now that you mention it.
We spent the next few hours simply walking and talking for the most part,
sharing more of ourselves than either of us probably intended.
Thoughts, hopes, dreams. She really was a great listener. She was also smart, insightful, and witty. Mishtal, it turned out, was from a wealthy and powerful block of the first patrilineal. She wasn't in line to inherit a spot among the Mektun, but she was being groomed to handle some of her family's larger business interests. Also, among other things, she faced the possibility of an alliance with another royal faction through marriage, something I was familiar with myself. On my part, I talked a lot about my life on Earth, my friends, my family, and so on. Since Mishtal had a vested interest in supers, I spent a lot of time talking about the Alpha League and what it was like to be part of their team. Last but not least, I also remarked that I had a girlfriend, but it was mentioned more in passing than as a topic of conversation. Once or twice the subject of my powers came up, and I couldn't really help showing off just a little, despite being nervous about doing so. I teleported us to the lake where we'd had lunch, and we spent a little time walking the shore before I brought us back. Shortly thereafter, acting on a crazy impulse when she asked what it was like to fly, I scooped her up and then went floating above the treetops for a few minutes. She giggled like a schoolgirl the entire time, and it was one of the loveliest sounds I'd ever heard. If given our druthers, we probably would have talked throughout the night. Unfortunately, as they say, all good things must come to an end. We were sitting in a gazebo, chatting amiably, when I noticed someone coming towards us from the vicinity of the party. Telescoping my vision, I saw that it was Vikra. "I think someone's looking for you," I said to Mishtal, interrupting a story she had been telling me about her childhood. She looked in the direction I indicated.
"Kazitmasent,"
she said, causing me to snicker at hearing her curse.
"I forgot that he mentioned wanting to talk to me earlier."
She reached for my hand and then began manipulating the controls for the GPS that was on my wrist.
"I'm giving you directions," she said. "Meet me for lunch tomorrow."
She dropped my hand and then stood up. Being a gentleman, I came to my feet as well.
"There you are,"
Vikra called out to Mishtal when he got close.
"I've been looking for you."
"It's my fault," I said. She mentioned that she needed to get back, but I just had so many questions, and she was kind enough to try to answer them all.
Questions?
Vikra asked, puzzled. About what? There was silence for a moment at Vikra's unexpected query. Thankfully, Mishtal interjected before it grew too lengthy.
Everything,
Mishtal said.
He's completely ignorant of even the most elementary facts, like the names of common flowers and basic Kalician history that every child knows.
It's true, I agreed. I'm a moron. Vikra's eyes narrowed, and I felt a tight ball of jealousy within him that he was actually doing an admirable job of suppressing.
Come on,
Mishtal said, taking his arm and dragging him back towards the party. She looked back and gave me a friendly wave, then began listening to something Vikra was saying. In a few minutes, they were out of earshot. I smiled to myself. For an evening that had begun with very little promise, it had ended up with me having one of the best... What? It wasn't a date, since I have a girlfriend. I guess it was one of the best non-dates I'd ever had. I teleported back to my quarters at the Castellum and quickly got ready for bed. At that juncture, as I crawled under the covers, I should have been thinking about the Praxedis, which was less than a day away. But for some reason, my thoughts kept returning to how much fun I'd had with Mishtal. I started to doze while imagining that lunch tomorrow would be just as enjoyable, and it wasn't until just before I fell asleep that my stomach rumbled, reminding me that I hadn't eaten anything the entire evening. Chapter 26. I woke up famished, my stomach growling angrily. Under normal circumstances, I don't miss many meals, especially when I use powers that crank up my metabolism like superspeed. However, I'd been distracted by the unintended teleportation, followed by the non-date with Mishtal. From what I could see, it was still early, a bit before dawn. I contemplated suppressing my appetite until breakfast was served, but then jettisoned the idea. What good was it to be a prince if you couldn't get something as simple as an early breakfast? I headed to the entrance to my quarters. Outside, as expected, I found Slow. Upon hearing my request for something from the kitchen, nothing fancy, a large bowl of fruit will do, the robot informed me that fresh fruit was brought to my suite twice daily and could be found on the table in the dining area. Moreover, there was also a kitchenette that was full of various types of irasin, the Kalician equivalent of junk food. After thanking Slow and going back inside, I hunted down the bowl of fruit that had been mentioned and devoured it in minutes. It was less than I truly could have eaten, but it would hold me over for the nonce. I thought about going back to bed after that, but didn't think I'd be able to fall asleep again. I simply had too much on my mind. Lunch, the Praxedis, the issues with my powers, and that last was a biggie. Finally, I simply decided to do what had been habit with me at one point whenever I became restless. Go look at the stars. Throwing on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and remembering to don my crown, I turned invisible, phased, and then zoomed straight up, going through floor after floor of the Castellum until I cleared the roof. It was still moderately dark, and clouds kept the stars from being visible. Not one to give way to such obstacles, I kept going up, higher and higher, until I cleared the cloud layer. Once there, I came to a stop and just stayed still, floating, looking up at the heavens. Above me were the stars in all their glory, twinkling brightly, reminders of how vast the universe is and how tiny our own problems are in the great scheme of things. Even my own issues, Praxedis included, seemed to diminish in comparison. After a few minutes of stargazing, I felt much more at ease. I zipped away, engaging in an activity that I keep promising myself I'll do more of, but for which I never seem to find the time. Taking joy in the sensation of flight. I dropped down below the clouds and found myself high above the Acropolis. It truly was majestic, a fitting home for the ruler of an interstellar empire. However, remembering that the city palace had turrets and other defenses, and not wanting to be taken for some type of weapon or munition, I flew away at top speed, not slowing down until I was beyond the outskirts of the city. It felt good to soar with the clouds, to leave all my troubles on the ground. At one point, as I flew randomly about, it occurred to me that I could have another glitch in my powers, that I could plunge to my death if things went haywire again. It would all be because of that idiotic crown, of course, which was currently being firmly held in place by my telekinesis. But my powers were an integral part of me, elemental components of who I was. They were as essential to me as an arm or a leg or any major organ. That being the case, I knew I could trust and rely on them under any and all circumstances, just as I could trust my heart to keep beating and my lungs to keep me supplied with oxygen, Yolathan poison notwithstanding. Those were my thoughts as I flew through the sky. Considering how my powers had hit some bumps in the road lately, it was a bold and possibly foolhardy stance to take, but I instinctively knew it was the right decision. Still, it would be nice to get some kind of sign that I wasn't making a mistake. As if in answer, a thunderous boom echoed from the sky above me, making me come to a halt and look up. I was below the cloud layer at the time, and the sun was just starting to come up. All of a sudden, the clouds flashed brightly, like some kind of lightning storm was taking place within them. I was wondering what was going on when something came barreling out of the cloud cover headed straight towards me, like a mad bull trying to gore a matador. I phased, letting the object pass through me, noting as I did that it was a jagged chunk of metal about twice my size. I was trying to figure out where it had come from when another piece of metal, this one cylindrical and about the length of my arm, came shooting out of the clouds like a javelin. I was still trying to make sense of what I was seeing when the sky opened up, releasing a torrent of metal rain. At the same time, a craft came whooshing out of the sky, heading towards the Acropolis. Then I saw a second craft, and a third. I knew now what had happened. There had been some kind of accident, much like what I had experienced upon arriving on Kalis. The metal rain shower I had been caught in was debris. Thankfully, in this instance, all the escape craft seemed to be working, as the 3 ships I saw clearly seemed to be flying in a stable and controlled manner. At that moment, something large and ungainly came plummeting out of the clouds not too far from me, and I knew I'd been premature in my assessment of the situation. There was a 4th escape craft, and from its erratic flight pattern, not to mention the smoke and flames belching from it, this one was in serious trouble. I phased and flew after it, noting this ship was headed straight for the ground, albeit well outside of the Acropolis. As I caught up to it, I reached out empathically, trying to get a sense of how many people were on board. Oddly enough, I only picked up one set of emotions, and it was coming from one of the pilot's seats. Surprisingly, the lone passenger was doing an incredible job of fighting off anxiety and panic, although I was picking up a high level of frustration. Still phased, I passed through the ship's hull and into the interior. I headed to the cockpit, where I found a slim older woman with iron-gray hair sitting at the controls, cursing in Calician as she fought to try to level the ship off. "Come on," I said. "Let's get you out of here." At the sound of my voice, the woman jumped, or at least she attempted to, but was strapped into the seat. As a result, she only made an odd hopping motion, like a giant bunny, as she spun the seat towards me.
"Who are you?"
she asked, clearly shocked by my presence.
"How do you get on the ship?"
"Later," I said. "We have to go."
"Go?"
she asked with a surprised look.
"Go where?"
I phased the ship, leaving only myself and the woman solid. We dropped like stones, with her showing a lot more poise than I would have thought possible. Instead of screaming hysterically, she yelped once upon finding herself in free fall, and then remained silent until I grabbed her, holding her in my arms like a groom carrying his bride over the threshold.
"This is your plan?" she screeched. "Ejecting us so that we smash directly into the ground instead of doing it in a ship?"
I laughed. "First of all, I didn't eject us. Second, in case you didn't notice, we're not falling." She jerked her head around for a moment, confused, And then her eyes grew big as saucers as she caught sight of the ship we'd just left.
"Halsey!"
the woman shouted, pointing.
"She's still on the ship!"
Who? I asked, perplexed.
"Halsey! My Ratasna!"
She used a word whose meaning I was unsure of. Is Ulcie some kind of pet? I asked, recalling that I'd only detected one set of emotions on the ship. I can detect animal emotions, Terran animals anyway, but usually I have to be on the lookout for them. Calician animals might be a different story altogether.
"No, you idiot!" the woman shouted. "She's a person. She was injured and passed out when we were getting into the ship. I strapped her into one of the medical bunks."
Hang on, I said, and then took off after the ship. My passenger buried her face in my shoulder, the only shield available against the wind as I flew. The gusts didn't bother me, but the lady's actions reminded me that I couldn't go all out in terms of speed. I didn't know how much she could take, and it was probably chilly to her already. And with the erratic movement of the ship, among other things, all of my instincts went against trying to teleport back inside. "Are you okay?" I asked. She lifted her face away from my shoulder just long enough to reply,
"Don't worry about me. Get Ulcie."
Since she'd given me the go-ahead, I turned on the afterburners. We didn't come anywhere near Mach speed, but we started gaining significantly on the ship. Shortly thereafter, we caught up to it, and I phased us so that we could slip inside. Once in the interior, I set the woman down, and she scrambled over to where a set of bunks was located. There, strapped on one of the beds, was a young woman with blonde hair. Blood was running down one side of her face, and she had an ugly knot rising near her temple. She wasn't broadcasting any emotions, which wasn't unusual when someone slips or is knocked into dreamless unconsciousness. That was why I had missed her before when I scanned the ship empathically. Assuming that there was no one else on board, I pulled the same trick as before, phasing the ship and keeping myself and the two women solid. I quickly wrapped an arm around each of their waists and flew straight up. A few seconds later, the ship crashed explosively into the ground, spewing metal, dirt, and debris in all directions, as well as sending up a massive fireball that seemingly nipped at our heels as we gained altitude. As directed by the older lady, I took the two women to the Acropolis. The journey basically consisted of me just picking a point on the outer edge of the city and teleporting us there. Once we arrived, I set the older woman down near what appeared to be some kind of pastry shop, and then found something like a public bench nearby to lay the still unconscious Ulcie on. "Are you sure you'll be all right here?" I asked. "I can help you get wherever you like."
"That's kind of you, but you've done enough," the older woman said, then gave me a queer look. "But I suppose I should ask, how are you?"
I almost did a double take. "Me? I'm fine. Why do you ask?"
"Your ears,"
she replied, reaching up to try to touch the left one. "Ears again?" I thought. "Look," I said, pushing her hand away. "I'm fine. My ears are fine."
"Are you certain?"
she asked, as she continued trying to touch my ears.
"They look as though you went through a painful ordeal."
"I didn't go through anything," I firmly insisted, still attempting to keep her from grabbing my ears like I was a farm animal she was trying to inspect before buying. "Nothing happened to me. I was born like this."
"And you never had them fixed?"
"You know what?" I asked, ignoring her question. "I'm sick of this ongoing obsession that you people have with my ears, so I'm going to put an end to the issue." I concentrated, using my shape-shifting ability to change the contours of my ears. In just a few moments, they were pointed, exactly like those of the Calicians. Just to be sure, I traced the outline of them with my fingers and was satisfied with the job I'd done.
"Amazing,"
muttered the old lady, who had been watching the entire thing. She reached up to try touching my ears again. "No," I said firmly, again pushing her hands away. A look of irritation came onto the face of my damsel in distress, and she looked as though she were on the verge of saying something unpleasant. Just then, however, I heard a familiar whooshing sound in the air nearby. A few moments later, as expected, several of the Queen's Royal Guard landed lithely a few feet away from us. It wasn't Nirdau's group, but some other unit, although I didn't doubt that they were equally competent.
Majesty, are you all right?
asked a man who appeared to be the leader. I'm fine, I replied. At that moment, the older woman again tried to touch my ears, prompting me to grip her wrists and shout, "Will you stop?" Almost in unison, the guards all brought up their plasma rifles, aimed in our direction. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" I shouted, placing my hands out, palm open, and stepping protectively in front of the woman. "Easy, fellas. She's just a senile old lady. She's not hurting me." The guards still looked unsure as their leader's eyes flicked back and forth between me and the older woman. "Look," I went on, "just do me a favor and make sure she and her friend make it home okay." With that, I zoomed up into the air. Glancing back, I saw the guards staring in my direction, looking like they wanted to follow me, perhaps thinking that I needed protection. I turned invisible to put an end to any of those thoughts. I spent another 10 minutes or so soaring through the sky, my mood buoyed even further by the fact that I had just used my powers to save lives, and I had done it without them glitching on me in any way. It was clearly morning now, so I decided it was about time to get back to the castellum. Someone was bound to notice soon that I was missing, and I didn't need to start a panic. With that in mind, I teleported back to my suite. I popped up in the dining area. In keeping with Slow's earlier statement, one of the servants had indeed brought fresh fruit while I was out. I wolfed it down even faster than I had the first time, and then headed to the bathroom to take a quick shower and freshen up. When I got out, there was a note on my bed telling me to meet my grandmother for breakfast. Chapter 27. Indigo and I actually took our morning meal on a terrace that connected to the parlor, at which point she apprised me of the effort she had exerted the previous evening to suspend the Praxedis. Despite hopscotching between 4 galas and glad-handing dozens of bigwigs, she had been unsuccessful in garnering the necessary support.
"It's gone well beyond simply forging alliances and proffering favors," she said in disgust. "They all just want to see a spectacle at this point. I don't think I could enlist any more allies at this juncture if I promised them all our wealth."
On my part, I essentially glossed over what had happened at Vikra's party, telling my grandmother that it had only been mildly entertaining. I skipped altogether any mention of what had happened earlier that morning, as I wasn't sure how she'd react to me basically sneaking out, leaving no word of where I was going, putting myself in danger, etc. To her credit, Indigo did notice that I had changed my ears, but other than that, she didn't delve into the subject of why. The rest of the morning passed by in something of a blur, as my grandmother, resigned to the fact that the Praxedis was unavoidable, drilled me on proper manners and decorum. After all, I was to be tested by the Queen herself. If nothing else, she should at least be impressed by my gentility and refinement. Thus, I had to endure what was essentially a pop quiz on royal etiquette and politesse. What to say, what to do, what was proper, what was a gaffe. Fortunately, Slow had done an admirable job of instructing me on such things during our journey from Earth. Eventually satisfied that I wouldn't make a fool of myself or embarrass the house nonpareil, Indigo finally gave me her stamp of approval shortly before lunch.
"It will be time to eat soon,"
she said, noting the hour.
"Is there anything in particular you'd like?"
"Well, I actually have plans," I said.
"Really?"
my grandmother said, appearing both surprised and a little hurt.
"With whom?"
I could feel my cheeks turning red as I cast my gaze downward. "No one special."
"Shibo, have you met some girl?"
she asked teasingly.
No,
I countered, almost defensively. "I mean, yes, but she's really not a girl. Okay, since she's probably old enough to be my mother?" Indigo laughed.
4 decades in Earth years would make a Calician roughly the same age as you in terms of development and maturity."
"Yes, I know. A 40-year-old Calician female is about the equivalent of a 16-year-old girl from Earth. Still, there's a huge age gap there."
"There was a similar age disparity between me and your grandfather."
I blinked. "What?"
"You already know that I'm a lot older than I look, at least by Terran standards.
And John was— Whoa, wait. Slow down, I said, cutting her off with a wave of my hand as the implications of what she was saying hit me. Just how old are you, Shanine?
You're missing the point,
she said, sidestepping the question.
This girl you're interested in, how old would you say she is?
First and foremost, I'm not interested in her, I declared. I already have a girlfriend. Second, as to appearance, if this were Earth, I'd peg her as late teens to early 20s. Finally, I get your point, that age between Terrans and Calicians isn't an apples-to-apples comparison.
Very good,
she said, sounding pleased that she had taught me something.
You do understand. When your grandfather became aware of my age,
Stop, I said, in an insistent tone as I raised my hands almost defensively. I can't hear any more about you and Gramps and this age thing right now. It's too much.
All right, Shibo,
Indigo said with a grin, still finding mirth in my discomfort.
We can talk about it another time.
Don't feel obligated, I said sincerely, which just elicited more laughter from her. I left for my lunch with Mishtal shortly thereafter. This time, I took my grandmother's advice and flew to the location via transport. As luck would have it, the pilot was like a taxi driver with an encyclopedic knowledge of the Acropolis. All I had to do was show him the destination programmed into my GPS, and he knew how to get there. Thus, just a few minutes after taking off from the Castellum, I found that we had arrived. Lunch this time was being held in what I later learned was a public park. The transport had set down on a landing pad, and as I disembarked, I noticed the typical aesthetics: a wide variety of trees, a nearby pond, numerous walking trails, and more. The one thing I didn't see, and which I expected to be present, was people. There didn't seem to be a single person around. There was, however, another transport ship, much larger than my grandmother's, not too far away on the landing pad. Mentally flipping a coin, I headed towards it, but had taken no more than a few steps in that direction before I saw Mishtal walk into view from the other side of the vehicle. She wore an outfit that resembled a sleeveless white pantsuit, and it flattered her in every way. Smiling, she waved and then stepped quickly towards me.
I'm glad you made it,
she said when we were only a few feet apart. I'm glad you invited me, I replied with a grin.
Well, it was the least I could do after you saved me from that boring party.
I laughed, but before I could say anything in response, I caught movement coming from the other transport. My laughter practically died in my throat when I saw who it was. Vikra and Nilarin, whose new Glebin, thankfully, was nowhere in sight.
Hello,
Nilarin called out, and I instinctively yelled back, Hi!
I'm sorry,
Mishtal whispered.
They found out I was meeting you for lunch and invited themselves along.
No problem, I said.
Are we eating or not?
Vikra asked, interrupting any further conversation.
I'm famished.
Mishtal sighed in frustration, then motioned for me to follow her as she turned and headed back the way she had come. I did as requested, trailing her to the other side of her transport, where a table had been set up in the shade of the ship. On it sat a rectangular metal box that seemed to be dispensing foodstuffs, the Calician equivalent of a picnic basket, I suppose. Vikra and Nilarin were already retrieving food from the device and preparing to eat, so we joined them. In a few minutes, we were all busy eating. I found myself being more talkative during lunch than I had the previous day, a fact that I chalked up to being considered something other than an organ grinder's monkey by at least one of those present. Still, the conversation seemed to focus on me and my powers, especially after the change in my ears was noted. I simply got tired of people constantly talking about them, I said in response to a question which had been posed by Nilarin. It seemed easier to just alter my ears while I was here.
Don't take this the wrong way,
Vikra said,
but it does make you more palatable, physically.
Now, how in the world would I take that the wrong way? I asked sarcastically.
Well, I thought he looked fine before,
Mishtal said.
Unique.
Apparently, you and my grandmother are the only ones who thought so, I stated.
Well, they certainly make you easy to pick out in a crowd,
Nillarin added. I suppose they did, I agreed. I guess now people will be forced to look at my face to identify me, the same as everyone else. Maybe they'll even remember my name. Mishtal snickered slightly at that, and then exclaimed,
Oh, that reminds me why I invited you here for lunch. Hurry and finish. There's something I want to show you.
I quickly finished eating, not going at super speed, but fast enough to be done in roughly 2 minutes. By that time, everyone else had finished as well, or at least stopped eating. Mishtal then stood and began walking away.
Follow me,
she said as she headed for one of the walking trails. The rest of us did as requested, falling into step with her as she led us down a tree-lined path. We ended up walking for about 10 minutes, during which time we didn't come across anyone else. As it turned out, Vikra had arranged for the park to be closed to commoners while we were there. It was the kind of special treatment that I would probably never get used to, but I didn't comment on it. Eventually, the trail we were on opened up into a huge circular area, in the center of which was a large, magnificent tree with brilliant purple and gold leaves. I stared at it for a moment, noting that the tree grew straight and tall in an almost unnatural fashion. Its branches, too, from what I could see of them, were also unusual in that they seemed to grow out from the bole in a completely uniform fashion, with all limbs at the same height appearing to be identical. All in all, I got the impression that this wasn't simply a tree, but something august and imperial. I was about to make a comment to that effect when the wind picked up slightly, and I heard an eerie musical sound, like someone nearby softly playing a church organ. "What is that?" I asked no one in particular, noting that the music seemed to have no obvious source.
Where's it coming from?
Nillarin asked, also intrigued.
Just listen,
Mishtal said. I did as she asked, concentrating on the strange but oddly hypnotic music that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. And then I realized what it was. "The tree!" I shouted. Mishtal rewarded me with a glowing smile.
It's a cantalate tree. It makes music when the wind blows.
It's incredible,
Vikra said in an awed voice.
Incredibly rare,
Mishtal corrected.
Come, take a look.
She stepped over to one side of the circle where I noticed for the first time something like a raised stone lectern. On top of it was a gilded plaque with the following words carved into it. This tree is dedicated to the memory of Jadago, the first ruler of all Kalis. As it is the last of its kind, so shall there never be another like Jadago. A great warrior, a great king, and a greater man. The plaque was signed, Plavacrae the Glorious. That meant that the tree, and possibly this entire park, were incredibly old. This is really the last cantalate tree? I asked.
Yes, Mishtal replied. Legend says there used to be forests of them ages ago.
What happened to them? I asked.
No one knows, Mishtal said. They just seem to die out, all except this one.
Well, I've been to this park dozens of times, Vikra said, and I've never seen this before.
They transplanted the tree and the plaque here a few years ago, Mishtal said. It was part of the Queen's private garden, but she decided this was something to be shared with all Kalicians.
Vikra snorted in derision.
Well, it might have been more newsworthy if it wasn't for the fact that Plavacrae dedicated dozens of sites to Jadago all over the planet. Each one of them is supposed to be special in some way.
Well, the guy loved his father,
Nillarin said.
Why shouldn't he pledge a few places to his memory?
I don't think Jadago was Plavacrae's father, I said, tossing in one of the few facts I knew about Kalis. Nillarin looked surprised.
He wasn't.
Gazintmacent, Vikra said in exasperation. Your ignorance of Kalician history is almost criminal.
Well, if you're so smart,
Nillarin said testily,
why don't you enlighten me?
I'd be happy to,
Vikra declared, then cleared his throat before continuing.
Plavacrae's parents ruled a minor kingdom on the southern continent of Kalis.
They were assassinated when he was still a boy, leaving him as their sole heir. Jardago was a relative, an uncle or something. He stepped in and raised Plavacray, basically ruling until Plavacray became a capable adult. At that time, Jardago handed over control of the planet to him.
Wait, I said. How did Plavacray go from being heir to a small kingdom to getting dominion over all of Kalis?
After the death of his parents, Plavacray's kingdom was besieged on all sides, Vicra said. All of the neighboring monarchs suddenly viewed his domain as ripe for the taking.
Let me guess,
Nilarin said.
Jardago fought back.
Yes, Vicra agreed, but not initially. At first, he attempted to sue for peace and brokered several treaties meant to ensure a cessation of hostilities. But the other nations viewed this as a further sign of weakness. Almost immediately, and in unison, they violated the accords. That's when Jardago realized that the only way to establish peace was with war, and the only way to stop their enemies was to conquer them. So he did.
Taking over a few fiefdoms is still a far cry from controlling the entire planet, I said. There must be more to the story.
There is,
Mishtal said.
You have to understand that Kalician society was much more aggressive and combative back then. Sovereigns were always looking to expand their realms, and Jardago, although he ruled in Plavacray's name, was viewed by his contemporaries as being no different. That being the case, surrounding kingdoms always felt that he would eventually attack them, so they would try to strike first. So if Jardago was fighting a war in the south, the land would get invaded by a kingdom to the north. If he was battling an enemy in the east, the country would be attacked from the west.
That had to be incredibly frustrating, I surmised.
No doubt,
Mishtal agreed.
Especially when Jardago would typically try to treat with adjacent kingdoms first, but either they would reject offers of peace out of hand or breach the treaties later. This left Plavacray's kingdom in an almost constant state of war.
You'd think at some point his army would get tired of fighting, I said, or simply get whittled down over time as people got maimed or killed.
It's funny you should say that,
Mishtal said.
According to legend, Jardago had the power to heal others.
What? I uttered in surprise. Self-healing was an ancillary power that a lot of supers back home had. The ability to heal others was something else entirely, so my curiosity was openly piqued.
He was supposed to be able to completely heal people of almost any wound or sickness,
Mishtal continued,
even those who were near death.
He was probably just extremely charismatic,
Vicra interjected.
Able to inspire even wounded men to gather their weapons and head into battle.
Vicra's explanation sounded reasonable to me. I had heard stories of people whose personal charm and magnetism had inspired their followers to do great things. For instance, generals who had galvanized soldiers under their command to victory, despite being greatly outnumbered. That sounded more plausible to me than an ancient ruler simply healing wounded warriors and sending them right back into battle.
Well, regardless of how he did it,
Mishtal went on,
Jardago somehow managed to maintain a fierce and loyal, combat-ready force for years on end.
At least until he conquered everybody, Vicra added. Then there was finally peace.
So in essence,
Nilarin said, summing things up,
we're supposed to believe that Jardago was a peacemonger at heart, but a conqueror in his actions. Doesn't that strike anyone as odd?
Vicra frowned.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe he was just a megalomaniac, intent on conquering the world,
Nilarin said.
That's not what the history books say,
Vicra noted defensively. In war, winners write the history books, I countered. Still, if he was just intent on world domination, why would he ever turn everything over to Plavacray?
The history books could have gotten that wrong as well,
Nilarin countered.
Maybe Plavacray staged a coup, removed a despot from power.
In that case, Vicra countered, why would Plavacray make scores of dedications to the man all over the planet? Parks, buildings, trees, and so on.
Nilarin wasn't one to give in easily, and began vehemently arguing her point. Vicra, also not willing to yield, began adamantly defending his position. However, their squabbling faded into the background as something else caught my attention. I was looking at the cantalate tree when I noticed an object fall from one of its branches. Whatever it was, it hit the ground and rolled, coming to rest against the edge of the walkway. Curious, I walked over and picked it up. It appeared to be a nut of some kind, oval-shaped, roughly the size of my thumb knuckle, and purplish-brown in color.
"You should keep that,"
Mishtal said, suddenly appearing at my side. I hadn't even noticed that she had followed me. "Keep it?" I repeated.
"Yes, it's a seed from the cantalate tree. It's supposed to bring good luck."
"If you say so." With that, I put the seed in my pocket. I sensed that there was more she wanted to say, but at that moment, Nilarin and Vikra began moving towards us, still arguing.
"I suppose we should be getting back,"
Mishtal said.
"I just wanted to show you that, despite what Vikra said about cursed names, at least one person named Jardago did great things."
"That's nice to know," I said. "Maybe there's hope for me yet." Chapter 28. The conversation was mostly superficial as we walked back towards the area where the transports were parked, touching on a number of light topics, such as the variety of animals we saw in passing, what other parks in the Acropolis were actually better than this one, and so on. Oddly enough, no one had mentioned the Praxedis even once, which honestly seemed like more thoughtfulness than Nilarin and Vikra were capable of. I didn't think they were bad people, they just lacked tact. It occurred to me later that Mishtal had probably wrung a promise from her two friends not to mention it, for which I was grateful. We were not quite within eyesight of the transports when Vikra laid a hand on my shoulder, causing me to stop and turn to him. Nilarin and Mishtal, noting that the two of us had come to a halt, stopped walking as well and looked in our direction.
"I need to talk to Jardago about something,"
Vikra said to the girls.
"You two go on and we'll catch up."
Nilarin took the comment at face value, turning almost immediately and continuing towards the landing pad. Mishtal looked less comfortable with the situation, but, after a subtle nod from me, followed in Nilarin's footsteps. A moment later, they disappeared as the walkway curved behind some shrubbery. I turned my gaze back to Vikra. Truth be told, I had actually been expecting something like this. Although he had kept his face impassive throughout lunch, I had felt tension and anxiety building in Vikra all day. My guess was that it related to Mishtal, and I assumed that he was about to tell me to keep away from her.
"I want to apologize for my behavior last night," he began, "after you ran into me."
I stood there silently for a moment, taken by surprise by his statement. Okay, maybe this isn't about Mishtal. I'm sorry," I finally mumbled in a low voice. "It was my fault. I guess my feet got tangled up."
"Regardless, I could have responded more appropriately."
"It's okay. Teleporting disorients some people, and it can be less than pleasant if you're not used to it."
"Understood," he said. "But I—"
He trailed off, and then let out an exasperated sigh.
"Maybe it's best if I just showed you," he said.
I frowned, totally mystified as to what he was trying to say. And then it happened. 1 second, Vikra was standing in front of me, and the next he was 20 feet away. I did a double take, trying to figure out what had just happened. Before I could apply any reason to what I was seeing, Vikra vanished again, appearing in front of me once more. Then I realized what he had done. What he was. "Vikra," I said excitedly, "you're a teleporter." A sly grin came onto his face. "I suppose."
"But how? When?"
"I don't know. Maybe a year ago?"
"Basically, I was late for an important event one day and wishing I could hurry up and get there. And suddenly, I was. There, I mean."
I was having trouble hiding my surprise. I knew that Kalicians had abilities, just like supers on Earth, but again, they were supposed to be rare. Now, 2 of the 3 people I'd been hanging out with of late had revealed that they had powers. What were the odds of that? Was it possible that some event was giving rise to supers among my grandmother's people? How many Calicians might there be with abilities that they were keeping hidden? My brain was overflowing with questions. How many people know about this? I asked.
Practically no one, Vikra said. Plus, it's not a consistent ability. It doesn't always work when I want it to. It's a little frustrating.
Vikra's statement answered another question that had started to form in my brain. Basically, a teleporter has the power to be wherever they want to be. Thus, you can't forcibly make them go anywhere, even by teleportation. In short, I shouldn't have been able to teleport Vikra at the party the night before. However, the fact that his power was a little sporadic explained how I'd been able to do it. Vikra started walking again, following the path the girls had taken, and I fell into step beside him.
Anyway, he said, you displayed a mastery of your powers when you teleported us, and I couldn't get my own ability to work. I suppose I became peeved about what I perceived as the unfairness of the situation.
Well, if it's any consolation, I replied, I didn't do it on purpose.
No?
Not at all. My voice froze in my throat, and I came to a complete halt. We had just come from behind a hedge and stepped into an area with a clear view of where the transports were parked. Nilarend and Mishtal were near the vehicle they had come in and seemed to be waiting for us. The transport I'd come in was still where it was when we'd left to see the cantalate tree. None of that, however, was what had grabbed my attention. What had frozen me in my tracks was the sight of a familiar metal object marching with swift, determined strides through the park. It was the Beobona. Chapter 29. I stared at the crab-like suit of armor in disbelief for a second. Where had it come from? How had it gotten here? It seemed to be moving from the direction of my transport. The most obvious solution was that it had hitched a ride. It certainly wasn't impossible. I hadn't gone through the trouble of checking every compartment on the craft before we took off. In fact, I hadn't checked any of them. It took me only a second to make up my mind. If the Beobona was here, there had to be a reason, and an important one to boot. I took off after it without a word to any of my lunchmates. If it had been a person, I would have said that the Beobona walked with confidence. It appeared to move with single-minded purpose, as if it knew exactly where it was going, and presumably it did. Thankfully, although it traipsed along at a healthy pace, it wasn't difficult to keep up with. To my great surprise, however, it moved in almost complete silence, which made keeping it in eyesight all the more important. Still, I tried to follow at a discreet distance, but the Beobona didn't seem to notice or care. It was clearly on a mission. After about 5 minutes, we ended up on a path which ran along an embankment of soggy loam that descended towards a muddy creek bed. The Beobona came to a sudden halt ahead of me and seemed to contemplate its options. Naturally, I stopped as well, at which point a voice sounded next to me, catching me unawares.
Where are we going?
Mishtal asked, slightly out of breath. I looked at her in surprise. I hadn't even known she was behind me. And not just her, Vikran and Nilarin had tagged along as well. I don't know, I said after a few seconds, then gestured towards the Beobona. I'm following it. Nilarin's eyes narrowed.
What is that?
The Beobona Onafrot,
Vikra answered before I could say anything.
It made an appearance at Jonago's banquet 2 days ago.
He didn't expound on what had happened, and neither of the girls asked, but there was a sharp intake of breath from Mishtal. Of course, she and Nilarin already knew what had occurred, how I had been saved from poisoning by the Beobona. They simply hadn't seen it before.
What's it doing?
Mishtal asked. I shrugged. Who knows? At that moment, the Beobona went charging down the muddy embankment. When it reached the bottom, it began marching parallel to the creek bed, in the same direction it had previously been headed. Staying on the path above, we followed. I looked ahead, trying to see where the Beobona was going, and noticed that 50 yards farther down, a bridge had been built over the creek bed. Presumably, this was to allow visitors to traverse the small waterway and enter a different area of the park. In constructing the bridge, its builders had created a tunnel for the creek that ran from one side of the structure to the other. Moreover, there appeared to be some kind of paved walkway in the tunnel running alongside the creek bed. It didn't take a genius to figure out where the Bayobona was headed. As expected, when it reached the tunnel, it charged right in, at which point I lost sight of it.
"What now?"
Nilarin asked. "We follow it."
"I'm not going down there,"
Nilarin insisted.
"It's wet and dank and muddy."
"Then stay here,"
Vikra practically hissed. "Look," I said, trying to keep things civil. "None of you have to come along, but I need to figure out what's going on."
"I'm not afraid of getting a little dirt on me,"
Mishtal said, giving me a supportive wink. "Maybe we don't have to," I said, then explained what I had in mind. A moment later, I teleported us to the tunnel. When we popped up on the paved walkway, I took a moment to make sure everyone was okay. Nilarin looked a little unsettled, which wasn't unusual for someone who had probably just teleported for the first time. Oddly enough, Vikra also looked a little wobbly, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I took a few steps into the interior of the tunnel, which was pretty dark. Rather than give my eyes a moment to adjust to the lack of light, I switched my vision over to the infrared. Suddenly, the darkness was no longer a problem.
"Can you see anything?"
Vikra asked. "It's up ahead," I replied, noting that the Bayobona was now on the walkway and standing in front of what appeared to be a metal framework of some kind. A moment later, I realized that it was a door, and from the way the Bayobona was gingerly poking and prodding it, apparently it was locked. Without warning, the Bayobona seemed to swivel in our direction. We had been carefully inching forward with me in the lead, but suddenly having our quarry focus its attention on us brought an immediate halt to our advance.
"What is it?"
Nilarin whispered.
"What's happened?"
I made a shushing sound to my companions. Evidently their vision hadn't adapted to the darkness yet. I watched the Bayobona warily, but it didn't move. Obviously, it knew we were there, had surely known we'd been following it. However, it had ignored us up until now. Why did we suddenly merit its attention? A moment later, the answer came to me, almost spontaneously, and I nearly laughed as I figured out what it wanted. I phased the metal door, making it insubstantial. The Bayobona obviously sensed the change in some way because it immediately turned back towards the door and then marched right through it. "Come on," I said to the other three, and we hustled forward. When we reached the door, I ushered Vikra and the girls through it. Once we were all inside, I made the door solid again and looked around. We were in a small rectangular room, perhaps 200 square feet in size. It was lit well enough to see, so I switched my vision back to normal. There were storage lockers against the walls to the left and right of us, and a table near the middle of the room was covered with odd tools.
"It's some kind of maintenance area,"
Mishtal said.
"Maintenance for what?"
Nilarin asked. "At a wild guess, I'd say the park," I volunteered. "If it's anything like the ones we have back home, there's a lot of effort that goes into the upkeep of a place like this. Keeping it clean, fixing broken swings, making sure the water fountains work, or whatever the Kalician counterpart of all that is."
"You'll have to forgive Nilarin,"
Vikra said sardonically.
"For her, like so many royals, the notion of actual work is a foreign concept. Her definition of hard labor is figuring out which servant should have the honor of cleaning up behind her new glebin." "As if you've ever gotten a callus on those dainty hands,"
Nilarin countered.
"You've never—"
"Quiet!" I interjected. I pointed at an open doorway directly across from us. "The Bayobona must have gone that way. Let's go." I started walking, not waiting to see if they'd follow. The doorway turned out to be the entrance to a long, narrow corridor. As with the first room we'd entered, there was adequate illumination here. The passage had a length of maybe 30 feet and had 2 doors evenly spaced on both sides. Acting on instinct, I ignored the doors, although I heard my companions try them and mumble something about each being locked. The corridor ended in a T-junction, branching off to both sides. I stood still and listened for a second. I thought I could hear noise, presumably the Bayobona in motion, but the acoustics were so messed up that I couldn't tell which direction the sound was coming from. "Stay here," I said to my companions, then shifted into super speed and zoomed off to the left. The passage in that area terminated in an L shape, but when I glanced down the connecting corridor, I didn't see anything. I then zipped back the other way, slowing slightly as I passed by Mishtal, Vikra, and Nilarin, so that the gust of wind in my wake wouldn't bother them too much. At this end, the passage ended in another T, but this time I saw the Bayabona moving towards one end of it. "Psst," I said to my companions after shifting back to normal speed. They looked at me and I made a come-hither gesture. Assuming they'd be right behind me, I went jogging down the corridor at normal speed after the Bayabona, which had already rounded another corner. As I got near the end of the passageway, I noticed that the sounds I'd heard earlier were growing louder. I was clearly hearing more than the Bayabona's footfalls. In fact, it sounded like some type of machinery. I reached the next intersection and turned in the direction the Bayabona had gone. Here, the corridor was short, terminating in an entrance to a new room. The other three caught up with me as I took in this new space, which was in all ways much larger than the first room we had entered and filled with lots of industrial equipment, what appeared to be boilers, air compressors, etc., as well as control panels, monitors, and gauges. I also noticed what I assumed were turbines, and saw what appeared to be water moving through transparent pipes overhead.
"Interesting,"
Vikra said as he glanced around. "I think it's some kind of hydroelectric plant," I said.
"Of course,"
Mishtal exclaimed.
"This is what happened to the creek. They must divert a portion of the water, or all of it if necessary, down here to generate power for the park's needs, and maybe more."
It was a pretty astute observation, and once again I was forced to reassess my impression of Mishtal in an upward fashion.
"What?"
she asked, noting the appraising look that I, and probably Nilarin and Vikra as well, was giving her.
"I can't know about this stuff because I'm a royal and a female."
I didn't answer, but instead scanned the area for the Bayabona. Oddly enough, there were no workers around, not live ones anyway. We only saw robots, all of whom seemed focused on specific tasks in the plant. That being the case, they took almost no notice of us. Finally, I caught sight of our target striding across the floor and heading towards a door on the far side of the room. "We gotta move," I said, and set off in pursuit. Ultimately, we ended up following the Bayabona for about another hour. From the hydroelectric plant, its path took us on a winding course through a number of connecting passageways and rooms, most of which I assumed were underground because I never saw any windows. As in the plant, we never saw any people, only robots and automated machinery. I got the distinct impression that whatever its final destination, the Bayabona was choosing its route with care and avoiding places where it might actually be seen by a living person. We stayed close the entire time, following as quietly as possible, which was probably unnecessary and made no sense, as the Bayabona was clearly aware of our presence. Still, we came close to losing it once, about half an hour into our little jaunt. At that point, we had just followed the Bayabona from a dank hallway into a wide-open area that clearly served as a major hub. There were numerous corridors branching out from here in different directions, as well as several of the automated walkways. Also, off to one side, there was a group of multi-directional elevators. In an unforgivable lapse of judgment, I allowed myself to momentarily be distracted by some insipid comment from Nilarin. When I looked back at the Bayabona, it had boarded one of the elevators and was taking off, rising into a shaft above it. I almost screamed in frustration. I could fly into the shaft and trail it, but that would leave Nilarin, Vikra, and Mishtal here. Would that be stranding them? Could they even find their way back? Wait, the other elevators. They could take one of those. They'd be fine. Mind made up, and relieved that I wouldn't be abandoning anyone, I was about to go flying off when someone grabbed my arm and began pulling me.
"Hurry!"
Nilarin shouted, dragging me towards one of the elevators, with Mishtal and Vikra behind us. "Hurry where?" I asked.
"The elevator!"
she answered.
We can still catch it.
Still unsure of this course of action over my own plan, I nevertheless let myself get dragged inside the elevator. Nillarin went straight to the controls, which were essentially a touchpad screen set in one of the walls. As soon as we were all inside, she closed the doors and then began punching in a destination. Moments later, we were in motion. "So, where are we going?" I finally asked.
I don't know,
Nillarin said. My face must have showed the incredulity I was feeling, and I drew in a deep breath in preparation for calling her every name in the book.
but
She continued before I could say a word.
I've slaved this elevator to the one that took off before, the one your metal friend was on. Where it goes, we go.
The expression on my face was still incredulous, but internally the emotion had switched from one of unmitigated fury to angelic relief.
How'd you manage that?
Vikra asked.
How do you even know how to do it?
Nillarin crossed her arms and gave the rest of us a self-satisfied smile.
A few years back, I had Marja with me on vacation, and in the middle of a guided tour, she somehow got away from me.
I believe Mishtal rolled her eyes at this point.
And jumped onto an elevator with a bunch of strangers just as the door was closing. Fortunately, our tour guide knew how to link the next elevator to the one that had just departed, and she showed me how. That was nice of her,
Mishtal said.
I think she showed me as a way to keep me preoccupied,
Nillarin said.
to keep me from getting hysterical about Marja.
Did it work? I asked. Nillarin laughed.
Not really, but it's a tip I took note of, just in case I needed it again. I guess it's a good thing I did.
And considering where we are right now, Vikra added, it's probably a good thing that for once you left Marja at home.
Nillarin made a sound of annoyance at that, but didn't comment. However, Vikra's meaning was clear. Nillarin didn't need to take her little pet everywhere. There wasn't much conversation after that, and eventually our elevator came to a stop in what appeared to be the lobby of a large building. Upon stepping out, I couldn't help but notice a healthy coating of dust on the floor. Wherever we were, the place had been abandoned for a while. There was another elevator present, doubtless the one the Bayobona had taken, but the device itself was nowhere in sight.
Here,
Mishtal said, pointing to tracks in the dust.
It went this way.
Once again, we were in hot pursuit. Thankfully, the Bayobona was not that far ahead of us, and we easily caught up to it, although catching up in this instance really meant staying about a good 20 paces behind. The path this time was through various above-ground hallways, chambers, and such, and it became clear after just a few minutes that we weren't just traveling through interconnected rooms, but also interconnected buildings. From what I could see through the windows as we walked, we were in a part of the Acropolis defined by buildings that, while tall compared to what I was used to on Earth, would probably be considered mid-sized compared to most of what I had seen on Kalis thus far. Also, the architecture here was unique in that the tops of most of the structures appeared to be oval-shaped. As when we had first stepped off the elevator, all of the places we went through were devoid of people. This seemed to disturb me more than my companions, probably because I had been in a deserted city before and was getting an eerie sense of déjà vu. Eventually, I asked why there was no one around.
It's an older area of the Acropolis,
Mishtal said.
Lots of people prefer to be in a part of the city with a more modern look and feel, rather than these outdated designs.
Plus, it would seem to lack some of the functionality of more contemporary construction, Vikra added.
Such as? I asked.
The elevator, for instance, he said. We're obviously not at our metal friend's final destination, but I assume it took the elevator as far as it could. That tells me that other buildings around here, such as the one we're currently traveling through, lack state-of-the-art technology and capabilities.
Well,
Nillarin chimed in,
they should just demolish them and build something new.
No one wants to put the necessary time, effort, or money into something like that, Vikra said.
Not to mention the fact that some of these buildings have historical significance,
Mishtal added.
I don't care,
Nillarin said.
Being in this part of the city makes me nervous.
At this point, I started laughing, not hysterically, but heartily enough. My companions tried to find out what I found so funny, but I waved them off because they wouldn't have understood. These buildings they were speaking of, which really needed nothing more, in my opinion, than a light dusting, represented the Eclesian version of industrial decline and urban decay. To the three with me, these structures might as well have been boarded-up tenements. I found the situation even more laughable when I asked how long the buildings would stand.
"Barring a catastrophic natural event like a quake," Vikra responded, "they'll probably stand forever." "But with constant new construction," Mishtal tacked on, "there's no need to deal with antiquated architecture."
Through my mirth, I realized that she had a point. On Earth, a company might buy and demolish an old building in a city in order to build a new, more profitable edifice on the same spot. That's because space in a lot of cities was at a premium. However, that wasn't the situation on Kalis. The Acropolis was ever expanding, so it seemed that there was always a place to put up a new building, which would clearly require less resources than tearing down an old structure and putting a new one in the same location. I thought about this as we continued trailing the Bayabona, probably the first people to walk through many of these places in years. Eventually, we came to a building that seemed unlike the others. Many of the prior places we had walked through were not just barren with respect to people, but also accoutrements, chairs, tables, and other furnishings. This current building seemed stuffed with them, as well as a host of other odds and ends, figurines, storage crates, ornamental trinkets, and an assortment of other Calician knickknacks I'd be hard-pressed to name. "Is this someone's storage locker?" I asked as we passed through a room that contained statues, paintings, and other objets d'art.
"No,"
Mishtal said.
"I think this is an old museum, or the forgotten repository for one."
I frowned in concentration as Mishtal's statement reminded me of something my grandmother had said. I now had an idea of where we were going, but kept it to myself. My hunch would be proved right a few minutes later when we went into what we would discover was the last room and our destination. Just prior to that, however, we walked through an area that seemed to be filled with metal podiums, each of which was outfitted with a touchscreen on top. "What are these?" I asked.
"Let me show you,"
Nilarin said. She then tapped the screen on one of the podiums a few times. A moment later, a holographic image popped up, showing some kind of alien creature in a cage. It looked like a saber-toothed beaver with orange feathers. At the same time, a disembodied voice began speaking.
"The Imperial Menagerie," the voice began, "was established during the reign of King—"
"They're holographic exhibits,"
Vikra said as Nilarin turned the projection off.
"Virtual displays of pivotal or noteworthy events in the past."
I nodded in acknowledgement but didn't say anything, turning my attention to the far side of the room where the Bayobona was walking towards an open doorway. All of a sudden, it lurched to the side, bumping into one of the podiums and almost knocking it over. The impact must have jolted the controls because all of a sudden, the holographic display came to life. Practically in unison, we ran to the podium. The Bayabona, none the worse for the encounter, marched through the doorway, while behind it, the display began to show construction on some site, while the narrator gave an overview of what we were seeing.
"Now that's a coincidence,"
Mishtal said as Nilarin began working on the control panel. "What?" I asked. She gave me an odd look, then gestured at the display.
"You don't recognize it?"
I shook my head. "Afraid not." Mishtal giggled.
"It's the castle where we had the party for you last night."
I looked at the image, frowning in concentration. Some portion of it, contours of the grounds and such, did seem familiar, but it could have just been my imagination. After all, the image was only showing construction of the palace, which, according to the narrator, took place about 200 years ago. It hadn't shown the final product.
"It won't turn off,"
Nilarin said, practically pounding on the controls.
"Forget about that,"
Vikra said from the doorway the Bayobona had disappeared into.
"The Bayobona has stopped moving."
He stepped into the room that the Bayobona had entered, and we followed him. Like the rest of the place, it was crowded with antiquities, but there, against a far wall and almost isolated from everything else, was the Bayabona. Two of them, in fact. The second Bayabona, the replica that had been constructed on Earth, stood before the original, unmoving. Of course, only the replica had the Bayabona jewel, the true source of its power. Thus, the original was really just an empty shell. We all stood there watching the two devices, and I felt a source of pride that I had figured out that this was where the Bayabona had been headed. This was the place where my grandmother had first removed the jewel from the original relic. However, after a few minutes of watching and waiting for something to happen, we started to get a little restless. Whatever was going on between the two Bayabonas, it was either taking place very slowly, or on some level the rest of us couldn't perceive. Thus, we began to look around at the other items in the room.
"Look at this,"
Nillarin said, indicating what looked like a hockey puck that was 6 feet in diameter.
"The information panel says it's a deactivated pulse grenade from the first war with the Fleudin domain."
How about this?
Vikra said, pointing to an oversized ornate sword in a transparent display case.
It says it was a gift from Plavacray the Great to his eldest son.
After that, it was a little bit of a race to see who could find the next object of note. Thus, we went through another 4 or 5 items, having fun and actually learning something about our past. At least I did. All of this was new to me, but 1 or 2 of my companions would occasionally know at least some history regarding the various articles in storage.
"What's this?"
Mishtal asked, referring to an odd metal sculpture. The subject was a man, clearly a soldier judging from his attire. He seemed to be wearing some sort of body armor, but it looked as though it had seen much better days. Part of the chest plate had been shorn away, leaving his right pectoral exposed. Likewise, the left pole-lane, which would have protected his kneecap, was barely hanging on. The counter for the left elbow was gone altogether. In essence, the body armor bore the hallmarks of a major conflict, with almost every part of it being nicked, dinged, or pocked in some way. The battle helmet also showed signs of having seen some action. On the right side, a portion of it appeared to have been blasted away, leaving one pointed ear exposed. There was an indentation near the crown indicating that a heavy blow had been inflicted there. Almost everywhere else, there were small dimples and notches, like someone had tried to use it to crack open a coconut. About the only portion of the entire armor that was still intact was the faceplate, which covered the man's features from nose to chin. All that could really be seen of him were his eyes, which struck me as being narrow and focused, as well as angry and frustrated. As if in support of that statement, the soldier seemed to clutch something close to his waist in his left hand, his grip so tight that you couldn't really make out what the object was. Fist closed, his right hand was extended out, with a weird rod protruding between his middle finger and ring finger, as if he were trying to hand it to someone. Looking over the statue, I couldn't help but admire the artist's attention to detail. From the intensity in the eyes, to the gashes in the armor, to the pores of the skin, everything down to the smallest element was perfect. The sculpture was mounted on a stone pedestal, which was engraved with the words, "The Unbeaten Warrior." "If he's unbeaten," I said, "I'd hate to see the guy who lost the fight."
"I don't think that's meant to be taken literally,"
Mishtal said.
"I think it's intended to convey his attitude, that mentally he can never be beaten, no matter the physical punishment that he takes."
"Regardless," I said, "the artist did an incredible job. Everything down to the smallest detail seems flawless."
There's a reason for that, Vikra chimed in. There's a legend that this sculpture wasn't made by an artist. Instead, it was made by dipping an actual soldier into liquid metal.
"You've got to be joking,"
Nillarin said.
"That's the story,"
Vikra insisted.
"But that statue is ancient, dating back almost to the time of Plavacray the Great. Who knows what kind of barbaric things they did back then?"
"Well, they could debunk that myth just by scanning it," Mishtal said, "seeing what's inside."
"That's already been tried," Vikra said.
Whatever metal it's made of, it's impenetrable to any type of scanning technology.
While the others continued talking, I quickly cycled my vision through the light spectrum while focusing on the statue. When I finally finished, I had to admit to myself that I was surprised. I certainly didn't buy Vikra's fable about there being a person in there, but the remainder of his story may have been true. My vision hadn't been able to penetrate the statue in any way.
"The Bayabona!"
Nilarin suddenly shouted, pointing. I turned to where the two devices were facing each other and then saw something extraordinary. The replica actually seemed to step into the original Bayabona like it was phased and then be absorbed by it. In short, the replica appeared to swiftly fade from view as if it were turning invisible. A moment later, only the original device remained and it stood still, unmoving. Curious, I did another round of rotating my vision through the spectrum, but this time centering on the Bayabona. Unsurprisingly, I wasn't able to penetrate the relic's armor, although I had no doubt the jewel was now back in its original resting place. And on a side note, it suddenly occurred to me that the statue and the Bayabona were probably constructed of the same material. "Show's over," I said to my companions. "Let's get out of here." Chapter 30. I teleported the four of us back to the park. The others piled into their transport, while I told my pilot that I'd find my own way home and he could take off, something I could have done way earlier. I then teleported back to the Castellum. I wasted no time locating my grandmother, finding her asleep on a couch in the library. She seemed to be having a pleasant dream, as I saw her smile once or twice as she snoozed. Seeing her like that, she reminded me of my mother, and I suddenly realized that this was the most peaceful state I'd seen her in since I'd arrived. I hadn't thought about it much, but she had to be exhausted. She'd been running around for days, if not weeks, trying to make alliances, call in favors, and more, all for my benefit. Bearing all that in mind, I decided not to disturb her. Instead, I shifted into superspeed, zipped to my room, and came back with a blanket from my bed. I gently laid it over her, puttered around the library for a few moments doing a little research, and then left. It was about an hour later that Indigo sent for me. I was on the terrace at the time, thinking about everything that had happened over the course of the day, when a servant brought me a message that I was to meet my grandmother in her study. Anxious to talk, I teleported there almost as soon as the servant left. She was seated behind her desk when I popped up. Thankfully, my sudden appearance didn't seem to startle her.
"Thanks for the blanket," she said with a smile. "I was in the library doing some research earlier. I had only intended to sit for a second and take a quick rest. The next thing I knew, I was asleep."
"It happens to everyone," I said, taking a seat across from her. "And it looked like you needed it."
"Apparently so, and I won't deny that I feel refreshed," she said. "Anyway, we know how I spent my afternoon. How was yours?"
"A little less tranquil," I said. "I saw the Bayabona. The original."
"What?"
she uttered in disbelief.
"How? When?"
"Just after lunch. The replica just showed up unexpectedly, so I assume it must have hitched a ride on the transport.
Wait,"
she said, cutting me off.
"Show me."
I opened a telepathic link with her, and then shared everything I'd seen and heard after spotting the Bayabona replica in the park. It only took a few seconds, after which my grandmother sat quietly for a moment. "What do you think it all means?" I asked.
"I don't know,"
she said honestly.
"That was certainly the original that you came across, and it looks as though it's still in the same place where I last saw it. My guess is that the Bayabona jewel went home for some reason."
"Do you think we need to bring it back here?" She shook her head.
"No, you can't control the Bayabona. It does what it wants. I'll be the first to admit that I felt a little better having it close, but if it went back to that storage room, it must be for a reason."
Mention of storage brought to mind the fact that much of the area where the Beobona now resided was deserted. I asked my grandmother about it, mentioning the conversation I'd had about it with Nilarin, Mishtal, and Vikra.
"Oh, yes," she said. "Your friends are quite right about the buildings there. They'll probably stand forever, unused for the most part. But that's not the only part of the Acropolis that is past its prime, and certainly not the last that will eventually end up neglected."
It just seems like such an incredible waste, I said. You'd think someone in an advanced culture like this would think of a way to utilize those areas. She smiled.
"I suppose you've got some ideas on that front."
I might, I said with a grin, although in truth I hadn't devoted any thought to the matter.
"Well, that's a problem for another day," she said, rising. "It's time now to get ready to meet the Queen."
"And go through the Praxedis," I added. Chapter 31. After leaving my grandmother, I still had a few hours before we had to depart for the Praxedis. That said, I knew from past experience that the time would fly by. Once back in my room, I took a quick shower and got cleaned up. It was my second shower of the day. Not that I was keeping count. But having spent part of the afternoon stomping along muddy creek beds and through dusty old buildings, it seemed merited. I was about to start getting dressed when Slow, ever present outside my door, announced through some type of intercom that I had a visitor. It was Baron. I told Slow to show him in, and then, after throwing on a pair of sweats and a polo shirt, went out to the living room to meet him.
"I hope you will forgive my impertinence," the courier said upon seeing me. "But I came to wish you luck tonight, Prince."
"Thanks," I said. "Why would I consider that impertinence?"
"Because it implies that you are not fully capable on your own of passing the Praxedis."
"Oh, well, on Earth, wishing someone luck is simply viewed as a sign of support, not lack of faith."
"Yes, Prince. That's why I did it."
"Ah," I said, understanding. "I appreciate the homage to Earth culture."
"My pleasure."
"So, any advice for me on this thing?"
"Unfortunately, no. A Praxedis is such a rare event that I'm not sure any could properly advise you."
"So it's an exam on a subject that no one is qualified to teach, prep me for, or advise me on. Sounds like the game might be rigged."
"Even if it is, I know of no one more qualified or competent. I have no doubt that you will succeed."
"Thanks," I said, sensing sincerity from him. "That's very kind of you to say, but let's not make this all about me. What have you been up to today?" The question obviously took him a little by surprise, but with a little coaxing he shared with me, in very generic terms, that he had spent the day running errands for my grandmother. We then spent a good bit of time chatting idly, mostly about my observations on Kalis. By the time Baron departed, it was almost time for my grandmother and me to leave. I hurriedly got dressed. The garb that I wore was something akin to a sherwani. It was black and gold in color and extraordinarily comfortable. As I put the hated crown on my head, I noticed the cantalate nut sitting on a table. I had tossed it there absent-mindedly just before jumping into the shower. Remembering Mishtal's comment that it was supposed to bring good fortune, I put it in my pocket. Tonight I was going to need all the luck I could get. I hurried up to the landing pad where my grandmother was waiting. She wore a long, elegant white dress and a goddess necklace made of dark jewels and ebon metal. She smiled at me and said,
"I've never seen so handsome a prince, Shibo, and I'd say that even if you weren't my thrice child."
"You look beautiful as well, Shanine," I said truthfully. "I can understand now why Gramps would marry you, even if you were twice his age." She laughed and gave me a playful pinch on the cheek. A moment later, we were aboard the transport and taking off. Chapter 32. Officially, the function we were attending was a gala for the return of Queen Dornotia, who had been traveling for an extended period. Under that protocol, the Praxedis was merely a formal activity that was being conducted in an informal setting. In actuality, however, it was a case of a fight on the undercard being more exciting than the main event. In short, the Praxedis was the reason for the season. The night's festivities were being held in a massive ballroom the size of a stadium, which sat in an even larger castle that served as the Queen's primary residence. Despite arguably being the man of the hour, our arrival was greeted with little fanfare. Once there, the situation seemed to morph into a continuation of my banquet from a few days before, with Indigo essentially ferrying me from person to person and making introductions. The only difference was that there were thousands of people present on this occasion. Still, I like to think that I played my part admirably, listening to repetitive and sometimes impractical advice about the Praxedis and giving stock responses to inane questions about the same. After about half an hour, I felt incredibly bored by the entire routine. Praxedis aside, the entire party seemed hollow to me. It felt like it was missing something, like it was empty in a crucial and significant way. I kept glancing around, trying to figure out what it was, trying to put my finger on the element that was lacking. And then, out of the blue, I suddenly realized what it was. I was looking for Mishtal. Mentally, I slapped myself. I had enough issues, including a girlfriend, and didn't need my focus diminished by, what, infatuation, a crush? No, it wasn't any of those things, I was sure. Maybe just momentary fascination. Whatever it was, though, I needed to get a handle on it. With that, I redoubled my efforts to connect with the people my grandmother was introducing me to and tried my best not to think about Mishtal. We were about an hour into it when mad whispering seemed to overtake everyone present, like a disease that forced everyone to speak softly and only in mouth-to-ear fashion. It only took a few seconds to understand what the commotion was about. Queen Dornotia had arrived. As if to confirm this, a voice suddenly boomed out from, presumably, hidden speakers throughout the ballroom. "Distinguished visitors and guests, members of the royal family, please welcome Her Majesty Queen Dornotia, Empress of the Calician Empire, ruler of—" I stopped listening as the speaker began reciting the Queen's long list of titles, focusing my attention instead on trying to catch a glimpse of her. There was a roped-off section of stairs near the center of the room, with a contingent of the royal guards on site to prevent anyone from using the staircase in question. I had initially presumed that the Queen would make her appearance there and walk haughtily down the stairs to join the party. Instead, she seemed to have come in some door at the far side of the room. At least I presumed as much, from the way all heads in the room seemed to swivel in that direction. I still couldn't see her, even when I telescoped my vision. There were just too many bodies in the way. For a moment, I was tempted to float up into the air for a better view, but the last thing I wanted to do was draw extra attention to myself. Plus, my grandmother had her hand on my arm. She must have sensed my desire to do something because a moment later, I received a mental command from her. "Wait." I didn't think I had the patience, but wait I did. Obviously, Queen Dornotia was working the room, being affable and personable like any good politician. There were far too many people for her to say hello to everyone, so she was probably singling out a few select friends and key allies for the privilege of personal acknowledgement. Slowly, the Queen seemed to make her way towards us. As she got closer, I took a small risk and rose a few inches into the air. Indigo immediately tugged on my arm and gave me a hard stare. I sent her a telepathic apology and came back down, but had noticed something interesting. I hadn't been able to see her face, but from what I had observed, Queen Dornotia appeared to move in the center of a broad circle, almost as if there was a force field around her that kept others from getting too close. However, as the distance between us diminished, I realized that it was bodyguards, not a force field, creating the circle, allowing only those identified by the Queen to breach its perimeter. It wasn't until they were about 10 feet away that enough bodies cleared out for me to finally be able to see into the circle formed by the guards. and my mouth dropped open. There in the circle was someone I recognized. It was the woman from early that morning, the one I had rescued from the crashing ship, the one I had called old, the one I had referred to as senile. She was Queen Dornotia. Chapter 33. For a moment I froze, unsure of what to do. I wanted to run and hide. I wanted to simply teleport out of there. However, I couldn't simply pull a vanishing act without a word to Indigo. I needed to give her fair warning of what was likely to come, which at the bare minimum would probably be a very severe and public tongue-lashing for insulting the Queen. "Shanine," I screeched telepathically, "I need—"
"Not now,"
she shot back angrily.
"The Queen's almost here."
My mind raced along, envisioning various scenarios and how things were likely to play out. Few had a happy ending. In the most optimistic version, the Queen simply didn't recognize me. That was a distinct possibility. She had only seen me for a few crisis-filled minutes, when her mind was surely preoccupied with other things. Plus, I was dressed entirely different then, in Earth clothes. Thinking now that there might be a sliver of light at the end of the tunnel, I looked towards Queen Dornotia and made the horrible mistake of making eye contact. I averted my gaze immediately, but not before I saw the light of recognition in her eyes. Obviously, a simple change of wardrobe wasn't going to do the trick. Even worse, with my peripheral vision, I noticed the Queen making a beeline for us. I took a deep breath and then looked up. If I was going to be shamed and berated, it would be with my head held high, not with a sheepish look of embarrassment. The circle of guards had just reached us and come to a halt. The Queen then motioned for us to step towards her. We walked between two large and imposing bodyguards, and then stood before Her Majesty Queen Dornotia. Now that I took a good look at her, I could see that she was a handsome woman who seemed to be hitting the upper end of the middle-age bracket. If she were from Earth, I'd say she was in her early 60s. Her face was starting to wrinkle, showing the lines of age, but couldn't hide the fact that she had once been a great beauty. However, the sharp look in her eyes and the confidence in her step made it abundantly clear that, in many ways, she was still in her prime. She was bedecked as one would expect of a monarch, starting with the shimmering jeweled tiara that she wore on her head. Her dress was a floor-length gray gown with precious stones beaded into the needlework in a floral pattern on the bodice. A matching scarf, long and rectangular, was wrapped around her elbows and hung loosely at her back. Around her neck, she sported a string of jewels that looked like black, oval-shaped pearls.
"Intargo,"
the Queen said.
"It's lovely to see you again." "Likewise, Highness,"
Indigo said, inclining her head. She then gestured towards me.
"Please permit me to introduce my thrice child, Prince Jardago."
I bowed my head slightly.
"As luck would have it, Prince Jardago and I are already acquainted,"
Queen Dornotia said. A look that was half confusion and half consternation crossed my grandmother's face, and her eyes flitted back and forth between me and the Queen as she tried to put that last statement into context.
"You no doubt heard that I had some difficulty reaching the Acropolis today,"
the Queen continued.
"There were rumors,"
Indigo replied.
"but I didn't know how seriously to take them." "Well, the rumors are true,"
Queen Dornotia said.
"I would probably be dead if not for Prince Jardago. He saved my life."
My grandmother gave me a stony look.
"He never said a word."
"That's what I was I began, attempting to explain.
"Later," Indigo replied firmly. "Obviously you've gotten on her good side, so don't just stand there like a mute. Say something."
How's Ulcie?" I asked Queen Dornotia. "Your Ratasna?" I had looked the term up in the library earlier and discovered it loosely translates as aide-de-camp.
"Recovering, but she'll be fine,"
the Queen said.
"I'm sure she wishes she could be here to thank you in person. But since she isn't, I brought a stand-in of sorts."
The Queen turned slightly to her rear, and someone stepped forward. To my great surprise, it was Mish Tall, wearing an elegant black evening gown that accentuated her form perfectly.
"I believe you already know my quint child,"
Queen Dornotia continued. If I understood correctly, that meant Mish Tall was her great-great-granddaughter. Yes," I mumbled, trying to adjust to the fact that this girl I'd been hanging out with was closely related to the Queen. Turning to her, I said, "It's good to see you again, Mish Tall." At that moment, 3 things happened simultaneously. Indigo's mouth dropped open, Queen Dornotia frowned in stern disapproval, and Mish Tall burst out in hysterical laughter. I'd clearly committed some faux pas, but had no idea what it was. So it turned out that Mish Tall wasn't really named Mish Tall. Her name was actually Hysteria. Apparently, Mish Tall was a term of affection used between women who were either good friends or closely related, but when used by a man, it generally referred to a woman with whom he was romantically involved. In short, it was the Clichéan parallel for the word girlfriend. When my error was explained to me, I quickly racked my brains trying to remember if I had ever directly referred to Hysteria, as I now knew her name to be, as Mish Tall. I knew that Nilaran had called her that, possibly Vikra as well, which was possibly understandable since he was crushing on her and they'd had a thing at one time. But frankly speaking, I couldn't remember if I had. That didn't seem unusual to me. If you're hanging out with a friend, especially if it's just the 2 of you, you generally don't say their name every time you address them. "Gina, what time is it? Gina, I need to tell you something. Gina, let's go." Thankfully, a swift explanation and apology from me for the misunderstanding seemed to smooth everything over. The look of displeasure disappeared from the Queen's face, and my grandmother quickly recovered from the jolt my social blunder had given her. Mish Tall/Hysteria, who had found the whole thing hilarious, was gracious about the entire situation, even telling me in a whisper, and with a wink,
"If it makes it easier for you, just continue calling me Mish Tall."
Before I could think of a proper response, the Queen spoke, saying, "Walk with me, Jodigo." There must have been something special about the words she used, or perhaps she made a gesture that I missed. Regardless, everyone else within the circle of guards quickly stepped back, including my grandmother. Within seconds, only Queen Dornotia and myself were left standing inside her ring of protectors. The Queen didn't immediately speak, but began walking. The bodyguards moved in tandem with her, even those in front who were facing forward. Obviously, they were getting an indication of the direction in which the Queen wished to go in some manner that was imperceptible to me. On my part, I simply fell into step beside Queen Dornotia and tried to keep up. The guests in the room parted for us, much as the commoners on the street had previously done for me alone. In a moment, our destination became clear: the roped-off stairwell. To their credit, the guards at the stairs timed everything perfectly, opening a pathway up the stairwell just as we arrived so that we didn't have to break stride. The Queen marched straight up without hesitating. Walking next to her, I instinctively put out my arm as support. To my great surprise, she took it, placing a firm grip on my forearm as we continued to the next floor. It was at that point that I realized that she and I were alone. Glancing back, I saw that her bodyguards, the ones that had formed the protective circle around the Queen, were at the bottom of the stairs. They had stayed behind. I didn't know how to interpret that, and it played slightly on my nerves. Queen Dornotia released my forearm, at which point I realized that we were on the landing at the top of the stairs. Looking around, I saw that the available space was rather small, perhaps 300 square feet, and populated by a number of tables and chairs, but not much else. The most dominant feature was a set of elaborate double doors, roughly 10 feet in height, directly across from the stairwell. All in all, the landing had the feel of a waiting room. The Queen headed straight to the double doors. "Come along," she said, and then slipped inside. Assuming this was the start of the Praxedis, I reached out telepathically to my grandmother, who gave me a mental hug and wished me luck, and then hurried to catch up to the Queen. Chapter 34. On the other side of the doors was an expansive hallway, perhaps 15 feet wide and 100 yards long. Walking down the corridor with the Queen, it became clear right away that this area was designed to impress. Lining the walls were a number of portraits in gilded frames, each depicting a different individual. They were painted in rich, vibrant colors, and were far more lifelike than anything I'd ever seen back home. Even my untrained eye could tell that this was exceptional artwork. High above us, suspended from the 40-foot ceiling, were a dozen opulent chandeliers, spaced evenly down the length of the hallway. At various intervals, art niches carved into the walls held what I assumed were rare and valuable items, ceremonial weapons, handcrafted chalices, and more. The walls on both sides also housed numerous ornate doors that presumably opened up into lavishly decorated rooms and suites. Not to be outdone by the walls or ceiling, the floor was also crafted to be eye-catching, as it seemed to be tiled with some kind of exotic, multicolored stone. Queen Dornotia said nothing initially as we leisurely strolled down the hallway. After a moment, I realized what she was doing. Our languid, deliberate pace had been intentional, her way of allowing me an opportunity to observe my surroundings.
"So, what do you think of Kalis?"
she asked after a few moments. "It's different," I replied, eliciting a short burst of laughter from her.
"A diplomatic way of saying you're not impressed," she surmised.
"No, it's far more advanced, but there are cultural nuances that I haven't grasped yet, not to mention everything that goes with being a royal."
"It does get to be a burden," she agreed. "This royal blood we're born with makes the thought of being a commoner rather appealing."
"The grass is always greener on the other side." She gave me an odd look, leading me to explain what the idiom meant.
"How true," she said when I'd finished. "The philosophers of your planet are wise."
"Thanks," I said, not bothering to mention that what I'd said was a basic axiom as far as I was concerned.
"So," she said, turning serious, "you didn't know who I was when you rescued me this morning, did you?"
"No, Your Majesty."
"Then why did you do it?"
"It's what I've been trained to do, to use my abilities to help people."
"I hear you did something similar with the crew on the ship that brought you here, that you saved all of them as well."
"I saved all that I could," I corrected, remembering that the initial explosion had killed some of the crew.
"And it didn't matter to you that they weren't royals? That you were putting your life at risk for commoners?"
I shook my head. I guess I just don't think in those terms. All I thought about was the fact that there were people in danger, and I was in a position to help.
"There aren't many royals who would have done what you did, even for me. And even if they'd known who I was, they certainly wouldn't have done it for Alcy."
"She's a commoner?" I guessed.
"Yes, but her family has served mine for generations. She's incredibly loyal and even more competent, so I made her my retasna, my assistant. It's a position usually reserved for members of the royal family, and as a result my decision has bred some resentment. But there's no one more capable."
I nodded as she spoke, her words bringing to mind Baron and his intense devotion to the House Nonpareil. "Well," I said, "the important thing is that you both eventually made it here safe and sound."
"Agreed," she said. "Of course, the safety inspectors are in a bind now, since they cleared my ship after the last stop."
"Safety inspectors?"
"Yes,"
she said emphatically.
"Didn't your ship pass inspection before you left Earth?"
Frankly speaking, I had no clue, and admitted that fact. Back home, we have the Federal Aviation Administration that's responsible for aircraft safety and such. I doubt they had inspected my spaceship prior to departure for Kalis, but I didn't truthfully know whether anyone had. That was Baron's department, I guess.
"So," the Queen continued, "do you think it was coincidental that both of our ships suffered similar mishaps upon arriving at Kalis?"
What I thought was that the Calisian version of the FAA needed a complete overhaul, but I kept that opinion to myself. "I tend to find it more suspicious than coincidental," I replied.
As do I. Unfortunately, investigations of both crashes have yielded no clues. I don't suppose you have any theories?
I shook my head. None. However, I do have a question, if I may.
Go right ahead.
The ship that you and Alcy escaped in was rather... I searched for the right word. Spartan, compared to the lifeboat that I had. Queen Dornotia laughed.
You want to know why we were roughing it when you found us?
Basically.
That's easy enough. We were in a different part of the vessel when the ship started going down. My first inclination was to get to my suite, which can double as an escape ship, and also has special equipment and provisions for emergencies. Alcy thought we needed to head to the nearest escape vessel, and she was right. We never would have made it to my quarters. We barely made it to the ship that was closest, as evidenced by Alcy's injury. Even then, we only survived because of you.
I was sorely tempted to put on a southern drawl and say, "Aw, shucks, ma'am, 'tweren't nothing," but instead said something about simply being in the right place at the right time.
Regardless,
the Queen said, entering one of the doors on our right.
I'm glad you were there.
From that point, we discussed a wide variety of topics, everything from Calician cuisine to sports back on Earth. Queen Dornotia was a delight, full of a lifetime of wisdom, but still able to relate to people far younger than herself. Shrewd and perceptive, almost nothing got past her, whether it was word or deed. And although I could sense a no-nonsense attitude in her when it came to matters of import, she clearly had a great sense of humor, and I could see why she and my great-grandfather were such close cronies. In short, she met all the touchstones for being a great leader, but still managed to have the common touch. During the time that we talked, we also continued strolling, with the Queen leading me through various rooms and corridors, and even a few secret passages. The guards must have cleared this entire part of the building because we never saw another person. At some point, we found ourselves in what appeared to be a sitting room, with antique chairs and sofas littered about. Queen Dornotia headed to a corner of the room where the tiled floor was bare, the only area not covered by a rug, a love-seat, an ottoman, or what have you. I didn't see what she did, but a number of thick floor tiles began unexpectedly sliding quietly to the side, revealing a staircase going down. The Queen began descending the stairs, and I followed. Above and behind me, the heavy tiles began shifting silently back into place. However, just before they settled back into their original positions and enclosed us in darkness, a tall and narrow rectangle of light began to shine from the bottom of the stairs. As I looked, it grew wider, and a moment later I realized what I was seeing was a door opening into a well-illuminated room. Queen Dornotia stepped inside, then closed the door as I came in behind her.
Well, what do you think?
She asked. I looked around, too stunned to speak. We were in a room about the size of a modest house, maybe 2,000 square feet. At that point, however, all comparisons to modesty came to an abrupt end. The room was filled with riches. There were ornamented chests filled with rare jewels, crates stuffed with precious metals, baskets overflowing with priceless gems. I saw a large Calician bird of some sort carved from a single block of gleaming crystal. A finely wrought statue of an ancient king with baguettes for eyes stood in a corner. An endless assortment of chokers, brooches, and bracelets lay draped across tabletops and poked out of jewelry cases. In short, the place was stuffed with a vast array of items constituting an incalculable amount of wealth. "This is your treasure room?" I asked when I finally found my tongue.
One of them, Queen Dornotia replied from beside me. Here, I want to show you something.
I looked towards her and noticed that she was holding a gem-encrusted jewelry box. Carefully, she lifted the lid, revealing its contents. A bronze-colored miniature trident. It was only about a foot long, with a shaft that was roughly an inch in diameter. The three-pronged tip was about as wide as my palm.
Go on. Take it, the Queen urged me.
Doing as commanded, I gingerly lifted the trident from the box. It wasn't particularly heavy, but felt solid in my hand. Unlike many of the other items in the room, it wasn't plastered with jewels, gilded, or emblazoned in any way, and yet there was an undeniable beauty in the simplicity of its design and construction.
"It's the telumem,"
the Queen said in answer to my unasked question.
"a ceremonial weapon that belonged to your namesake, the original Jardago. It's a rare relic, in that it's one of the few possessions of his that actually still exists. Legend says it's imbued with some of his power."
"It's lovely," I said sincerely, and then prepared to put it back.
"Keep it,"
the Queen said, closing the jewelry box and setting it aside. I stared at her in disbelief, thinking that she had to be joking. Emotionally, however, I picked up nothing but candor and honesty from her. "Are you sure?" I asked.
"Consider it an order,"
she said with a smile. To emphasize that she meant what she said, she removed the scarf she was wearing and, catching me off guard, tied it around my waist. She then took the telumem from my hand and tucked it into the makeshift belt I now wore. She took a step back, looked me over, and declared,
"Perfect."
Unsure of the protocol here, I bowed my head slightly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty."
"My pleasure,"
she said.
"Unfortunately, while I've enjoyed chatting with you, we have pressing business this evening that we must attend to."
I let out a nigh painful sigh. "Yes, Your Highness. The Praxetus."
"It's a long walk back to the ballroom,"
she said, giving me a frank look.
"I'm familiar with some of your abilities, from both the reports I've received as well as my own experience. Is there any way I could impose on you to—"
She trailed off, but I understood what she was asking. "Of course," I said, and then teleported us back to the top of the stairwell overlooking the ballroom. Motioning for me to go with her, Queen Dornotia walked towards the top step but didn't descend. Instead, she stood there quietly, waiting for her reappearance to be noted. It didn't take long, and soon a surge of silence began wafting through the crowd, like ripples on a pond after a rock is tossed in. Within a minute of our arrival, there was complete silence in the room. Queen Dornotia slowly scanned the crowd, a somber look on her face, and then began speaking. As with Vikra the night before, she must have somehow been linked into a megaphone, because her voice boomed in the enclosed space.
"Close relatives and distant relations, guests, friends, we have come together at this time to adhere to an ancient rite, the Praxetus. We have among us one who—"
My thoughts began to drift, and I only half listened to what the Queen was saying. Also, the emotional state of the crowd was building to a fever pitch, and I was having to put more effort into shutting it out. I hadn't been exceptionally nervous about the Praxetus before, but now that the moment was here, I was getting butterflies. What if I failed this thing, whatever it was? What would happen to my family in the long run? What would happen to me? Easy, take a deep breath. Panicking wouldn't help anyone. Besides, I didn't know enough about what was coming to be panicked. For all I knew, the Praxetus might consist of playing a game of jacks or doing tricks with a yo-yo. The thought of that almost made me laugh out loud and did a lot to help me relax. Suddenly, there was a collective gasp from the crowd. Empathically, I felt a crazy spike of consolidated emotion from those gathered, a mixture of confusion, surprise, and disbelief for the most part. Frowning, I tuned back into the Queen, who glanced my way for a second, giving me a wily smile. She then turned back to the crowd and continued speaking.
"And so, by royal decree, I hereby declare Prince Jardago to have successfully completed the Praxetus and to be fully qualified to take his place among the Maktun."
There was stunned silence for a moment, and then the place broke out in complete pandemonium. Riotous shouting, some of it cheers, a good chunk of it catcalls, erupted from every corner. The cacophony was accompanied by pushing and shoving as a good portion of those gathered pressed towards the stairwell en masse. A few foolhardy fellows also dashed forward, as if intending to bum-rush the steps, but the guards weren't having it. A few plasma rifles pointed at heads and torsos, brought an end to that nonsense, although the room continued to be the site of bedlam. Even Indigo wasn't immune, telepathically screaming, "You did it! You did it!" Like everyone else, I had been caught flat-footed by Queen Dornosia's announcement. She had basically dispensed with the Prexitus. I stood there dumbfounded, positive that I must have misheard, until Indigo's continuous telepathic shouting brought me back to myself. I mentally told my grandmother to calm down and then turned to the Queen, who seemed to be taking an almost perverse delight in the uproar she had created. I leaned towards her and asked, "Can you do that?"
"I just did,"
she said saucily. "Won't this make you some enemies?"
"You assume the people pushing this were my allies to begin with."
"True, but I was told the Prexitus would be some kind of test." The Queen harumphed.
"Others may have been able to call for a Prexitus, and may have even made suggestions about how it should be conducted. But I control its form and fashion. It's whatever I say it is, and if I decide the Prexitus is a stroll through a castle, then it's a stroll through a castle."
I shook my head. That just seems too easy.
"Jodico,"
the Queen said, looking me squarely in the eye,
"I've seen you in the middle of a crisis, and you handled yourself admirably. I don't need a superfluous test to convince me of your character or your place in the royal house. You belong here."
Her words made me blush, but I somehow managed to keep my composure and mutter, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 35. It took another quarter-hour for things to calm down in the ballroom. By that time, Queen Dornotia and her circle of guards had returned to the main floor and picked up where she'd left off in terms of making her rounds. It was seemingly her presence that ushered in a semblance of order on what had been chaos just minutes earlier. Assuming I was dismissed, I had slipped away and rejoined my grandmother, who was gushing with excitement. Smiling, she gave me a fierce hug.
"My Shibo,"
she beamed telepathically.
"I'm so proud of you."
"Thanks, but I really didn't do anything," I said. I was interrupted by someone forcefully, almost deliberately, bumping into me from behind, making me stagger forward a step. I turned to find a tall fellow to my rear sporting a thick brown beard, one of the few Calicians I'd seen with facial hair.
"I'm sorry,"
the man said with a grin.
"Please forgive me."
I acknowledged his apology with a nod. Empathically, however, I didn't get the sense that he was sorry at all. Apparently, Indigo felt the same because when I turned back to her, she was glowering at the man who had bumped into me. Fearing that this could escalate, I took her arm and said, "Why don't we get some air?" My grandmother didn't respond, but, still glowering at the guy with the beard, she allowed me to drag her to a set of doors that led out to a veranda. Once outside, and with the guy who had pushed me no longer in her line of sight, Indigo's mood seemed to lighten a little. There were few people around, and none within earshot. Almost everyone was still in the ballroom, probably hoping to get some FaceTime with Queen Dornotia.
"Now tell me what happened,"
my grandmother said. I gave her a very brief overview of my stroll with the Queen, glossing over the bits that I thought were confidential, like secret passages. I also showed her the Tellumem, which my grandmother held like it was the Holy Grail.
"This is a very precious gift, Shibo,"
she said, staring at the trident.
"Combined with her ruling concerning the Prexitus, it's obvious that Queen Dornotia thinks very highly of you."
"Or she wants me in her debt," I countered. My grandmother's eyes narrowed.
"You've really picked up on how the game is played."
"It's not like I had a choice," I said, then gave her a wink. But I was lucky to have a really good coach. She laughed and handed the Tellumem back to me, and then raised a hand to stifle an unexpected yawn.
"I think I'm more tired than I realized," she said.
"Well, we can go," I said, "before the Queen changes her mind."
"No, you stay. Enjoy your moment," she said. "Besides, I think someone's looking for you."
Indigo nodded towards the ballroom. I turned to the doors we had come out of and saw Mish Tall, or rather, Hysteria, heading in our direction.
Good night,
Indigo said, giving me a final hug and a kiss on the cheek before departing. So, I said as my new visitor came close, your name's actually Hysteria. She smiled.
I told you that you could still call me Mishtol.
Aren't you worried people will get the wrong idea?
Not really, since it's actually my name. One of them, anyway.
Confused, I asked her to explain, and it turned out that she actually had about a half-dozen middle names, one of which was indeed Mishtol. For a moment, I thought it was unusual for someone to have a term of affection as a name. Then I recalled that back on Earth, I'd actually had a classmate at one time named Love, and another named Honey. In fact, I'd even known a girl named Novia, which in Spanish translates as girlfriend. Okay, I said, acquiescing. You'll continue to be Mishtol to me.
Excellent, she said with a grin.
We stared at each other in silence for a moment, and then I asked, Did you know that she was going to do that? The Queen, I mean?
I had no idea, Mishtol responded. But this isn't unusual for her, doing the unexpected.
Well, tell her she has my thanks for being a rebel.
You can tell her yourself.
What? I asked, nonplussed.
She actually sent me to find you.
My brow furrowed as I focused on what Mishtol had said. She sent you to find me.
Yes.
So the Queen knows about you, I concluded. Knows about your power.
She does, Mishtol stated. She's the Queen. It's practically impossible to keep anything from her.
And?
She thinks it's a gift, a positive development.
I was about to comment that I agreed with Queen Dornotia on that front when I felt a sharp prick at the back of my neck. Ow! I exclaimed, slapping the injured area with my hand and rubbing it.
Are you okay?
Mishtol asked, voice full of concern as she leaned close to me. I think something bit me, I said. She laughed.
All the more reason to get you back inside.
She then looped her arm into mine and guided me back towards the door to the ballroom. So, I said as we went back in, why didn't you ever let on that you were a close relation of the Queen? Mishtol made a non-committal gesture.
It didn't seem particularly important. Plus, I wanted to be able to report what you were really like.
And do you think that I may have acted differently if I'd known about your relationship with the Queen? She gave me a critical look.
No, I think you would have behaved just the same.
For some reason, her comment made me smile.
Congratulations,
said a familiar voice. I looked around and saw Vikra standing practically in front of us. I had been so wrapped up in my conversation with Mishtol that I hadn't even noticed him. Thanks, I said.
Well, now that the Praxedis is over,
Vikra continued.
I'm sorry, Vikra,
Mishtol interjected.
But the Queen has requested his presence.
My apologies,
Vikra said, stepping aside. Let's try to catch up later, I said as Mishtol tugged me forward. Now that I was paying attention, it was clear where she was taking me, the guarded stairwell. In fact, Queen Dornotia was once again standing on the top step, giving the impression that she was about to address those in attendance a second time.
Go on up,
Mishtol said as we reached the stairs.
I'll wait here until you're done.
The guards made a path for me, and I began climbing the stairs. However, I'd only taken 2 steps before I detected a wild burst of emotion erupting like a volcano behind me. Unlike the collective sensations I'd picked up from the crowd as a whole earlier, what I now felt was being broadcast from a single individual, a person who is radiating sheer menace and danger. I spun around on the stairs to face those gathered on the main floor. I poured everything I had into my empathic abilities, trying to pinpoint the person who was the source of the animus I was sensing. They were in the ballroom, that much was clear, but I was having trouble parsing down their exact location amidst all of the empathetic commotion cluttering the room. Suddenly, the emotion shifted slightly in content. There was still a massive amount of vitriol, but added to the mix was a growing measure of smug self-satisfaction. I knew immediately that something was about to happen, but what? Where? To who? The answer came to me almost intuitively. I hadn't felt the single-minded hostility until after I'd gained the steps. Therefore, "Get back!" I yelled to the people gathered near the bottom of the stairs. I didn't wait to see if anyone obeyed. Instead, I shifted into superspeed and began zigzagging back and forth across the steps, like a pinball caught between some wicked bumpers, shoving the guards off the stairwell. From my perspective, they went sailing into the air in slow motion. In fact, the guards were all still airborne when I turned my attention to Queen Dornotia. I raced to the top of the stairs where she was still standing. Just as I reached her, the world exploded around us. Chapter 36. Naturally, I had phased myself and Queen Dornotia. Thus, the explosion, when it occurred, sent stone, metal, and debris passing harmlessly through us. Afterwards, carrying the Queen, I had floated down to the main floor. Judging from the damage, the stairwell and the entire second-floor landing had literally blown up, as in upwards, into the air. It appeared to have been some kind of shaped charge. That actually made sense when you considered the fact that the bomber was someone present in the ballroom. They'd be unlikely to risk harming themselves with a traditional explosive that would hurl shrapnel and such outward in all directions. In fact, no one on the ballroom floor received anything other than minor injuries, mostly from debris and the like, hitting the ceiling and falling back down. By then, of course, it had lost most of its damaging momentum.
"That's the second time you've saved my life,"
the Queen said when it was over. "All in a day's work, Your Majesty," I replied.
"All in the same day's work, apparently," she quipped. "And just so you know, it's typically a criminal offense to attack the Royal Guard."
For a moment I didn't know what she was referring to, and then I remembered that I had tossed all her guards off the stairs, like a leaf blower blasting foliage off the sidewalk. On their feet now, the guards had resumed forming their protective circle around Queen Dornotia.
"But I think we can make an exception in this instance,"
she continued, saving me the embarrassment of trying to come up with a response. Needless to say, the gala wrapped up pretty quickly after that. Emergency response crews were all over the place in minutes. Unsure of whether there were any more explosives on the premises, the crowd was uniformly calling it a night and leaving in droves, to put it mildly. It wasn't exactly a stampede, but it would be a miracle if the exit doors were still on their hinges by the time the last person left. There was supposed to have been some kind of fireworks display later, but everyone had clearly had their fill of pyrotechnics for the evening. As for me, I got to accompany Queen Dornotia and Mish Tall when the Royal Guard hustled them off to safety shortly after the explosion. Once we were a secure distance from where the bomb had gone off, safely ensconced in some royal panic room, the Queen drilled me on how I seemed to know in advance that an explosion was going to occur. "I could feel the presence of someone menacing," I said, after explaining about my empathic abilities. I also got the sense from them that they were anticipating something happening. The rest, figuring out the location of the bomb, was mostly guesswork and supposition. For instance, I didn't know it was a bomb, but I got the feeling that it was somehow related to the stairs.
"Not very logical," the Queen said, "but you obviously have good instincts."
"So what happens now?" I asked.
"Now my people will investigate and inform me of how I was almost blown to bits in my own home."
"How long will the investigation take?"
"I expect an initial report within 2 hours."
I gave a long, low whistle. "That's fast." She gave me a haughty look.
"That's one of the perks of being Queen. People know you expect results, so they get them to you swiftly."
"Any chance I can get a copy of that report when it comes in?"
"Typically, such things are confidential," Queen Dornotia declared. "But I'd say you've earned it. I'll have a copy sent to you at the Castellum Cardinal as soon as it's ready."
"Thank you, Your Majesty." With that, I told the Queen good night, and after waving goodbye to Mish Tall, teleported back to the Castellum. Chapter 37. I popped up in my room, appearing in the kitchenette with the intent of getting something to eat. Almost immediately, I felt my grandmother telepathically scanning for me.
I received word there was an explosion, she said. Are you all right?
I'm fine, I assured her. Just a little famished.
Where are you?
In my room.
I'm headed there now.
We broke our connection, and I spent a few minutes rooting out some of the Calician junk food that the kitchenette held. A good portion of it was foreign to me. For instance, there was a sealed pack of what appeared to be grass clippings. But I found most of it to be fine in terms of taste. I was in the living room, just finishing a box of wafers that looked like little squares of writing paper, when Slow showed my grandmother in. She immediately came over and gave me a hug, and then began looking me over, feeling my cheek, touching my forehead, like a parent worried that her kid was coming down with something. I'm fine, I said.
Maybe, Indigo noted, but I sent Baron to get Mabazole anyway.
Oh, Dr. Dolt.
Stop it,
she said, trying not to grin.
They should be here in a minute, and Mabazole is a fine physician.
Only if you're not Defuncun. Indigo was spared the trouble of responding to my last statement by the arrival of Baron and the good doctor, who were shown in by Slow. Like any true professional, Mabazole immediately went to work examining me.
Can you tell us what happened?
Baron asked. I didn't immediately respond. Instead, I cut my eyes inquisitively towards Mabazole.
It's okay, my grandmother said. The doctor has been with us for a long time and can be trusted.
After acknowledging her statement with a nod, I launched into a brief description of what had happened after Indigo had left. Mishtal escorting me to the Queen, my sensing something malevolent, the subsequent explosion.
And you have no idea who the person was that you sensed? Baron asked. The bomber?
I shook my head. None. There was just too much emotional turbulence in the room from the outcome of the Praxedis.
Well, at least you weren't harmed,
Indigo said, and then turned to Mabazole.
He's fine, isn't he?
His vitals are in line with my previous readings, the doctor replied. Considering what he's been through in just the past few days, I would expect his nerves to be on edge at the very least, but as far as I can tell, everything's in sync. Apparently, crisis living is the norm for him.
I live for danger, I said, tongue-in-cheek. That's why they call me Kid Sensation.
That reminds me, Indigo said. I probably should...
My grandmother stopped speaking when it became obvious that I wasn't listening. Instead, my attention had been drawn to an odd but familiar crackling sound. Looking to its source, I noticed that Slow was still in the room with us, as opposed to returning to his usual spot outside my door. More to the point, I noticed the origin of the sound I was hearing. Electricity arcing around the robot's raised hand as he moved in my direction. I looked around warily, trying to locate the threat or nuisance that had triggered this reaction in Slow. Maybe there was an insect or something in the room, but I didn't see anything that merited this type of response.
What is it, Slow?
Baron asked, obviously as curious as I was. The robot was uncharacteristically silent, which was eerie in and of itself. As it got closer to me, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. Something was way off here. However, it wasn't until Slow was only a few feet away that realization dawned on me. Slow wasn't after some bug. He was after me. Not far away, Baron must have come to the same conclusion that I did, because all of a sudden there was a pulse pistol in his hand and he was firing. His shots all found their marks on Slow's torso, but seemed to have no effect. I phased, becoming insubstantial just as Slow sent a bolt of electricity my way. It passed harmlessly through me. A couple of Baron's shots struck the robot in the head. They didn't seem to cause any damage, but got Slow's attention. A sudden blast of electricity leapt from his hand and struck the courier in the midsection. Baron went flying through the air, landing on an end table that collapsed under the impact. He lay there groaning, momentarily dazed. Slow turned his attention back to me. However, before the robot could take any action, someone leaped between us. To my great surprise, it was Mabazole. The doctor slashed at Slow's torso with something that looked like a penknife. I later learned it was some type of laser scalpel, and although it left a wicked scar in its wake, it failed to penetrate the robot's metallic exterior. Faster than I would have thought possible, Slow swung an arm at Mabazal, batting him aside like a whirlwind buffeting a leaf. Bent at the waist, the doctor went soaring through the air backwards like a shuttlecock. He struck one of the exterior windows, crashed through it, and fell, screaming in terror. Still phased, I took off after Mabazal, flying through the broken window and diving towards the ground after him at high speed. The doctor was about halfway to the ground and still shrieking in fear when I caught up to him. I became solid, looped one of his arms across my shoulders, and then, making sure I had a good grip on him, arced back up. We reached the broken window just in time to see Indigo smash a metal stool into Slow's head. It didn't seem to hurt the robot, but the legs of the stool bent under the force of the blow. As I floated inside with Mabazal, I saw her swing the stool again. This time, Slow caught it. There followed the screech of tearing metal as he ripped the stool in half. The robot swung at my grandmother. I sucked in a harsh breath, sure that he would hit her, but somehow she ducked the blow. She then stepped in, landed a kick and a punch, and then danced away as Slow tried to catch her with a backhand. Mabazal wasn't screaming anymore, but he grimaced as he held a hand to his chest, and his breathing was painful and shallow. I looked around for a place to dump the doctor out of harm's way, so I could rejoin the fight. Thankfully, I remembered that there were several secret rooms connected to my suite. I teleported us to one of them and gently laid Mabazal down on the floor. Satisfied that he would be safe, at least temporarily, I phased and zipped back out to the living room at high speed. Indigo was still on her feet, displaying impressive martial arts skills, but fighting a losing battle nonetheless. She would get tired soon, slow down, and then it would be over.
"Shanine!"
I shouted telepathically. "Get back!"
"Not yet,"
she answered. I frowned, unsure of what she was trying to do, until I saw Baron getting to his feet. Of course, she hadn't been trying to win in hand-to-hand combat with Slow. She had been buying time.
"Now, Princess!"
the courier shouted. My grandmother ducked a punch from Slow and then rolled away just as Baron flipped 2 of the bottle-cap grenades from the armory at the robot. He winced in pain as he did so, and I realized immediately that his aim was off. The bottle caps were going to fall short. I zipped forward at super speed and snagged the grenades out of midair. Turning to Slow, I ran at him, slid around to his rear, and slapped the 2 explosives on his back. Finally, I went streaking towards my grandmother, scooping her up as she was attempting to put some space between herself and the anticipated explosion. I phased the 2 of us, as well as Baron, just as the grenades went off. The twin explosions were deafening in the enclosed space. The shattered remnants of various pieces of furniture went flying all over the place, along with glass and twisted pieces of metal. Klaxons began sounding, and emergency lights began flashing. A few servants peeked in through the blasted entrance to my suite, but I telepathically screamed at them to stay back. Observing the damage in my quarters, none of them had to be told twice. Slow, thrown forward by the blast, went smashing into a stone column in the middle of the room, demolishing it, and then went bouncing across the floor until he fetched up against a wall. He lay there for a moment, giving the appearance of being defeated, then slowly began to rise. As to damage, there seemed to be 2 large indentations in his back where I had left the grenades, but nothing else.
"He's too tough," Baron muttered. "I've got nothing that can breach his shell."
I said, the courier's words giving me an idea. "Wait here!" I used my phasing power and then ran towards Slow at super speed. I went through the front of him and out the back. However, as I passed through, I grabbed a bunch of his internal components and took them with me. Wires, processors, computer chips, etc. Slow seemed to go wild in response to what I'd done, arms swinging recklessly as the rest of his body became engulfed by spasms. I dumped everything I was holding onto the ground and ran at Slow again, this time going from back to front. Once again, I snagged as much of his constituent elements as possible. I dropped them, turned, and repeated the process a third time, then a fourth. "Rinse and repeat," I said to myself. Within minutes, I'd practically hollowed Slow out. Needless to say, the robot was no longer moving. Satisfied that the danger was past, I went to check on the other three. Indigo appeared to be fine, and Baron swore that he was winded more than anything else. The only person who copped to being injured was Mabazol, and, after teleporting him out of the hidden room, even he managed to make light of the situation.
"The humiliation of being saved by one of my patients hurts more than anything else," the doctor quipped.
"So what happened to Slow?" I asked, after confirming that no one had life-threatening injuries.
"He was obviously compromised," Baron stated, "which means the entire castellum may be in jeopardy. We have to get you and the princess to safety."
Chapter 38. The Castellum Cardinal went on lockdown for the next few hours while a top-to-bottom sweep was conducted to determine just how compromised our security was. In addition, all robots, AIs, and such were subjected to a thorough diagnostic in an effort to determine if any of them also represented a hazard. As for me, I got to spend that time in yet another panic room. It didn't seem to matter to Indigo that, with my phasing ability, I was unlikely to get hurt. I still needed to be protected, in her opinion.
"It's not just you, Shibo," she'd said. "I'll be going into a fortified room as well."
And so she had. However, protocol demanded that we be separated in case a panic room was breached, so we weren't locked in together. That said, I was still able to speak with her, both telepathically and via the comm systems in our respective rooms. However, I got the impression that she was fairly busy. She seemed to be intimately involved in overseeing the security checks, despite being locked in somewhere. So I decided to leave her alone. As had been the case since leaving Earth, the room they had put me in was more like a suite and outfitted with all the comforts of home. After learning that I was going to be here for a while, I had initially settled in and found something to eat. Afterwards, however, with nothing to do and no one to talk to, I soon found myself yawning heavily. It really had been an exhausting day. Still, I briefly contemplated tweaking my internal biological systems in order to temporarily remove the need for sleep, but in the end decided not to fight the drowsiness I felt coming on. It took only a cursory search of the place to locate a bed, and I was asleep within minutes of stretching out on it. I woke to the sound of my grandmother calling to me. I bolted upright, looking around in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings, and then remembered where I was, the panic room. I also realized that I wasn't hearing Indigo's voice verbally, but telepathically.
"Shibo? Shibo! Wake up!"
"I'm awake," I replied.
"You can open the door now."
"Oh, I'm finally getting paroled?" My grandmother didn't answer, but gave me a mental nudge to get me moving faster. I rolled out of bed, then spent a few minutes locating the bathroom and getting washed up. Feeling refreshed, I went to where the panic room's controls were located and unlocked the door. A moment later, Baron and Indigo entered. "What time is it?" I asked.
"Early morning, Prince,"
Baron answered. That meant I'd slept most of the night. "I take it you finished the security sweep?"
"Yes, a few hours ago. At least here in the Castellum," my grandmother said. "But when I reached out telepathically, I could tell you were asleep, so I just decided to wait."
"But you're waking me up now," I said. "So what's happened?"
"We got the report from the Queen on the explosion at her castle, and also learned what happened to Slow."
"I'm listening," I said.
"Starting with the bomb," Baron began. "Its fragments have been analyzed and specialists have reverse-engineered the detonation. They're hoping further examination of the evidence will give them an idea of who planted it, but all they know right now is that it was a shaped charge, and it was inserted into the foundation of the stairwell about 80 years ago."
I blinked in surprise. "I'm sorry, but did you say 80 years ago?"
"Yes,"
Indigo said.
"There was some masonry work done on the stairwell and landing then, so it was the perfect opportunity. plus the aging of the explosive's casing, the materials in the bomb itself, the way unique polymers in some of the explosive compounds break down over time, they all confirm the length of time it was interred in the stairs.
I was about to remark that the time frame seemed pretty lengthy, but then I remembered that Calicians lived a lot longer than people from Earth. Maybe 80 years wasn't that long to them, although I had trouble believing that. Still, there was so much that didn't jibe. So what? This guy waited 8 decades in order to set off a bomb? I asked. That makes no sense. Why wait so long? What was so special about last night that he'd want to detonate it? How would he know that long ago that he'd even want to set a bomb off 80 years down the road?
We think the diagnostic on Slow may answer that, Baron said.
Okay, I said. Please tell me why my robot bodyguard tried to kill me.
It appears that someone planted some malware in his system,
Indigo said.
An algorithm was inserted into his main processor, but lay dormant until a certain trigger phrase was uttered by a specific person.
The phrase was kid sensation, Baron added. The person was you.
So how did this happen? I asked. Was his mainframe hacked or something? How did whoever did this manage to turn him into an attack dog?
From what we've been able to determine, there wasn't any hacking, Baron answered. The attack algorithm was embedded in Slow's matrix at the time of manufacture. After the assault, it was supposed to delete itself, but one of the items you yanked out of Slow was his core processor. When that was removed, everything reset. Otherwise, we never would have found it.
I stared at them incredulously. But that code's been there since Slow was made? When was that? Baron and my grandmother exchanged glances, so I knew that I wouldn't like the answer.
About 100 years ago,
my grandmother answered. I stared at their somber faces for a moment and then let out a short bark of laughter. They had to be joking. A moment later, I realized that neither of them was smiling. You can't be serious, I said. When neither of them responded, I went on. 100 years ago, I wasn't even born. My mother wasn't even born then. How could someone have known that a century later, I'd even be here to utter the trigger phrase? Does he have a time machine or something? Once again, there was a wordless exchange between Baron and Indigo. You've got to be kidding, I muttered in disbelief. Calicians engage in time travel?
Not per se,
my grandmother said.
The technology exists, but it's heavily monitored and use of it is forbidden.
But you think someone's using it, I stated flatly.
All evidence points in that direction, Baron said. The bomb was indicative, but the situation with Slow leaves little doubt. There's a temporal rogue on the loose.
I was somewhat jolted by what I was hearing. I mean, I knew time travel was possible, of course, but it's just so dangerous that few people actually participate in it. Moreover, I was shocked that Calicians employed it to the extent that its use had to be tracked. I looked at Indigo. You said time travel was monitored. She nodded.
Yes. When the technology was first discovered, people were attempting to use it for personal gain, and the result, as you might guess, was utter chaos. We almost destroyed ourselves several times before we determined that we had to oversee, track, and control this branch of knowledge and its application in all forms. This gave rise to the temporal monitors.
The temporal monitors? I repeated.
They're a specialized unit that monitors the timelines, Baron said. They investigate temporal deviations and infractions.
What are those? I asked.
Basically, time moves inexorably forward along certain paths or lines, my grandmother said. If you do something to interfere with those paths, say go back in time and kill someone's grandfather when he's an infant, a deviation from the true timeline is created. The temporal monitors are able to track such deviations, which they then investigate and try to rectify before punishing those who created the problem.
So, if this guy, this temporal rogue, is flitting about through time and making all kinds of changes, why haven't they caught him yet? I asked.
I don't know,
Indigo said. Well, how do we stop him? Was my next question.
I don't know,
my grandmother said again. Then what can we do? I asked.
I don't know,
my grandmother said a third time. Then who does know? I asked, exasperated by the answers I was getting.
There may be someone you can talk to, Baron said.
Chapter 39. The person they sent me to see was a former temporal monitor named Yalir. In fact, he had been chief monitor until his unexpected resignation several years earlier.
He'll be able to answer your questions about this temporal rogue,
Baron had said as he'd loaded me into one of the multi-directional elevators in the Castellum. But why aren't you and Indigo coming with me? I'd asked.
Your grandmother is coordinating with the Queen's representatives, the temporal monitors, and other groups in an effort to ferret out this menace. I, on the other hand, am still overseeing the security checks on all of your family's holdings, which are vast.
In other words, you and my grandmother are busy.
More to the point, we're already familiar with how temporal issues are addressed on Kalis, and therefore probably know the answers to most questions you're likely to ask Yalir. If he tells you anything that seems particularly noteworthy, you can simply brief us when you return.
The courier had then shown me how to sync the coordinates of my GPS, into which he had loaded directions for Yalir's home, with the elevator so that it could take me where I needed to go, or get me as close as possible. It had actually taken 3 tries to get the 2 devices to harmonize, with Baron noting that the GPS, which apparently kept a record of each place I visited, seemed to have a glitch.
It may have gotten damaged during one of your escapades,
the courier had said, subtly reminding me that I had been in the blast radius of several explosions within the past day.
You may have to work with it a little to make sure it synchronizes properly with the elevator on your return trip.
I had simply planned on teleporting back initially, but Baron's comment reminded me that I couldn't simply leave the elevator wherever I liked. It would be the equivalent of being invited to someone's house for a party and then leaving your car parked in their driveway for the next week. Not to mention the fact that the elevator, having cleared the recent security check, was a mode of transportation that we could actually trust. And so I had ended up going to see Yalir on my own. It turned out that the former monitor lived in what appeared to be a residential high-rise. I was fortunate in that the elevator actually brought me to the floor that he lived on, after which I merely had to use the GPS to get to his apartment. He was clearly expecting me because he opened the door before I even reached it.
Come in,
he said insistently, motioning me inside. Yalir turned out to be white-haired and elderly, but still spry. His face was lined with wrinkles, marking him as the oldest Calisian I had yet seen. Based on what I'd heard about his abrupt resignation from his post as chief monitor, I feared that he would be curmudgeonly or a grouch. However, nothing could have been further from the truth. He was affable and good-natured from the very start.
This way,
he said, leading me through a simple but tastefully furnished living area and into what appeared to be a modest study. He took a seat on a couch near a window and motioned me into a chair across from him.
So, you've got trouble with a temporal rogue,
he said, getting straight down to business. Yes, I replied, and then gave him a brief rundown of the facts, primarily in relation to the stairwell bomb and Slow's reprogramming, although it turned out that he'd already been briefed on what had happened.
Well, he said when I'd finished, the explosive under the stairs could have been just coincidental. But the issue with the robot makes it undeniable. Someone is definitely manipulating time around you for some reason.
The reason, to be blunt, seems pretty clear, I said. To kill me.
Not necessarily. Your death might merely be the means towards some other ultimate end. For instance, if you are interfering with someone's business interests, your death would remove you as an obstacle.
So you're saying that for whoever is trying to kill me, this might just be business, not personal?
Perhaps.
I shook my head. That's unlikely, in my opinion. I've only been on the planet a few days. Until very recently, I don't think many of the royals even knew I existed. In short, I just don't see how this could be business-related.
You're looking at the situation in the wrong way. Remember, we're dealing with a temporal rogue here. Someone using time travel to gain some advantage, and time itself is subjective. You've only been here a few days from your point of view.
Are you saying that for this chrono-criminal, in his subjective view, I could have been here longer?
I'm saying that this unknown adversary has a broader view of time, including outcomes and eventualities, than you do.
I frowned, thinking about that statement. You're implying that it's not necessarily something I've done since I arrived, but something I'll do in the future. That's what this person's trying to prevent?
It seems likely.
Is there a way to figure out what it is I'm allegedly supposed to do?
Not without traveling to the future yourself, and that is strictly forbidden.
But if I can find out what I'm allegedly going to do, it can probably help identify the person committing these time crimes.
True, but we can't justify time travel for that purpose, even if this person has already tried to kill you twice already. There are murders and violent deaths all the time. Relaxing the temporal rules to deal with them all would result in absolute chaos and all kinds of temporal distortions. That's why the time monitors are a separate, distinct unit without ties to politics, economic interests, what have you.
I was only half paying attention to the last part of what Yelir said, as something he'd mentioned at the start seemed to turn on a switch in my brain. 4 times, I said. Yelir appeared confused.
Excuse me?
4 times, I repeated. I think this guy has tried to kill me at least 4 times. I then told Yelir about how my ship had been damaged when I first arrived, and about the Yolathan poisoning. He nodded sagaciously as I finished.
The poisoning is almost certainly the work of this antagonist, Yelir said. While fermenting, Yolathan wine is usually stored somewhere and not touched until it's ready for drinking. If this person knew which bottle was being served to you, they could simply go back in time to, say, just after the wine was bottled and placed into storage. They could then take that bottle that you would eventually drink from, bring it forward in time, I don't know, 50 or 60 years, then put it back in place. Ultimately, the timestamp would show that it had been bottled an appropriate number of years.
But it actually wouldn't have had enough time to properly ferment, I said, finishing his thought. It's deviously brilliant.
Indeed.
What about the ship? Yelir made a vague gesture.
Who knows? Being able to control time, there are a million ways this enemy of yours could have caused things to go haywire.
Fair enough, but what should we do to try to stop him? Yelir leaned back and stared at me for a moment.
I can tell you what I'd do, but you won't like it, and aren't likely to follow my advice.
Tell me anyway. Yelir let out a deep sigh and then said,
Nothing. I'd do nothing.
I stared at him in shock for a moment. You're kidding, right? If a temporal rogue was trying to kill you, you'd do nothing?
Let me explain, he said. I was a time monitor for most of my life, and a good bit of my experience was in the role of chief. One thing I came to learn over the years is that time doesn't need us to look after it. Time will look after itself.
Can you explain that?
The time monitors were established to protect timelines, to make sure that people didn't alter the past or the future in absurd or insane ways. So they're constantly watching, always on guard for the slightest deviation. However, all of the excessive monitoring, obsessing over every little blip, is completely unnecessary. Variations in timelines are like scratches on your arm. Eventually, they'll heal themselves. Time will fix any temporal issues without our help.
How? Yelir seemed to contemplate for a moment, then said,
Maybe it's better if I give you an example. Let's say that today you give that crown you're wearing to me.
Okay, I mumbled. As had become common, I had practically forgotten I had the thing on.
Then tomorrow, he continued, I give the crown back to you. You immediately go back in time to today and give the crown to me. The next day, I give the crown to you again. You go back in time again to give it to me, and so on.
All right, so we're just constantly passing the crown back and forth. Got it.
Now, go forward in time a week. Who has the crown?
I frowned, trying to work this problem out. If I give the crown to him, but he gives it back to me, then I give it back to him. I give up, I finally said. Who has the crown?
I don't know,
Yalir answered.
It's probably one of us, and most likely you, because the crown is a possession more strongly tied to your person. But my point is that it's a temporal problem, and time itself will fix it.
Why wouldn't the crown just be stuck in an infinite time loop? A disagreeable look took hold of Yalir's face, as if he'd just come across something loathsome.
Time loops are unnatural and abnormal aberrations. They're artificial constructs, perverse and unstable even at the best of times. They don't last. Time will ultimately find a means to reassert itself.
So, in your opinion, time will somehow find a way to fix its own problems, including something as convoluted as a time loop?
Yes.
Even with the temporal rogues out there doing whatever they want?
That's just it. They can't do whatever they want. They can only do what time allows. And if time allows it, then it's supposed to happen.
So you're saying that things that are meant to happen eventually will, regardless of anything else? He nodded.
There's an old saying among time monitors. You can't stop yourself from being born.
The grandfather paradox, I said in understanding. He didn't get the reference, however, so I had to explain. The grandfather paradox, I began, is a time paradox. Say that for some reason you decide to go back in time and kill your paternal grandfather before your father is born. If you succeed, then you'll never be born. However, if you're never born, you can't go back in time and kill him.
That is indeed a paradox.
Yes, although in my own opinion, the person attempting to kill their own grandfather will be unsuccessful in the end because otherwise they'll never exist.
Unless the intended victim isn't their biological grandfather,
Yalir said. His observation made the paradox distasteful in a way I hadn't contemplated until he added,
The time traveler might be adopted, for instance, or perhaps his father was.
That brings up another issue, I said. With all of the stuff that this person has been doing, why haven't the time monitors taken any action?
Because they haven't seen anything to act on.
I was stunned. What do you mean? With everything this temporal rogue has been up to, there should be plenty.
Unfortunately, that's not the case. After I was given the facts and asked to meet with you, I checked with some of my old colleagues among the monitors, and they haven't seen any temporal distortions.
I shook my head in disbelief. How's that possible?
I have a theory,
Yalir said, leaning forward almost conspiratorially.
Most temporal crimes are discovered because the malefactor did something to change the past or the future. I think your miscreant is only doing things that affect his present.
I frowned, befuddled by what I'd heard. I'm not sure I understand.
Suppose I pull a pulse pistol on you right now,
Yalir said.
I could shoot you dead. I could do nothing. I could turn the weapon on myself, regardless of what I choose to do. The timelines don't show any temporal malfeasance because each act I contemplated occurs in my present, what is right now for me, such that the future is not set. But if I go back in time and shoot you as a baby, or even a day ago, that's a detectable alteration because in the main timeline you were never injured on those occasions. In short, as long as the actions I take are in my subjective present, there's no temporal violation to speak of. In that same way, I suspect your time-traveling enemy is only taking action in his present.
So going back in time to plant a bomb or corrupt a robot's programming isn't a past action?
You're confusing when the act occurred with the time of its effect. Sure, this miscreant may have planted a bomb 80 years ago, but there was no effect until he set it off. It didn't detonate prematurely, perhaps making an orphan of someone who should have grown up with their parents, or crippling someone who should have been able-bodied their entire life. It essentially had no effect on anything until it exploded. Likewise with your robot's programming. Until that particular algorithm was triggered, the robot acted in all ways as it should have.
All right, assuming your theory is correct about him only doing things that affect his present, he can't actually know that his actions won't impact the past or the future. I mean, after inserting the bomb in the stairwell, how could he know that there would never be any additional maintenance on it? How could he know that Slow would never undergo a diagnostic that might have uncovered that algorithm?
My assumption is that he has some kind of warning system. Just like the time monitors have equipment that tells them when the timelines are being altered, your rogue must have something that lets him know when a contemplated action is going to have a detectable temporal effect.
Based on everything I've heard thus far, it wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Yes. He would seem to be quite crafty. Moreover, high intelligence combined with time travel makes for an incredibly formidable foe. And I'm speaking from experience. For instance, he could freeze time, enter this apartment, and be listening in the next room right now.
Or simply plant a bomb.
That's unlikely.
Really? Why is that? Yalir seemed to ponder the question for a moment, then said,
Whatever he's using to manipulate time, I'm guessing it's a device that he carries on his person. Regardless, it creates a temporal field around him that allows time to move normally.
So when he does something like freeze time, this field you mentioned encompasses him.
Not just him, also his clothes, his shoes, probably anything in contact with him.
So if he were to freeze time and try to plant a time bomb on me, for lack of a better term...
As long as he was holding it, the explosive would be in his temporal field and continue counting down. Now, he could try to wait until the last second to pin it on you or stick it under your nose, but that's a risky path.
Why's that?
Because it's harder to freeze time and maintain that stasis than it is to simply travel through it to the past or the future. Time wants to move forward, so it takes a lot more energy to hold it still. The longer your friend keeps time frozen, the more unstable his temporal field becomes. And if the temporal field fails, under the scenario you've described, he's stuck there with an explosive that's about to detonate. If he's as smart as I think he is, your rogue wouldn't take that chance. Not when there are easier, less hazardous ways to kill you.
Thanks, I said. Got any other cheery observations? Yalir looked unsure of himself for a moment, as if he didn't want to speak. Then he let out a pent-up breath and said,
If I had to guess, I'd say this person is someone close to you.
Oddly enough, that statement wasn't as much of a surprise as it should have been, mostly because the thought had already occurred to me. It just felt weird hearing someone say it out loud. Thanks for your candor, I said sincerely. One last question, though. Setting aside your feelings of how time will fix itself and I don't have to worry about anything, if I wanted to stop this guy, how do I do it?
I wouldn't worry about it. Eventually he'll get caught. These people always do, no matter how brilliant they are.
And will that happen before or after he kills me?
Probably after, if killing you is his intent,
Yalir said in a nonchalant tone that was almost comical in its delivery. Yeah, well, you'll understand if I somehow find that outcome unsatisfactory, I said. Which brings us back to the question I just asked. If I wanted to stop this person, right here and right now, how do I do it? Yalir gave me a very frank stare.
You can't.
Chapter 40. I left Yalir's apartment brooding and in a dark frame of mind. I had been enlightened about the nature of what I was up against, but still had no idea about who I was facing or how to deal with them. Stepping into the elevator, I synced it to my GPS and directed it to take me to the Castellum. As the elevator went into motion, I began weighing my options. With any luck, maybe Indigo's efforts with the time monitors had yielded fruit. Maybe they already had a bead on this temporal rogue, despite Yelir's statements to the contrary. Maybe they were closing in on him now. In reality, however, this guy seemed too smart for that. They weren't going to trap him easily. Assuming it was a guy, that is. It most certainly could be a girl. However, it seemed easier to think of the enemy here as masculine, so I continued doing so. The elevator came to a halt, and I stepped out, walking absent-mindedly while still trying to figure out a game plan. Sad to say, the best option really seemed to encompass becoming outlaws ourselves. If we could go back in time and maybe just observe some of the events that had occurred, not interfere in the least, it might go a long way towards helping us get a handle on the situation. Maybe put us in a proactive instead of a reactive posture. Preoccupied with these thoughts, I strolled along for a bit, paying almost no attention to my surroundings. Slowly, however, at the back of my mind, it began to dawn on me that something was out of place. Something was missing. Still, I kept ignoring the notion, pushing it back down while I focused on the bigger issue of the chrono-criminal who was out for my blood. And then, in a burst of clarity, the thought I had been suppressing rushed to the forefront of my brain. It's too quiet. Normally, in the Castellum, there's constant noise as servants hustle about cooking, cleaning, delivering messages, and so forth. Since stepping out of the elevator, I had failed to consciously note the dearth of those sounds. With my attention now focused on the absence of the usual din, I blinked and looked around. I wasn't in the Castellum Cardinal. Instead, I appeared to be back in the museum repository I had come through the day before while following the Bayabona. More specifically, I was in the area with the holographic displays. I looked at my GPS. Baron had said it was acting glitchy. Apparently, when I had tried to direct the elevator to the Castellum, the GPS had instead directed it to one of the earlier places I had visited. And I, completely distracted by thoughts of how to deal with my unknown time-traveling nemesis, hadn't even noticed that I wasn't where I had expected to be. I was about to go trudging back to the elevator when I noticed a flickering near the rear of the room. Pulled by an impulse I couldn't put a name to, I walked towards it. As I got closer, I realized what I was looking at, the hologram projected by the podium that the Bayabona had run into. Apparently, it was still incapable of turning off. It also kept showing the same scene, the construction of the building where Vikra had thrown his party 2 nights earlier. I smiled, looking at the image and thinking of the time I'd spent with Mishtal there. And then I noticed something that made me do a double take. Thoughts racing, I stepped over to the control panel for the holograph and began testing it. The controls were similar to those on my grandmother's transport, the ones she had taught me to use. As already noted, I couldn't turn the display off. However, I was able to manipulate the images being shown. I froze the portion of the hologram I was interested in, and then magnified it. For a moment, I just stared, not believing what I was seeing. I knew who the temporal rogue was now. The thought had barely sunk in before I heard a noise and realized that I wasn't alone.
"So, you've found me out,"
said a familiar voice from behind me.
Chapter 41. It was Vikra, standing about 10 feet away from me and accompanied by 2 robots of the same make and model as Slow, from what I could tell. He was dressed once again in one of his military-style outfits and grinning broadly.
"It's you,"
I said accusingly. "It's been you the entire time. My ship exploding, the wine, my robot Slow, everything."
"Admitted,"
Vikra said without shame or remorse. He looked at the holographic image I had frozen and blown up in size. He and I lying on the ground after I'd crashed into him at his little shindig.
It's a good likeness, he said.
Yes, I agreed. Too bad it's 200 years in the past. Vikra let out a sigh.
It's my fault, really. When you were demonstrating your power at my party, I froze time in order to embarrass you a little.
You tripped me.
Yes, but I misjudged the direction I thought you'd fall. You slammed into me and accidentally triggered my temporal device, taking us into the past.
And later you faked being a teleporter, freezing time while you simply moved from one place to another.
Yes, I was trying to win your trust. I thought that if I revealed something deep and private, you'd be less inclined to be suspicious of me, among other things.
But why? Why do all of this? We'd never even met before a few days ago. What did I do to you?
You took what was mine!
He screeched, suddenly angry. I shook my head, confused. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Of course not, he said with a sigh. My family's been a major supporter of temporal research for years. We've had some amazing breakthroughs, but haven't really been able to capitalize on our advancements because of the temporal monitors. Still, we've been able to enjoy the fruits of our labors to a small extent, little day trips here and there through time. On one such jaunt a few years back, I decided to go to the future, just to see how things would turn out for me.
Aren't you supposed to avoid stuff like that? I asked. You might see your own grave and that kind of thing?
Yes, that's what they say, but I was curious. After all, I've typically been considered one of the most talented royals of my generation, with a bright future ahead of me. That being the case, I just had to know.
And what did you see?
You,
he said, his face darkening in blistering bitter anger.
Sitting on the Calician throne, with your bride at your side. You were sitting in what was rightfully my place.
And that's why you hate me? Because of what you saw in some possible future? He shook his head.
No, I don't hate you. I actually like you. But I can't have you standing in my way or taking what's mine. So I devised a plan to take care of you.
A mighty truth suddenly became clear to me. It wasn't just the near-death stuff, I said, now understanding the scope of what Vikra had done. It really has been everything. Summoning me from Earth, the Praxetus. All of it. You've been behind it all.
Yes, he said with a grin. And if you can control time, it's a lot less difficult than you might think. I can freeze time, walk into the Queen's study, and stamp a dozen documents with the royal seal. And almost no one will ever question any of them, because they come from the Queen.
Is that what you did to get me here? Forge a royal decree?
Nothing so blunt. Besides, that wouldn't have worked. The Queen and Prince Norbeo are close allies. His immediate response would have been to ask Queen Donotia why she was sending for his heir, and she would have replied that she'd done no such thing. Instead, I had to manipulate others into demanding the Praxetus, and after that, your presence was required.
And with the ability to control time, it must have been easy.
Oh, yes, he said, laughing. Intercept a message here, and replace it with one suggesting a Praxetus. Seize a proposal for a new law on taxes, and tack on an addendum regarding rights of inheritance. Half of the Mektun are incompetent fools who are drunk most of the time. Show them their signature and signet on a document, and they'll think they wrote it, no matter how absurd it is.
You won't get away with this, I said.
I'll stop you. Stop me? Vikra said with a laugh. You can't even stop this.
All of a sudden he vanished, and then reappeared right in front of me, slamming a fist into my gut. I doubled over in pain, collapsed to the floor. The pain was bad. I thought I was going to retch. I had tried to phase before being hit, but nothing had happened. It had to be the stupid crown again. Disgusted, I reached up, took the coronet off, and flung it away.
It's too late for that to help you,
Vikra said as he pulled back a leg in order to kick me. I tried to do multiple things at once, tweak my nerves so I wouldn't feel any pain, phase, and shift into super speed. As Vikra's foot smashed into my ribs, and flipped me over, I realized none of them had worked.
"Having a problem, youth fascination?"
Vikra asked sardonically as he kicked me in the side, causing pain to explode like a grenade going off.
"It's kid sensation," I muttered. "Get it right, you moron."
Incensed, Vikra kicked at me again, but this time I was ready. I caught his foot before impact, then twisted hard. Vikra went down with a yelp of pain. Fighting the agony of my own injuries, I scrambled over on top of him and began pummeling him as best I could. Vikra tucked his chin and put his hands up defensively in front of his face, trying to protect his head. I swung wildly for about 10 seconds, trying to strike whatever area seemed to be open: ribs, jaw, neck. All of a sudden, something gripped my arms and I was bodily hauled off Vikra. Confused, I looked around and noticed that it was Vikra's 2 robot guards. They stood on both sides of me, each holding an arm in a literal grip of steel, or whatever metal they were made of. As Vikra got to his feet, I concentrated again on trying to get my powers to work, hoping that the earlier failure was no more than a glitch. My face must have been telegraphing what I was trying to do, because Vikra just stood there smiling at me.
"Your powers aren't going to work,"
he finally said. I was almost afraid to ask, but managed to croak out,
"What have you done?" "I injected you with a neural blocker."
I felt the blood leaving my face.
What?
And then I remembered the sting I'd felt when I was outside with Mishtol, when I thought some type of insect had bit me.
"You know that crown you've been wearing?" Vikra asked. "The one that was helping you learn our language? Its telemetry was altered, modified to monitor and broadcast your synaptic connections. In short, it tracked the neural pathways that were activated whenever you used your abilities."
I flipped back through my memories, trying to figure out how often the crown had been out of my possession when this alteration Vikra mentioned could have taken place. My banquet, Vikra's party, when else? Then I realized it didn't matter. With his temporal device, he could have corrupted the crown's purpose at almost any time.
"Once the proper pathways were identified, it was simply a matter of crafting an inhibitor to shut them down," Vikra continued. "The trick, of course, was getting you to use your powers."
That's why you kept asking for a demonstration at that first lunch and during your party.
"Don't forget the guys in the tunnel," he said.
So what? They were supposed to kill me and then you'd kill them?
"Oh, I never thought they'd kill you. I just needed the situation to be dire enough for you to use your abilities. As for killing them, well, I couldn't afford for them to get captured and have everything traced back to me. But I was humane about it. I used some alien science that we found on a distant world. I've heard that it's painless."
It was gruesome, and they died screaming.
"Really?"
Vikra said, seemingly taken aback. However, he recovered quickly, saying,
"Well, I exhausted that technology, so it won't happen again."
"So I guess you're going to kill me now," I said.
"Hardly,"
Vikra replied.
"I mean, I wanted you dead at one time, but now I have a better use for you."
Then he landed a solid blow to my jaw, and everything went black. Chapter 42. I woke up in a strange bed with my head throbbing. Reaching up to massage my temples, it seemed to me that my arm had more freedom of motion than normal, and with good reason. I wasn't wearing a shirt. I propped myself up on my elbows to look around, wincing at the ache in my chest, ribs, and stomach. I was in a small bedroom, much more modest than what I'd become accustomed to lately. Against a wall was a table, on which I saw the tellumem, the cantillate nut, and a bunch of my other personal possessions. Next to the table was a chair with a shirt laid across its back. Not far from the bed was a large picture window with a magnificent view of the stars. I swung my feet to the floor and stood up. Almost immediately, I got the sensation of motion and realized that I was on a spaceship. Something was going on. Getting dressed in a hurry, I exited the bedroom and found myself in a Spartan living room populated by a couple of lounge chairs and a sofa. I stayed just long enough to spot the door, then headed out. Outside, I found myself in a corridor with numerous people in the garb of ship's crew hustling back and forth. Based on my initial trip from Earth, I felt I knew the general layout of Calician vessels and headed to where I felt the bridge should be. I found it a few minutes later, having made only one wrong turn en route. It was a large room with maybe half a dozen crewmen at their various stations. From the frenzied level of activity, it seemed that we were preparing to take a journey. I glanced towards the captain's chair and got a surprise. Sitting there was Ventrua, the captain from the ship that had initially brought me to Kalis. Standing next to him was Baron, and they seemed to be having an intense conversation in whispered tones. I went over to join them. Baron, obviously sensing that someone was approaching, looked in my direction.
"You're awake, my prince," he said, "and just in time. We leave in just a few minutes."
Leave? For where? I asked.
That's just what I was discussing with Captain Ventrua, as we've just left Kalis's atmosphere. However, now that you're awake, it can be your decision, as this journey is meant for you.
There was a sorrowful cast to his eyes, and I knew that something was amiss. What do you mean this journey is for me? I asked. Baron, tell me what's going on.
The courier sighed. So much has happened in the past 3 days, I hardly know where to begin.
3 days? I shouted. I've been knocked out for 3 days?
Actually, Prince, you've been missing for the better part of 3 days.
Missing?
Yes, you disappeared after going to see Yalir. We were frantic, searching the entire planet for you. And then earlier today, we received an anonymous message saying that you could be found under a tunnel in a park in the Acropolis. We had nothing to lose by investigating, and you were actually there. We smuggled you back to the Castellum, and then onto a transport before finally getting you to this ship. Now, of course, we have to leave.
But why?
Because of your conviction, Highness.
What? What conviction? Baron lowered his eyes, almost in embarrassment.
A royal decree was issued for you to report to the Calician High Court for trial, judgment, and sentencing.
What? I closed my eyes and shook my head in confusion. This was going way too fast for me to keep up with, especially with my head still hurting. Let's slow this down. What trial are you talking about?
Your trial for treason, Baron replied. For poisoning the Queen.
My eyes went wide. Queen Dornosia's been poisoned?
Yes, allegedly with some type of earth toxin. There was purportedly evidence at the scene which implicated you, so a warrant was issued to search your quarters in the Castellum Cardinal.
Let me guess, they found all kinds of incriminating evidence there.
Correct. That's when the decree was issued for you to report to the High Court. When you failed to appear, you were tried in absentia and found guilty.
I shook my head in disbelief. I had to give Vikra credit. He had really done a number on me. In 3 days, I'd gone from a hero who had saved the Queen to public enemy #1. No wonder he hadn't felt the need to kill me. It was a lot more entertaining to simply break me instead. Where's my grandmother? I asked, suddenly full of concern that Vikra had done something to her as well.
No one knows, Baron answered. The Queen has been unconscious since the poisoning, possibly on her deathbed, and your grandmother went to see her. Once there, Princess Indago allegedly used her mental powers to incapacitate the guards on duty and then kidnapped the Queen.
I stared at Baron in shock. How could things have gotten so insane in such a short period of time?
The current rumor is that your grandmother took Queen Dornosia as a bargaining chip for you, for your safety.
Is that true? I asked. With the current state of affairs, anything was possible.
If so, she never confided her plans to me. My only instructions before she disappeared were to find you and get you far from Kalis. I was fortunate to find a ship's crew that I felt would be loyal and not turn you in for the reward.
Baron nodded at Captain Ventrua, who smiled and said,
It's an honor to serve you, Prince. My crew hasn't forgotten what you did for us.
I acknowledged the captain's words with a nod, then turned back to Baron. So you have no way to get a message to my grandmother? I asked.
None. No one knows where she is.
I frowned, not liking what I'd heard. I had touched my grandmother's mind, knew what she was like. I was positive she would have left me some indication of what she was doing, some way to reach her.
That reminds me, Highness, Baron said. It's not from your grandmother, but you did receive a message.
The courier then held out to me a small glass square, similar in shape to the first lunch invitation I had gotten from Vikra. I debated on what to do for a second. I wanted to hear what the message said, but I didn't really want to play it in public. Fortunately, Captain Ventrua saved the day.
If you like, Prince,
the captain said, pointing to a nearby door.
You can use my meeting room.
I thanked him and then headed to the door he'd indicated. I went through and then closed it firmly behind me. Now alone, I pressed the requisite corner of the square, which began playing a verbal message in a distorted voice, but one which I clearly recognized as Vikra's.
As you might have guessed,
said the message, which was obviously a recording,
I didn't kill you. There is, however, a price on your head at this point. But as I said before, I like you. That's why I've done my part to help you out. I told your people where to find you, and if they're at all astute, they'll have a way to get you off planet. My advice to you? Run. Far from Kalis, and never come back. The universe is big, and there are lots of places to hide, lots of places the Kalisian Empire has never heard of. Plus, there's nothing here for you now. Finally, as to your powers, the neural blocker isn't permanent. Eventually, it will wear off and you'll get your abilities back. Probably in, I don't know, 80 years?
I ground my teeth as Vikra began laughing. He had essentially robbed me of everything. My powers, my friends, my family, my future. Not only that, his actions had forced those around me to make sacrifices as well. Baron was probably never going to see Kalis again. The Queen would probably lose her life. My grandmother was a fugitive hiding who knew what... Practically out of the blue, a new thought occurred to me, shifting my line of thinking. All of a sudden, I had a very good idea of where my grandmother was. I just needed a way to get there. I ran back out to the bridge. "Turn us around," I said to no one in particular. Baron gave me an odd look.
Excuse me, Prince?
I said, turn us around. Take us back down to the planet. Baron and Ventrua looked at me as though I'd lost my mind. Take us back now, I insisted. I have an idea. Chapter 43. It only took a minute or two to explain what I intended. Baron made some suggestions that would probably improve the odds of success, but still looked skeptical.
Are you sure, Prince? He asked.
I threw my arms up. What choice do I have? Spending the rest of my life as an intergalactic hobo trying to get as far as I can from Kalisian space? No, this gets settled now. Baron nodded in acquiescence. Captain Ventrua then gave the order to descend down into the planet's atmosphere.
Come, Highness, Baron said. Let's get you ready.
He then turned and marched from the bridge, with me right behind him. We then hustled down to my quarters, with Baron going straight to the bedroom once we were inside. The courier walked towards a paneled wall near the picture window. When he got close, a section of it slid open, revealing a closet that I never would have found on my own. Baron reached inside and pulled out a suit of charcoal gray body armor, complete with helmet and boots. I started donning the outfit without being told. I needed Baron's help getting some of it on, but within a few minutes, I was fully decked out in the armor. The courier then spent another 5 minutes taking me through its major systems and capabilities. It was probably the fastest basic training any soldier ever had, as well as the most inadequate and insufficient, but it would have to do. We then headed back to the bridge. On a whim, however, just before we left, I grabbed the tellumem and the cantillate nut from the bedroom table. It was probably just superstition, but I'd had them both with me when the Queen had essentially voided the Praxedis. I couldn't swear that they brought good luck, but at the moment I needed all the help I could get, real or fanciful. With that, I tucked the nut into a pocket and put the tellumem into a small rucksack that was attached to my waist. A few minutes later, we were once again standing near Captain Ventrua's chair, Baron looking stoic, and me battle-ready in my armor, with my helmet tucked under my arm.
"It's starting,"
the captain said as a hail from the Acropolis came across the bridge's speakers, asking us to identify ourselves.
"We're a commercial vessel seeking to dock at the landing port of the Acropolis,"
Ventrua said in response to the hail.
"Be advised that you are off course for the landing port,"
the voice said over the speakers.
"Understood," Ventrua said. "We'll correct course momentarily."
He then broke the connection and looked at me and Baron, saying,
"That will buy us some time."
"Thanks for this," I said to the captain. "I know what you and your crew are risking for me."
"It's no less than you did for us," Ventrua replied. "Remember, we would already be dead if not for you."
"Thanks anyway," I said. "Get me as close as you can."
"Will do, Prince,"
the captain said. Chapter 44. They began trying to blast us out of the sky about 3 minutes later, after 2 more hails resulted in promises of a course correction from Captain Ventrua that he failed to fulfill. At that point, we were still fairly high up, but directly over the Acropolis and bearing down fast. The vessel shuddered violently as the first of a number of missiles hit our shields.
"It's time,"
Baron said, the ship shaking under our feet. I nodded, said goodbye to Captain Ventrua, and then motioned for Baron to lead the way. The courier wasted no time, walking swiftly towards the exit with me following in his wake. Fortunately, we didn't have to go far. Once in the corridor that led from the bridge, Baron walked a few feet down the passageway and then removed a section of paneling from one of the walls. An ominous odor, like cabbage starting to go bad, rose out of the opening to greet us.
"In here,"
Baron said, pointing to the gap he had made in the wall.
"That's the trash chute."
"Wait," I said, covering my nose and peering in as the ship shook again. "It's just trash, right? I mean, not—" I sought for a way to put things delicately.
"Waste?"
Baron looked at me as if he didn't know what I was talking about. I was about to phrase my question another way, then just threw caution to the wind, saying, "You know what? Forget about it." With that, I pulled on my helmet, making sure that the visor, which covered my eyes, and the faceplate, which covered me nose to chin, were in place, and then crawled into the opening and dropped down feet first. I fell for about 3 seconds, and then landed on a pile of something soft and spongy. It was dark and dank, and for a moment, I was tempted to activate the night vision in my helmet's visor, then decided against it. I really didn't want to know that much about my current environment. It felt like I was in there for a long time, but it was probably no more than 15 seconds before I heard a mechanical whir, and then the bottom dropped out of my world. Where there had been nothing but darkness a moment before, there was now an abundance of sunlight. Also, a sudden wind began whipping at me wildly, buffeting me about. Basically, Captain Ventrua had dropped the ship's shields for a moment and then opened up the trash chutes. I, along with a bunch of other rubbish, was in free fall, diving towards the Acropolis. I twisted my body until I was parallel with the ground, stretching my limbs out in spread eagle fashion. I spared a glance back up towards the ship. As planned, the vessel had changed course once it had dumped me out and was now headed back to the planet's upper atmosphere. Despite the fact that the ship was no longer a threat, someone in the Acropolis evidently needed target practice because they kept firing at the spaceship's retreating form. I looked back down and saw that I was getting nearer to the Acropolis. I would be passing some of the city's highest skyscrapers in a moment. The inner surface of my visor, near my right eye, began flashing numbers as the altimeter kicked on, counting down how high I was above the ground. The digits shown were Calician, so I had to do a quick calculation in my head to come up with an approximation in units I was more familiar with. 5,000 feet. I was now passing some of the higher spires. I reminded myself that the armor's thrusters, located on the back and under the feet, would be kicking on soon. 4,000 feet. Baron had programmed the thrusters to activate at low altitude after I donned the armor. Anything coming out of a spaceship and leaving a jet stream was likely to be viewed as a weapon and get shot out of the sky. 3,000 feet. I was falling past windows now, catching a brief glimpse of people in a few of them. 2,000 feet. I was dropping below the roofs of some of the mid-sized buildings at this point. 1,000 feet. The thrusters should be kicking on about now. Nothing happened. 800 feet. Something was wrong. The thrusters were supposed to come on at 1,000 feet. 600 feet. I heard something like a car sputtering softly and felt something tugging at my back as well as pushing under my feet. 400 feet. I heard something like a cough coming from my right foot and twisted it so I could see what was going on. At the same time, I felt more tugging at my back. 300 feet. My right foot coughed again, and this time I saw something like a small pink fur ball fly from the bottom of it. Suddenly, I knew what the problem was. 200 feet. That stupid trash chute. Waste and garbage had clogged up the thrusters, which were struggling to kick on. 100 feet. Command override, I screamed, hoping the rest of the armor's systems were still operating at peak efficiency. Full thruster burst. 50 feet. The thrusters blasted into life, dragging me willy-nilly as they blew out rubbish while simultaneously arcing up and away from the ground. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking that was just too close. However, it should be smooth sailing from that point forward, as the armor was pre-programmed with my destination, and I could let it do all the work. A moment later, I zipped between a jet-packed squad of the Queen's Royal Guard. It took about 5 minutes for me to shake the guards, who had immediately given chase. I took all kinds of evasive maneuvers, but this was their home turf, and they were particularly skilled at aerial chases. Aerial combat was also part of their repertoire, as my armor could attest after taking a number of hits. Ultimately, I discovered the smokescreen control, and, after filling about 2 city blocks with smog, was able to slip away from my pursuers. Back on automatic, the armor took me exactly where I needed to go without further incident. The museum repository in the deserted area of town. On my previous visits, I had already been inside the building thanks to travel via elevators. This was my first time approaching from the outside, and as I landed on the ground, I wondered what would be the best way to gain entry. I was just about to smash a first-floor window when it occurred to me to try the door. I walked up to the entrance and found the door to be locked, just as I expected. I sighed and then took a few steps to the side, preparing to follow through with my break-a-window plan. At that moment, however, I heard a loud click. Curious, I tried the door again, and this time it opened. Wasting no time, I dashed inside and began running. I knew exactly where I needed to go, the room with the Bayobona. It took me a few minutes to reach it, but when I did, I saw what I'd expected for the most part. The Queen in some kind of hospital bed, extremely pale but looking as though she were in a deep sleep. Standing next to the bed was a man in the uniform of a royal physician attending to her. Seated on one side of the Queen's bed was my grandmother. Seated on the other side was someone I hadn't expected to find. Mishtal. I waved at them, happy my hunch had proved right. Indigo, knowing that I had been accused falsely, had brought Queen Dornotia here in hopes that the Bayobona could cure her, and that the Queen would then clear my name. It was a good plan, and I smiled, thinking how my grandmother was a genius. It wasn't until a few seconds later that I realized something was wrong. Rather than seem happy to see me, Mishtal and Indigo were gesturing wildly. Moreover, although their lips were moving, no sound was coming out. I couldn't hear anything, even though they were only about 20 feet away. It was as if they were in a room with invisible walls. And then I understood. Force field. A force field meant danger, and danger at the present meant... I didn't get to finish the thought as something like a crowbar hit me in the head. Chapter 45. I went down to one knee, head ringing with the realization that Vikra was in the room. That's what Mishtal and Indigo had been trying to tell me. As if to further confirm this, I was walloped in the back by something like a sledgehammer, causing me to flop forward onto all fours. My armor's systems went fuzzy for a second, and then returned to normal, showing damage at 8%. The visor display also revealed that someone was immediately behind me, presumably Vikra.
"I gave you a chance,"
I heard Vikra say. I kicked out with my right leg towards where Vikra was standing, but connected with nothing. The armor now showed no one there. I rose quickly to my feet.
"All you had to do was leave,"
said Vikra, the voice coming from behind me. Worried about being blindsided again, I spun to the rear. Seeing no one there, I swiftly turned back around and was rewarded with a battering ram to the chest. I went flying backwards, broadsiding a sealed crate of figurines and smashing them all.
"All you had to do was stay away,"
Vikra said. Staggering to my feet, I looked in the last direction the voice had come from and finally saw him. Dressed in his usual military style, Vikra was slowly walking towards me, expertly twirling in one hand a metal baton that emitted a soft red glow. I recognized it as a battle baton, one of the various types of items Baron had shown me in the Castellum's armory. It was a powered weapon, and when fully charged was capable of delivering a blow that could dent steel. The fact that Vikra held one of these batons in his hand was disturbing. What he held in his other hand was surprising. The Bayobona jewel. I looked around in shock, finally locating the Bayobona device where I'd last seen it against a wall. As expected, its chest cavity was open. I didn't know how Vikra had gotten the jewel because I honestly couldn't imagine the Bayobona device opening for him willingly, but I knew he couldn't be allowed to keep it. I charged at Vikra, running and leaping at his midsection like an NFL linebacker. Just before I made contact, however, Vikra simply vanished. My arms closed on empty air, and I went awkwardly and painfully plowing into the floor, tumbling for a moment before coming to rest on my back. Suddenly, Vikra was over me, swinging down with the baton. In mad haste, I rolled to the side. As I scrambled to my feet, I heard a distinctive crack, like a boulder splintering down the middle. Looking back, I saw a wicked-looking cavity in the floor where I'd been laying a moment before, as if a portion of it had been roughly gouged out. The baton suddenly whacked me across the shoulders, making me arch my back and grunt in pain as Vikra screamed,
"I told you to leave and never come back!"
"But you," Vikra said, appearing on my right and slugging my arm.
"Just..."
Vikra was suddenly in front of me, the baton connecting with my shin.
"Don't..."
Now he was apparently behind me, nailing the back of my thigh.
"Listen!"
A lick that I never even saw pounded the side of my helmet, sending me stumbling. The visor display showed the armor to be at 51%. It was doing a good job keeping me from getting killed, but it wouldn't last forever. And with his temporal techniques down to a science, there was no way I was going to overpower Vikra or outmaneuver him, at least not physically. Not unless I could take away his ability to manipulate time, or gain the ability myself. Suddenly, I recalled something Yalir had said during our meeting. And with that memory, the rudiments of a plan began to form. Vikra appeared a few feet away from me, spouting invective. Since I needed time to organize my thoughts and he seemed willing to talk, I decided to play into it.
"The Bayobona jewel," I said. "What are you doing with it?"
"This,"
Vikra said, laughing as he held up the gem.
"I've actually had my eye on the Bayobona construct since the moment it healed you of the Yolathan poisoning. If it healed you from that, who knew what else it might be able to save you from? I realized that I needed to take possession of it."
"That's what you were doing here the other day,
When you found me looking at that display, you were here for the Bayabona.
No, I'd actually come to shut that holographic display down. The one that was broken and wouldn't turn off. It was flat-out evidence of what I'd done. In fact, I almost had a seizure when it turned on, and I recognized the scene it was showing.
And that's when you hustled the rest of us out of there.
Yes. Thankfully, none of you seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary. Later, after finding you here, I had my robots destroy it.
And the Bayabona? I'd actually forgotten about it, since I was suddenly preoccupied with making sure you got credit for a number of actions that took place later. You mean setting me up, poisoning the Queen, planting evidence in my room, and so on.
If you want to take a pessimistic view of things, sure. But it wasn't until your grandmother disappeared with the Queen that I started thinking about it. And even then, I didn't put things together right away.
But when you did...
When I did,
Vicrus said, picking up where I'd left off.
I knew where the two of them had to be. So I came straight here, and there they were. Although Mishtol also being present was a bit of a surprise. I had hoped to catch them by surprise, but I'd forgotten about Princess Indargo's abilities. She must have sensed my presence and activated the force field.
Too bad for you.
Well, it wasn't a completely wasted effort, as you can see.
Vicra held up the Bayabona jewel.
The others may have objected to my presence, but apparently the Bayabona device did not. It simply opened up and presented the gem without me having to do anything.
Vicra continued talking, but in all honesty, I had barely paid attention to the things he'd said. I had been focusing instead on my germ of an idea, my long shot of a plan. It was incredibly risky, but I didn't have many options. In addition to voice commands, the armor I wore was also designed to respond to non-verbal cues, primarily eye movement and blinks. My training had been far too brief, but thankfully had included how to work the ocular controls. I was quickly able to bring the proper systems up and tell the suit what I wanted it to do. The armor, obviously designed to protect the wearer's best interests, asked me 3 times to confirm the action I wanted taken. When everything was ready, I had the armor lift the visor from my eyes and retract the faceplate. Vicra was still talking, but stopped abruptly upon noticing that my face was suddenly visible.
Vicra,
I said in a bored tone,
you're pathetic. With every advantage at your disposal, advanced knowledge, superior technology, even the ability to control time, you still continue to come up short. You know why I was sitting on that throne and not you when you went into the future? It's because I deserved to be. It's because I'm better than you in every way imaginable. Even with the ability to manipulate time, you still end up being a nothing and a nobody. I've never seen a bigger loser.
Vicra's face became a mask of fury, a near-maniacal scowl punctuated by gritted teeth and rage-induced trembling. I continued talking, calling him a failure, a bum, any insult I could think of. All the while, in my mind, I focused on what I hoped his next act would be. Come on, I thought. Do it. Do it. Without warning, Vicra screamed, a fierce battle cry, and then vanished. Still screaming, he reappeared directly in front of me a moment later, smashing a fist into my jaw. Bingo, I thought as the blow connected. There was a crackle of electricity and Vicra howled, this time in pain, while I staggered back from the punch I'd received. When I looked, Vicra was wincing and shaking his hand as if it had been hurt in some way. On the floor was the baton. Despite my throbbing jaw, an involuntary smile crept onto my face. My plan had worked, at least the first part. I'd had the armor redirect power to create a minor electrical field around me. My hope was that Vicra wouldn't be able to resist a direct shot at my face, especially with me talking smack. And I'd been right. He had socked me with a fist that was still curled around the handle of the baton. When he connected, he'd received a shock for his trouble, a jolt strong enough to make him drop his weapon. My risky bet had paid off, but I didn't have time to rest on my laurels.
While Vikra was still distracted by the sting his hand had received, I charged him. Seeing me coming, Vikra appeared to try to reach under his military jacket, towards where a belt buckle would normally be. However, his hand must still have been bothering him because he fumbled a bit. I plowed into him just as he seemed to find whatever he was looking for. Unexpectedly, the world came to a complete halt. It didn't gradually slow down, the way it does when I shift into superspeed. It came to a full and utter stop, as if I had somehow stepped into a photo that someone had taken of, well, everything. There was no motion or movement anywhere. I immediately understood what had happened. I was in Vikra's temporal field. To be honest, it wasn't that far removed from what happens when I'm being a speedster, but there was something unnatural about what was happening that made my skin crawl. Somehow, despite me bulling into him, Vikra and I had remained on our feet. He twisted wildly, trying to break free, while I held him with both hands, one gripping a shoulder, the other latched on one of his forearms, as tightly as I could, like a wino who had snagged the world's last bottle of booze.
Let go!
Vikra screamed, striking at my right arm with his free hand in an attempt to make me release my hold. There was no way that was happening. From what Yelir had said, I would stay in his temporal field as long as I was in contact with him. I instinctively knew that Vikra was through playing around. If I released my grip, I was as good as dead. Vikra swung at me with the Beobona jewel. I took a calculated risk, releasing my handhold on his forearm in order to catch the gem before it struck. A moment later, we were in a fierce tug-of-war for it. Vikra reached for his waist, and I was momentarily disoriented as the world suddenly seemed to tilt on its axis and spin. When it stopped, I felt slightly woozy, but was able to recognize that we were no longer in the museum repository. From all appearances, we seemed to be in some type of barroom. There were people, oddly dressed Kalitians to be exact, sitting at various tables, as well as a number of beings that I assumed came from other worlds. A feathered woman with eyes like a hammerhead shark, a nebulous gray blob with a mouth full of teeth, a leonine creature with eyes on its palms. Still struggling with each other, Vikra and I bumped into a reptilian creature that seemed to be a waitress, making her spill a tray of drinks on a patron. All of a sudden, a mild beeping noise began sounding from the area of Vikra's waist. Grunting in frustration, he reached towards that area, and the world spun crazily again. When it stopped, we appeared to be in some type of forest. My thinking was slightly muddled, still disoriented from what was obviously time travel. Vikra must have noticed my discombobulation because he once again began trying to shake me off. I heard a squeal of terror, some kind of animal, from nearby, followed by the roar of a large predator. A second later, some species of large rodent, about the size of a rabbit, went streaking by us. The roar came again, from much closer, and I saw something like a six-legged wolf-bear hybrid heading in our direction, obviously in pursuit of the little beast I had just seen. Once more, the beeping noise began, causing Vikra to reach to his waist. As before, the scene changed again, and then again, and a third time in quick succession. My mind muddled by the jarring temporal moves, I almost went down to one knee. With a hard shove, Vikra knocked away the hand I was using to grip his shoulder, leaving my hold on the Beobona as my only connection to him. That's when I realized what he was trying to do, disorient me with temporal jumps and then knock me loose. Maybe even strand me in time. Suddenly fearing for my life, I got an adrenaline rush that seemed to clear my head for a moment. With my free hand, I quickly reached forward, getting a grip on the lapel of Vikra's jacket. I then yanked on it, pulling his head towards me, at the same time thrusting my own head forward. There followed a satisfying crunch and a howl of pain from Vikra. When I pulled back, Vikra was blinking madly, trying to clear his vision, and blood was pouring from his obviously broken nose. Far sooner than I would have surmised, Vikra's eyes seemed to focus. Gritting his teeth in anger, he reached for his temporal device again. The world changed once more, and we were back in our own time, in the repository. I must have been getting used to time travel, because this time the disorientation was nowhere near as extreme. Without warning, Vikra reached to his side with his free hand and came up with a weapon, a pulse pistol. Trying to maintain a grip on him, I twisted wildly as he brought the weapon up to my chest and fired. It hit at an angle, tearing away the right portion of the breastplate and leaving that side of my chest exposed. Vikra raised the weapon up towards my head. Almost in a panic, I released my hold on his lapel and reached for his gun hand, gripping it and twisting it outward. The pistol discharged near my right temple, blasting away a portion of the helmet covering the ear on that side. Almost immediately, there was a ringing in my head and a weird tingling sensation where the helmet had been hit, and I briefly wondered if Vikra had actually shot my ear off. I didn't have time to worry about it, though. There was too much at stake. At the moment, Vikra and I were locked in what was almost hand-to-hand combat. Each of us still had a rigid handhold on the Bayabona jewel, and at the same time were struggling for control of the gun, which went off 2 more times near the side of my head, blasting a hole in a wall and causing a statue of an ancient Calician general to topple over after shearing off one of its legs. Vikra shifted his weight, trying to swing the pulse pistol back to my head. I countered by going with the momentum of his arm motion but thrusting upwards. The result was that the gun ended up pointed above us, at which point it fired a volley of shots into the ceiling. Chunks of heavy Calician plaster rained down on us. A large chunk struck the pulse pistol, knocking it from Vikra's grasp. Undaunted, he started trying to punch me in the face with the now unencumbered hand.
"You're ruining everything!" he shouted. "Why couldn't you just leave?"
"Leave?" I roared, grabbing the wrist of the arm he was attempting to jab me with.
"I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you. Everything that's happened is a result of your machinations, all because you want to be king."
Vikra let out a short, harsh bark of laughter.
"You think this is about sitting on the throne?"
He cut his eyes to where Queen Dornosia's bed was located, towards Mishtol. And with that, everything became clear. Vikra's actions weren't a result of his designs on the throne. They'd come about because he had designs on Mishtol. Everything he'd done was born of misguided affection for her and jealousy. And I was incredibly slow on the uptake. He'd called her Mishtol when I was trying to keep him talking, a sure sign of how he'd felt about her. My thoughts must have distracted me because all of a sudden, Vikra shifted his weight and made a move I was unprepared for. He let go of the Bayabona jewel. Without him pulling on it to counter my own yanking, the hand holding the gem flew backwards. I felt the gem strike something behind me and involuntarily turned to see what it was. The statue of the unbeaten warrior. In the next moment, several things seemed to happen all at once. First of all, the Bayabona jewel seemed to go completely bananas, shining brightly while cycling through a wild kaleidoscope of colors. Looking closely, I noticed that, whereas before one end of the jewel appeared to be broken off and missing, it was now completely symmetrical and uniform in shape. I also seemed to sense some new power in the gem, as if something long dormant had awakened. Unfortunately, my fascination with the Bayabona served as the perfect distraction for Vikra. He took a slight step to the side, planted one of his legs behind one of mine, and then twisted, throwing me to the ground. I managed to hang on to his wrist, thereby dragging Vikra down on top of me, but banged my head hard enough to see stars. In fact, as I lifted my head from the ground, I could have sworn I saw the statue of the unbeaten warrior blink, making me wonder if I had a concussion. I shook my head, trying to clear my vision, and the world spun crazily. When it stopped, we were no longer in the repository. Instead, we were in a grassy depression in a hilly area populated by lots of trees. Vikra had moved us through time again. Moreover, as a slight breeze moved through the branches of trees, I heard music. Looking again, I recognized that the trees were cantilates. Vikra had taken us far into the past. Speaking of Vikra, he was still on top of me, moving in an odd way that suggested he might be hurt. Unexpectedly, he reared up, raising both hands above his head. To my horror, I saw the glint of something metallic in his grip. As he struck down, I swung the Bayabona in an attempt to parry the blow. The jewel struck Vikra's weapon, which I now saw was the Telyamem, much to my surprise. There was a brilliant flash of light as the jewel and the trident collided, and for a second I was blinded. Simultaneous with the illumination was a soft boom, like a muffled explosion, followed by a queer creaking sound, as if molten metal had somehow been woven into a blanket that was then stretched until the constituent threads were on the verge of breaking. After a few seconds, my vision came back, and I realized that Vikra was still on top of me, and still holding the tellumem. However, he was staring down at me in a wild, bug-eyed fashion, almost in horror. As I watched, the tellumem slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground beside me. The next second, Vikra was madly scrambling backwards on all fours like some insane crab. Watching him in fascination, I tried to sit up, finding it more difficult than I would have thought. It was as if the ground had grown hands and was trying to hold me in place. After a few seconds of struggling, I was finally able to achieve success, and then gained an immediate understanding of what had terrified Vikra. It hadn't been me that he had been staring at in terror before. It was the ground. All around me, where there had previously been grass, there was now some weird type of metal. And it seemed to be attacking me. Chapter 46. Attack is probably not the appropriate definition of what was happening, but it was close enough. The weird metal seemed to be trying to hold me in place so that I couldn't move. At the same time, it was spreading, moving up my legs like some metallurgic creeper. The metal seemed to fill the little depression that we were in, but didn't appear to extend much farther than that. In fact, Vikra wasn't particularly far from me, but apparently had escaped its clutches. I thought back, trying to remember exactly what had happened. My best guess was that somehow, and for some reason, the Beobona had transformed the soil in this area into this metal scourge that was threatening to engulf me. With a Herculean effort, I was able to yank one foot free and take a step. The other was pretty much stuck in place, as the metal had rolled up past my knee on that one. Seeing the tellumem on the ground, I reached down with my right hand and picked it up, then attempted to use the prongs to scrape the metal off. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I looked around, trying to see if there was anything else in arm's reach that could help. There didn't seem to be anything. No branches, no rocks, no vines. I even looked at Vikra, although I knew I was the last person he'd ever help. He seemed to be favoring his side slightly, and it looked like he might even be bleeding a little. That seemed odd, since I didn't remember inflicting any injuries there. Then, in a flash of insight, I knew what had happened. When he had fallen on me, the tellumem must have stabbed him in the side. Wondering what had poked him, he had reached for my rucksack and found the trident. My looking in his direction seemed to have brought Vikra back to himself. More to the point, he realized that I was no longer holding him, no longer in his temporal field.
"Enjoy the past, Jodigo," he shouted,
and then disappeared. For a few seconds, I stared at the space where Vikra had been, completely in shock. He'd trapped me in the past, the far past if the cantalate trees were any indication, and I was about to be consumed, for lack of a better term, by some possessed metal which had now moved up past my waist. Fearing what was to come, I attempted to close my visor and faceplate, but only the latter still worked. Thus, my face had some measure of protection from nose to chin, but not around the eyes. With nothing to lose, I began shouting for help. I had no idea if anyone was within earshot, but it was my only option. I kept it up for a few minutes until the creeping metal came up over the faceplate and threatened to enter my mouth if I opened it. Having come up my legs to my torso and branching out from there, it almost had me completely covered. The only areas still bare were probably the space around my eyes and my hands, in which I held the Beobona and the tellumem. At that point, I had given up on help coming. Even if anyone did show, what could they do? I was still stuck, literally as well as temporally. I had failed to stop Vikra. I had failed my grandmother. I had failed everyone who would suffer from Vikra's manipulation of time. After a few minutes of wallowing in despair and self-pity, my thoughts were interrupted by movement near the upper rim of the depression I was in. The sun was setting in that direction, so I couldn't get a good look at them, but I knew it was a person. A moment later, they slid down into the area where I was, and I noticed it was a young Calician boy. He was young, maybe the equivalent of 12 Earth years old, and dressed plainly. I wanted to shout to him to watch out for the medal, but he seemed to have sized up the situation on his own and hadn't come forward. Instead, he merely looked at me. A moment later, the boy was joined by a man who looked to be entering early middle age. He had thinning brown hair and carried a sword at his side, although it looked to be ceremonial rather than practical.
"There you are, you little whelp,"
the man said in a fairly congenial tone. He spoke in Calician, but with a bit of an unusual accent.
"You know you aren't supposed to slip off."
"I know, Yorn," the boy said, "but I heard him calling for help."
"Eh?" the man Yorn said, seeming to notice for the first time that I was there as the boy pointed at me. A befuddled expression came over his face, but the man seemed to recover quickly. Getting as close as he could without touching the odd metal that was on the ground, he stretched a hand in my direction. On my part, I deftly spun the trident in my grip, holding the pronged end in my palm and covered by my closed fist, while the shaft extended towards the man from between my middle and ring fingers. It was about the only movement I was capable of at the moment. My other arm and hand, including the Beobona, had been covered by metal even before the boy found me.
"What are you doing, Plavacre?"
asked an authoritarian voice up near the depression's rim. At the sound of the voice, Yorn stopped reaching for me and turned towards the speaker. Plavacre? I glanced at the boy, wondering. Could it be?
"Well?"
said the voice from the rim, obviously expecting an answer. Glancing in that direction, I saw the outline of a man, tall and well-muscled. With the setting sun behind him, I couldn't see his face, but there was something about him that was familiar. After a moment, I realized what it was. Like my father, Alpha Prime, Earth's greatest superhero, this man radiated power. There was a self-confidence and assuredness that was evident just in the way he stood, not to mention his voice. Even without any of my abilities, without being able to see his face, I could sense that he was a rare breed of person.
"There's a man here, cousin," the boy said. "I think he's hurt. Can you use your power to heal him?"
The man's head seemed to move slightly, the only indication that he was now looking in my direction. He seemed to simply observe the scene for a moment in silence, as if the very environment were telling him things about what had happened. All of a sudden, I felt someone inside my head, a powerful telepathic presence. Although my own telepathy was currently gone, I still had my mental shields, and I quickly tried to reinforce them to keep this intruder out. However, I knew just from the way he probed that this man could obliterate my mental defenses without breaking a sweat. They would be about as effective against him as a mud hut at keeping a bear out. To his credit, the man didn't ram his way in as he could have. Instead, he sent me comforting images and thoughts, things that made me feel happy and mellow. In retrospect, I couldn't really say what those things were, just that they left me without a care in the world. After a moment, I realized that it was more than just thoughts. He was manipulating my biological systems, increasing the presence of dopamine and other chemicals that produced a euphoric feeling before withdrawing. He apparently wasn't done with me, however, as a second later, the weird metal seemed to peel back from the Beobona, which, now that it was uncovered, was still seen to be radiating a wild array of colors. I felt something fiercely yanking on the Beobona, trying to pull it from my hand, and I realized a moment later that the man on the rim was also telekinetic. And from the way he had lifted the metal from the jewel, his powers must also have been formidable in that arena. I felt myself getting a little miffed, despite my current state of bliss. I didn't care how powerful this guy was. I wasn't giving up the Beobona without a fight. I really couldn't move, but mentally I willed myself, between bouts of joy, to hang on to the jewel as tightly as possible. Apparently it worked, at least to some extent, because a second later there was an ear-splitting crack, like a diamond being split in two. Then I saw the vast majority of the Bayabona jewel, no longer glowing, and in the asymmetrical shape that I had first seen it, go floating up to the man on the rim. In my grip I held the remainder of it. On some level I was horrified by this, but for the most part I was still ecstatic.
"Interesting," said the man on the rim, studying the jewel as it floated in front of him. Then he turned to the boy. "Blavacray, back to your studies."
"But," the boy began.
"No buts," the man said. The boy lowered his eyes.
"Yes, cousin."
A moment later, he had climbed out of the depression and left.
"I'm sorry, Curitin," Yorn said.
"He got away from me, but the boy's a rapscallion and as slippery as a June quarto."
"I know, and I agree with you on all points," said the man on the rim. "But he's also the rightful king, so let's try to keep him alive despite his best efforts to the contrary."
"And the man?" Yorn asked. There was no hesitation in the response.
"Leave him."
"But Curitin, he'll die."
"I said leave him. That's an order."
"Yes, Lord Jodogo."
Jodogo. Through my euphoric haze, I felt my interest piqued. This was the fabled first king? Although I'd had minimal interaction with him, I had no trouble visualizing him as the conqueror of an entire planet.
"And send some men back later to collect some of that metal," Jodogo said, taking the Bayabona jewel in his hand. "I have an idea."
Jodogo turned and walked away, with Yorn following swiftly after him. Have a nice day, I thought, and attempted to wave goodbye to them. My body, however, largely encapsulated at this point, refused to cooperate. Even concentrating intently, eyes narrowed, I wasn't able to budge so much as a finger, which left me feeling frustrated, an odd contrast to the intense exhilaration I was simultaneously experiencing. A few moments later, the metal covered my eyes, engulfing me completely, and everything went black. Chapter 47. I think I went to sleep. At least that's what it felt like. No, I take that back. In retrospect, it was more like I hibernated. It seemed that I snoozed for an excessively long time, my slumber typically filled with blissful dreams that I was never quite able to remember. On rare occasions, my dreams were not so delightful, but I didn't remember those either. For the most part, it was less like I was dreaming and more like I was a ghost in other people's dreams, overhearing secrets, quarrels, confessions, etc. I probably would have stayed that way forever, happy, content, and at peace. But then someone woke me up. It had to have been an accident. If they'd known how wonderful my sleep was, no one would have dared disturb me. And yet they did, giving me a firm tap between the eyes, like a class bully thumping a smaller kid on the forehead. At the same time, I felt a tug on my left hand, as if something was being yanked from my grip. Still half asleep, my eyes slowly fluttered once or twice. Odd flakes, like metallic snow, came sifting from my eyelids and eyelashes, causing me to blink a few more times. As my eyes came into focus, I saw that there were two guys wrestling on the floor in front of me. One of them looked incredibly familiar, like maybe we'd grown up together or something. He was holding a glowing gem, one that shined so brightly it almost hurt my still drowsy eyes. It was too early for this. I decided to go back to sleep. However, it seemed that I had barely closed my eyes before I heard voices.
"Ed," someone was saying. "I left him far enough in the past that his bones have been dust for millennia now."
I opened my eyes again and saw that one of the wrestlers was back. Not the one who looked familiar, who looked like me, now that I thought about it. The other one. He was standing with his back angled towards me and was flanked by a couple of robots, but it was him. What was his name? Victoria? Victor? Vikra. With my recollection of the name came a flood of other memories, including where I was and what Vikra had done. I stretched, lifting my arms out wide and then up into the air. As I did so, more of the metallic flakes fell off me, silently floating to the ground. I also noticed that I held two items, the tellumem in one hand and a piece of the Bayabona jewel in the other. I shook my head from side to side, sending more flakes cascading down from my hair like the world's worst case of dandruff. Hair? I thought. What happened to my battle helmet? It wasn't just the helmet that was gone. All of the body armor had vanished, apparently transmuted, along with the weird metal that had engulfed me, into the ash that had been covering my body. The only thing I currently wore was a pair of gym shorts that I'd had on under the armor. I noticed that I seemed to be standing on a pedestal. Without thinking about it, I floated from my position down to the ground. With something akin to shock, I realized that I had my powers back. Not only that, but, aside from an odd yet familiar buzzing sensation in my head, I felt healthier and more refreshed than I had in years. Upon landing, I felt something hard and solid under my foot. I reached down telekinetically and picked the item up. It was the cantillate nut. I used my power to put it in a pocket, and then turned towards Vikra. He was still talking, his back partially to me, and a moment later I saw that he was addressing my grandmother and the other people in the force field.
"Won't last forever," Vikra was saying, "and I can afford to wait. You don't have that option."
I saw Mishtal cut her eyes in my direction momentarily while Vikra was speaking, and then immediately shift her gaze back to him. Indigo never looked at me at all. The royal physician, on the other hand, was practically telegraphing my presence, and pretty soon Vikra would pick up on it. I needed to end this fast. I looked at the piece of the Bayabona gem that was in my hand and intuitively knew what I needed to do. I glanced towards the wall where the original Bayabona device was located. As if on cue, its chest cavity cycled open.
"Now you can hear me," Vikra continued. "I've altered the harmonics of the force field so my voice, or weapons fire if I choose, can come through. Let's not make this any more difficult than it has to be."
I teleported over to the device and held the jewel fragment in my hand over the opening. The larger piece within the device rose up and connected with the portion that I held, and once again the Bayabona jewel was seamlessly whole, uniform, and symmetrical. It also began throbbing again with an intense light. Vikra may not have known I was in the room prior to that, but he suddenly knew now. He looked at me and turned paler than Queen Dornotia, who was on her deathbed.
"It's impossible,"
he muttered, clearly stunned by my appearance.
"You're supposed to be dead. 1,000,000 times dead. 1,000,000 years dead. It's just not possible."
"I'm part human," I said. "We specialize in the impossible." Vikra pulled out his pulse pistol. He must have retrieved it when he thought he left me stranded.
"Fire!"
Vikra shouted. On command, the two robots started shooting arcs of electricity at me while Vikra fired his pulse pistol. I phased and then zipped around the room at high speed. Needless to say, none of their shots came anywhere near me. I sidestepped them all easily, the shots seeming to move in slow motion around me, and if they had hit me, they'd have just gone through my insubstantial form. I laughed, reveling in the sensation of having my powers again. After a few moments, I tired of the game. Besides, I didn't need to give Vikra a single extra second to come up with something dastardly to do. Dashing forward, I quickly performed the same internal dismemberment on Vikra's two robots as I had done on Slow, only this time, with my hands full, I telekinetically grabbed chunks of their internal components. I dumped the robot parts in front of Vikra. He looked at me like he'd never seen me before, and then I realized his issue. Even if I had come back to the present somehow from where he'd left me, I wasn't supposed to have my powers. In essence, I'd given him a double shock. "It's over, Vikra," I said. "You've lost." My voice seemed to bring Vikra back to himself. He laughed.
"When you control time, it's never over," he said, reaching quickly towards his waist.
With my powers back, however, I was faster. At super speed, his hand had barely moved before I telekinetically lifted his jacket and finally got my first real look at his temporal device. It was about the size of my palm, with numerous dials, buttons, switches, and such all over it. I really didn't see anything that made it intuitively easy to use or understand. My guess was that Vikra had had lots of practice, such that using the device was second nature to him. My real issue, however, was what to do with it. I could teleport Vikra's time machine, of course, but where could I send it? Who could I send it to? What would it do when it got there? Was it already active in some way? Did it have some kind of temporal default setting? If it somehow activated when it wasn't on an individual's person, how would that affect the temporal field? These questions and dozens more popped up in my brain as I wondered what to do with Vikra's little toy. I didn't know what the best solution was, but I knew I couldn't allow an active time machine to remain in his hands. Is there some way to make sure it's deactivated? There was one surefire method of doing so. I looked at the temporal device, mentally bisected it, and then teleported half of it to a far corner of the room. I then shifted back to normal speed. Sparks began to fly from the half of the device that was still attached to Vikra's waist. Where the other half had been, there was now a mass of dangling wires, diodes, and such. "No, no, no!" Vikra shrieked, grabbing the remainder of the time machine despite the risk of shock, and lifting it so that he could get a better look at the damage. "No!" he yowled again in disbelief, and then began fiddling with the controls. I'm no expert on temporal displacement, but messing with a broken time machine has to rank among the top 10 on the worst ideas ever list. I involuntarily took a step backwards. "Vikra!" I shouted. "Stop! You don't know what it'll do!" Vikra wasn't listening. Instead, he was now talking to himself and trying to get the remnants of the time machine to work. As I watched, a spectral light began to surround him. Assuming it was the temporal device, or what was left of it, activating in some way, I reached for Vikra with my teleportation power, intending to transport him somewhere safe. And closed on nothing. I could still see him, but it was as if he wasn't there anymore. And then I understood that he wasn't. Although his image was still visible, Vikra himself had moved somewhere else in time. As I watched, his image slowly began to fade, becoming less and less visible, less and less substantial, until it finally winked out. I didn't get a chance to dwell on what had happened to Vikra because the next second, my grandmother was screaming for me, both verbally and telepathically. Assuming the force field was now down, I raced over to where she sat on one side of the Queen's bed. On the other side, Mishtal was crying while the doctor bustled about frantically. And then I noticed what everyone was so distressed about. Queen Dornotia had been shot. "It happened when Vikra and his robots were shooting at you," Indigo said, referring to an ugly wound on the Queen's side that was bleeding profusely. "Can you save her?" I asked the doctor.
"In the proper medical setting, possibly," he replied. "Here, though, it's unlikely. I don't have any of the specialized equipment I'd need, and she only has minutes."
"Is there some place I can take her?" I asked no one in particular. "A hospital or something?"
"She's only treated by her 3 personal physicians,"
Mishtal answered.
"At least one of them should be on standby at the Queen's residence, in case she needs medical attention when she returns."
I frowned, staring at the doctor. "You're not one of the Queen's physicians?"
"He's with me,"
my grandmother said, and I immediately knew this was someone who would be loyal to her, to the House Nonpareil.
"Her personal physicians will have access to full medical resources,"
Mishtal said.
They'll have whatever's needed to save her.
That fact's not going to do us much good,
Indigo said.
My grandson could teleport Queen Dornotia, but only to places he's seen for the most part. If he doesn't know where to find her doctors, their knowledge is useless.
I shook my head in frustration. This conversation was getting us nowhere, and the Queen would be dead in minutes. We didn't have time to debate. And then I realized that we already had the solution to this problem in hand. Literally, it was in my hand. The Bayabona jewel. I handed the tellumem to my grandmother, and then, unsure of exactly what I was supposed to do, laid the Bayabona gem on the Queen's abdomen. To my horror, the jewel immediately rose into the air, then flew quickly across the room, back to the construct that it normally resided in. It went into the chest cavity, which then cycled closed. "No!" I shouted. I bent down and picked Queen Dornotia up. She appeared small and frail in my arms. "Hold on," I whispered to her. "Don't die."
What are you doing?
Mishtal asked in alarm. "Saving her life," I said. At super speed, I dashed over to the Bayabona device. "Open up!" I screamed at it. "I said open up!" I kicked it in frustration. "Open, you stupid tin can! Open!" I kept calling the Bayabona device names and screaming at it, but after about a minute it became clear that it was going to stay shut. My grandmother, who at some point had come over and joined me, laid a sympathetic hand on my shoulder. "Don't die," I said to Queen Dornotia. "Please don't die. Don't die. Don't die." I stopped speaking as a soft blue glow started to form around the Queen. I almost jumped for joy, thinking that the Bayabona had finally responded to my pleading. But when I looked, its chest cavity was still closed. Frowning, I looked at Queen Dornotia again, and suddenly realized the truth. The blue light wasn't coming from the Bayabona. It was actually coming from me. Chapter 48. 2 days later, I paid a visit to Yalir. I had a ton of questions, and the old man was quite likely the only one who could answer them. As before, he greeted me affably, and we then retreated to his study to talk.
"Well," Yalir began, "I examined those parts that you sent to me."
I nodded. I had sent him the half of Vikra's temporal device that remained after Vikra had vanished, along with a brief overview of what had happened. "What were you able to find out?" I asked.
"For starters, you mentioned before that occasionally when you and Prince Vikra jumped through time, you'd hear a beeping noise, and then he would take you to another era."
"That's correct."
"I'm guessing that was the warning I mentioned to you before. It was a hint that he was about to do something that would cause a notable distortion of the timelines."
"And thereby bring the temporal monitors to his door."
"Indeed."
"So what do you think happened to him?"
"Based on the remainder of the equipment, what you saw, and my own experience, I'd say he got sent to the future."
"Where in the future?" I asked. "Or rather, when?"
"That's just it. He's not going to a specific date in time. He's going to the end of time."
I blinked, incredulous. "What?"
"He has no end destination. He's on an infinite journey."
Much to my own surprise, I began to feel bad for Vikra. I can't say whether he deserved it, but the outcome seemed to be a cruel and unusual form of punishment.
"Don't blame yourself," Yalir said. "What happened to him wasn't your fault. Besides, from what you told me, he was already probably headed towards a bad end."
"What do you mean?" I asked.
"If I remember correctly, you said that you could still see Vikra for a short while after he went to the future. To me, that means he was already in trouble."
"How so?"
"Too much time travel can sometimes affect you physically, cause some temporal displacement."
"So you're saying that even though I could see him toward the end, he was no longer there?"
"Pretty much. and that kind of thing rarely ends well."
That would certainly explain why I couldn't seem to grasp him with my teleportation power, but it brought to mind another question. In addition to affecting you physically, I asked, can time travel affect you mentally as well?
"Absolutely."
I nodded, taking this in. Maybe that's why he seemed crazy in some ways.
"Oh?"
Yalir said, keenly interested in this part of the conversation. Yes, for instance, he seemed to alternate between wanting to kill me and wanting me alive. It's like he had a split personality.
"Well, you're assuming all of his actions occurred sequentially, and maybe they didn't from his point of view."
You just lost me, I declared, shaking my head.
"Okay, let's suppose a temporal rogue wants to eliminate you. He takes a few trips through time and makes arrangements to kill you with, say, explosives. So he plants bombs in places he knows you will be and sets them to go off on day 2, day 4, and day 6.
I'm with you.
Later, he decides he'd rather just stun you, so he sets stun grenades to go off on day 3, day 5, and day 7. From his perspective, he simply changed his mind about wanting to kill you.
But from my point of view, he looks like a schizophrenic, changing his mind every other day.
Yes, but in truth, his sequence of events is simply different than yours. And throughout, he's trying to avoid doing anything that will cause the temporal monitors to take notice of him.
I rubbed my temples. This time travel stuff is enough to give you a headache.
Which is why, as I first advised, you should just leave it alone. Time will fix itself.
His words reminded me of another question I'd had. It felt a little weird to talk about it, but I was never going to get a better opportunity to talk to an expert about it, assuming my mentor Mouse wasn't familiar with time travel. Speaking of time fixing itself, I began, what about my ending up with a piece of the Bayobona jewel in my grip?
What about it?
Setting aside the notion that I may have spent a significant amount of time as a statue, when I was stranded in the past, it was with the complete Bayobona jewel. I then got left with a fragment of it, but when I woke up, for lack of a better term, I felt the piece of the Bayobona crystal in my grip pulled away, and the jewel held by the other me became whole. Then that other me went back in time, got stranded, and the process repeated, I suppose.
Understood,
Yalir said with a nod. However, even though I felt the jewel shard taken out of my hand after I ceased being encased in metal, when I looked again, it was still there.
Ah. You want to know why that jewel fragment you held isn't stuck in an infinite time loop?
Yes, but not just that, I said with a nod. Why wasn't the larger piece of the jewel in a time loop as well? After all, the original Jodigo seemed to take it, and later on it would get sent back in time with me, where the first Jodigo would simply take it again and start everything all over.
I told you before, time loops are unnatural, and time itself abhors them. Like everything else, time will eventually fix them.
And the fix in this instance was allowing the same item to be in two places at the same time, I said, unable to fully hide my skepticism.
Well, let me ask, Yalir said in response. Which is easier to believe? That for eons now you've been encased in metal in the Calisian Empire, while at the same time spending at least the last 16 years being born and raised on Earth? Or that for the space of a few heartbeats, two pieces of an ancient relic managed to be in two different places at the same time?
I spent a little more time talking to Yalir and getting some valuable insights into time travel as well as the things I had experienced since arriving on Kalis. He was really a fascinating character, and I determined that I would make it a point to visit him socially, not just when I needed his expertise. After leaving Yalir, I teleported to the Queen's residence, appearing at a guardhouse. In the past 2 days, I'd made multiple visits, allowing me the opportunity to get more familiar with the place. I was immediately escorted to Queen Dornosia's drawing room, where I was left alone. A few seconds later, the Queen joined me, telling her guards to wait outside. She was dressed simply today, wearing some kind of beige pantsuit that put me in mind of a high-powered exec. She walked towards a comfortable-looking divan and flopped down on it.
"Come, Jodigo,"
she said, patting a spot on the sofa next to her.
"Sit with me."
I didn't know if it was standard protocol to sit in the presence of the Queen, but I did as asked. Needless to say, she had fully recovered. Neither the poisoning nor getting shot had seemed to have any lingering effects. The blue glow had fully healed her. In fact, it had gone a step beyond healing, as over the last few days a number of age lines had disappeared from her face and a significant amount of gray had faded from her hair. In short, she seemed to have grown noticeably younger.
"So, are your friends happy with their reward?"
the Queen asked. "Oh, yes," I replied. "You've been more than generous." As thanks for their part in saving her life, Queen Dornotia had bestowed a king's ransom, or rather a queen's ransom, on Baron, as well as Captain Ventrua and his crew. None would ever have to work again, although Baron had made it clear he would remain in service to the House Nonpareil.
"Excellent," the Queen said, looking satisfied. "They took an incredible risk in helping you save me. They'd have been branded traitors had you failed."
"It speaks volumes about their character," I said, "that they helped me without the promise of reward and with only risk to themselves."
"I think it says more about you," she replied, "that you were able to gain their trust and confidence and inspire them to throw caution to the wind."
I felt my cheeks turning red, somewhat embarrassed by the praise. "Regardless, please accept my thanks on their behalf," I said. "And for myself, I want to thank you again, Your Majesty, for the royal pardon."
"And don't forget expunging your criminal record," she added with a smile. "Of course, you never should have even had a record, but that's beside the point."
"I am happy with the final result," I said.
"As am I, since otherwise I'd likely be dead."
"I doubt that, Your Majesty. You strike me as being highly resilient. It'll take more than bombs, poisonings, and exploding ships to do you in."
"Thanks,"
she said with a smile.
"But that reminds me. I received the report on what caused my ship to explode the first time you and I met."
"Yes?" This was something I was definitely interested in.
"Apparently, at the time of its manufacture decades ago, a piece of malicious code was inserted into the cooling system software. It remained latent until my last trip, activating when my ship drew near Kalis and causing a deliberate misread of the temperature of the engines. As a result, the cooling system failed to activate as required. Ultimately, the engines overheated and blew up."
"And presumably that's what happened to my ship as well."
"It wouldn't surprise me," the Queen said. "Anyway, I suppose you're wondering why you're here."
I shrugged. "I assume it has to do with my request to return to Earth."
"Not exactly. And though I'm honor-bound to grant it, you did save my life after all 3 times over, I have to say that I'm disappointed. Having you here has proved to be beneficial, to say the least, for both me personally as well as Kalis. That being the case, I'm reluctant to let you go out of hand."
I crossed my arms, seeing where this was headed. "So I'm here to strike a bargain."
"Correct. Normally, I would negotiate this with Prince Norbeo or Princess Indago, but it occurred to me that, despite your youth, I should give you a chance to make your voice heard."
I had to admit to being taken slightly aback. I had not expected Queen Dornotia to be the type to attempt to squeeze concessions from a situation like this. However, on an emotional level, I could feel something building up in her, and it had a mildly selfish ring to it. "You want something," I said matter-of-factly.
"Yes,"
she said. "Let me guess. I agree to do whatever I did before to keep you young and beautiful so that you can rule forever. In exchange, you acquiesce regarding my request for a ship to Earth." The Queen laughed, taking me by surprise.
"Heavens, no. Continue to rule. I can't wait to get this crown off my head.
True, whatever you did has rejuvenated me well beyond what science or medicine could do. But the last thing I plan to do is waste any additional time I've been granted trying to stretch out my time on the throne. It's a thankless job.
I'm sorry, I stammered. I thought—
It's fine,
she said, cutting me off.
although my request is a bit selfish in nature.
Go on.
You know my quint child, Hysteria?
I blanked for a second, then recovered. Oh, Mishtal. Yes, I do. I know her. Queen Dornotia gave me a wary look.
Yes, well, I know that you're aware of her unique abilities, which is how she found me when your mother spirited me away. There aren't many here who can help her develop her gifts, so I think it would be of immense benefit to her to be among those who can.
Wait a minute, I said, frowning. You want me to take her to Earth?
If you would. I know that Hysteria trusts you and cares for you deeply. In fact, one of the reasons Vikra left you alive was to keep her under control. As long as she did what he wanted and stayed in line, he promised her no harm would come to you.
I had no idea. When did all of this happen?
At some juncture around the time I was poisoned. As a show of goodwill, he let you go. Of course, by then, you'd already been tried and convicted.
So in a way, Mishtal saved my life, I said, pondering what would have happened had she rebuffed Vikra.
She probably saved mine and your grandmother's as well. I think the only reason Vikra didn't just blow up that repository when he found where Indago had taken me was because my quint child was with us.
That's entirely possible, I said. Vikra's obsession with Mishtal made the Queen's supposition very likely, in my opinion. Anyway, I'd be happy to take her to Earth, and not just because she bought me some time with Vikra.
Thank you, but I don't want her to simply accompany you on the journey. She will need a guide once she's there, someone who can help her understand and integrate with Earth's society and culture.
So you want someone to show her the ropes? I can do that.
Thanks, but please understand something. Hysteria is my favorite, with many great things in her future. I won't entrust her future and well-being to just anyone. And while I trust you, I'm not inclined in this instance to simply rely on a gentleman's agreement. I prefer an alliance.
She couldn't mean what I thought she was implying. There was no way. What are you trying to say? I finally asked.
You and my quint child are both considered adolescents by the standards of your respective societies. You are both of the royal house and heirs to considerable fortunes. When you alter your ears to the Calician norm, you're rather handsome. Needless to say, Hysteria is quite beautiful and, what is the Earth term? A showstopper. Plus,
Stop, I said, making a short wave with my hand to cut her off. Please stop. There's no way I'm agreeing to that. Absolutely no way. Queen Dornotia was silent for a moment and then said,
You know, the Mektun conducted a special vote last night concerning election of the Mipluri.
I was perplexed. Huh? What does that have to do with— My voice faded as I remembered. My great-grandfather was a member of the Mipluri. Moreover, if I returned to Earth, he would continue to represent me by proxy in the Mektun.
With all that's happened lately, the Queen went on, there were a number of factions who felt that the makeup of my council, as well as current leadership within the Calician government, might not properly reflect what is best for our people.
So what happened?
Prince Norbeo did not get the majority of the votes from the third matrilineal.
My eyes went wide. From what the Queen was saying, my great-grandfather might not be part of the Mipluri any longer. Politically and in terms of influence, it was unlikely to be a knockout punch, but it was certainly a solid body blow.
However, the Queen went on, the election of the Mipluri has been split. With all of the Mektun voting along royal branch lines for so long, that most have forgotten how votes are actually counted.
What are you getting at? I asked.
The mi pluri does not consist of the 10 people who receive the most votes from their respective royal branch. It is made up of the 10 people who receive the most votes overall.
So you're saying that, despite not getting the majority of the votes from our own branch of the family tree, if Prince Norbeo received enough votes across the board, he could still be a member of the mi pluri?
Exactly,
Queen Dornotia agreed.
and you'll be pleased to know that I used all my influence to get him as many votes as possible from the other branches.
Really? I said sarcastically, getting the feeling that there was more to the story.
Of course. Prince Norbeo has been a boon companion and a staunch ally. I would never desert him. Still, the votes have yet to be counted.
She gave me a sly look. So, I was being given my choice. What should I do? I knew what my grandmother would do. She'd already told me, whatever it took to protect her family. I presumed Prince Norbeo felt the same. He'd already given up his hereditary titles in order to safeguard my future. How many more sacrifices had my Calician family made on my behalf? How many compromises had they made that I didn't know about? But I have a girlfriend, I said mostly to myself. Queen Dornotia didn't say anything. She merely sat there, waiting for me to make a choice. All right, I finally said. But one question before I decide. Did you do this? Did you call for this special election in order to gain some leverage? A crafty look came over the Queen's face. After leaving Queen Dornotia, I returned to the Castellum Cardinal and went looking for my grandmother. We hadn't really had a chance to talk since our little adventure, and I had a number of questions. I found her in her study, which was now filled with enough packages and gifts to fill a warehouse. "They're still coming in?" I asked in surprise.
Without cease,
she replied. Since defeating Vikra, returning with a hale and hearty queen, and being cleared of any wrongdoing, our family's fortunes appeared to be on the upswing, special mi pluri elections notwithstanding. That being the case, many who had shunned us when it looked as though we were down for the count were suddenly trying to curry our favor. I noted that one of the gifts seemed to come with some type of card, which contained a handwritten inscription. I took a moment to glance at it, then frowned. "Shanine," I said, handing her the card. "Maybe I'm misreading something, but it looks like this is made out to boy crying."
Yes,
my grandmother said, snickering a little.
I've been meaning to tell you that your translation of kid sensation into Calician is a little off. You've essentially been using a term for sensation that means sensitive, emotional, or at worst, weepy.
So, I concluded, I've been referring to myself as Weepy Boy?
Among other things,
she replied with a laugh.
Depending on the context and phrasing used.
Well, that certainly put some things into perspective. Now I understood the odd looks I received every time I corrected someone regarding my sobriquet. Shaking my head in disgust at my own misstep, I tried to put the topic out of my mind by turning my attention back to the issue of the gifts in general. "Where are we going to put all this stuff?" I asked.
I don't know. Maybe in your buildings?
Huh? What? I asked, confused. What do you mean, my buildings?
That deserted area of town that you asked about,
Indigo said with a smile.
I bought it for you. Or rather, secured the dispensation for its use.
What? When?
The other day, right after you mentioned it. It was to be a reward for you after you passed the Praxitas.
Or a consolation prize if I failed.
Nonsense. I knew you would succeed.
Well, thanks, I said, giving her a hug. Now I just need to find a way to entice people to visit that area again.
I don't think that will be a problem,
Indigo said. She went to her desk and came back a moment later with a flower pot. In it was a little purple sprig, some small plant just starting to grow. What is this? I asked.
Just listen,
she replied. Brow furrowed, I concentrated, listening. For what? And then I heard it, a soft, low musical note. I stared at the plant for a moment, stunned. "It's a cantillate," I finally blurted out.
"One of the servants found it among your things when they were cleaning your room yesterday. Or rather, she found the nut, cracked open with the plant starting to grow. Once she heard the musical note, she realized what it was and brought it to me. Presumably whatever you did to heal the queen also made the seed germinate. Assuming it survives, it will be an incredible draw to any area where it's planted."
Including my new buildings.
"Yes. I know you've been inside a few of them, but you should visit the rest of your holdings and see what they contain, since I obtained them with most of the contents included. Your biosignature is already in their security matrices, so you should have no trouble getting inside."
Well, that was another mystery explained, why the door to the museum repository had unlocked for me. Thinking again about what had happened, I reminded my grandmother again of how brilliant her idea was to take the queen to the Bayabona.
"Maybe half brilliant is better. I didn't know if the Bayabona would open for her, and as you yourself saw, it didn't. Then Mishtal found us, and right on her tail was Vikra. We're just lucky you showed up when you did."
"I understand that when you took the queen, you used your powers to knock out her guards," I said. "Why didn't you just do the same thing to Vikra?"
"Believe me, I tried. But even though I could sense his thoughts and knew that he was coming, I couldn't quite get a grip on him with my telepathy. It was as if he was and wasn't there at the same time."
I thought about the side effects of time travel that Yalir had mentioned, but didn't say anything.
"After I realized I couldn't stop him with my powers," she continued, "I was worried that he may have had a psychic with him. Someone or something that was neutralizing my abilities. That being the case, I activated a special force field, one so powerful that not even telepathy could penetrate it."
And that's when I made an appearance.
"Yes, and wearing the armor I'd had made especially for you,"
she said, which was something I hadn't known.
"After that, I knew things would be fine."
Even when Vikra left me stranded a zillion years in the past?
I had to admit I was a little concerned when he came back without you. Then he vanished and reappeared with those robots, who started doing something to dampen the force field. That was about the only time I worried any in earnest. Still, I knew you'd never desert us. I just didn't know if you'd make it back in time. When you stepped out of the statue of the unbeaten warrior, I couldn't believe my eyes."
"I still can't believe it," I said. "Some parts of it just don't seem real."
"Well, your new healing power seems real enough."
"If I can get it working again," I remarked, reflecting on how the blue glow had seemed to fade after I healed Queen Dornotia, along with the buzzing in my head, which in the past had always denoted a new power. I'm still not sure what I did.
"Regardless, you saved the queen. The Bayabona itself couldn't have done any better."
I was silent for a moment, then said, "Speaking of the Bayabona, why do you think it opened for Vikra?"
"I've thought about that, and believe I may have the answer, but you aren't going to like it."
"Let me hear it anyway." Indigo sighed as if she were about to broach an unpleasant subject.
"I think the Bayabona opened up for Vikra because it wanted to be whole again," she said.
"Whole?" I asked, thinking.
"You noticed it the first time you saw the jewel, that a piece seemed to be missing. You were right. And based on what you told me happened to you, it was in two pieces for ages. I think it has been manipulating people and events for quite some time in order to achieve its own ends. Unity."
I blinked, trying to get my mind around the scope of my grandmother's theory. "Wait," I said. "Are you saying that everything it's done, from saving my life to going to Earth to the birth of my mother, all of that was done for the single, sole, and solitary purpose of reuniting its two fragments?"
"I can't say that was the sole reason, but I believe that to have been part of its purpose."
"Is that what kept me alive? Is that why it kept me alive, for ages encased in some living metal? Also, I could just be some type of courier and deliver the missing piece of itself?" The implications were staggering. Was my whole life up to this point really only intended to fulfill that particular function? Had I already fulfilled my destiny, my purpose? And if so, what lay ahead for me now?
Shibo,
Indigo said.
don't overthink this. Trying to unravel the mysteries and secrets of the Beabona is simply futile, like trying to count the number of stars.
But this is my life. I won't be controlled or manipulated.
Well, have you felt controlled or manipulated?
Her question took me by surprise. In truth, I hadn't, and I admitted as much.
Then don't worry about it. When a natural disaster strikes, like an earthquake or a tornado, people get out of the path of danger. Events force them to take certain actions, and they do what's necessary to save themselves, but they don't rail against nature, saying that it manipulated them or robbed them of free will.
I let out a pent-up breath. She was right. The Beabona really was more like a force of nature than a living thing, not that it was alive. It shouldn't be viewed as some grand puppet master, although that's exactly what it might be. All I could do was live my life as I saw fit. I'm sorry, Shanine, I said. You're right. Plus, when it comes down to it, I would probably prefer to have the Beabona save me for unknown reasons than simply let me perish. That said, I can't believe that all it could come up with was letting me become a statue.
That reminds me,
Indigo said excitedly.
Did you really see the original Jardigo in Plavacray the Glorious?
Well, the latter was just a boy, but I'm pretty sure it was them, yeah.
Would you mind sharing the memory with me?
Of course not. A moment later, she was in my head. Telepathically, it only took a few seconds to let her see what had happened. The weird metal slowly covering me, the appearance of Plavacray and Jardigo, the order to leave me to my fate. When I broke the connection, I expected my grandmother to be on pins and needles. Instead, she had a rather pensive look on her face. What is it? I asked. What's wrong? She looked at me for a moment, which stretched out into a lengthy but not uncomfortable silence. Finally, she said,
You've done a good job of learning the Kalishian language, Shibo. You've put in the necessary work and are now essentially fluent, despite a few missteps. However, your ear still hasn't yet become finely attuned, such that you can pick up some of the verbal distinctions and nuances in certain dialects.
What are you getting at, Shanine? I asked.
The man in the memory you showed me. The one with the accent.
Yorn?
Yorn, yes, Yorn. He had an accent that you apparently weren't able to properly decipher.
How's that?
The name he called the Kuratine wasn't Jardigo,
she said, giving me a frank stare.
It was John Indigo.
The end. This has been Coronation, a kid sensation novel number 5. Written by Kevin Hardman. Narrated by Michael Naramore. Copyright 2016 by Kevin Hardman. Production copyright 2016 by Kevin Hardman.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.